evening. It is Friday. We are here. So I've got with me the Bobby Burrell, as well as Steve from the Insert Revolution podcast. Tuesdays at 8:05 Eastern. We'll get that right. We'll get that in there right out of the way, right out of the blocks. So we'll get started. We do have a couple of things to talk about tonight. The content gods have been kind. So those of you who have checked out the channel this week have noticed that I usually will do a couple of videos a week. You know, that's pretty normal with the live streams and stuff. But in this case, I got a chance to combine it. So I'll quickly outline a couple of the ones, but then we'll go one after another. And in the usual way, as we get into the chat, those of you that want to kind of chime in some comments, we'll include that. If you've got questions related to something, we'll include that. We'll go through all that as well. But I'll quickly outline the big three topics, but then also, if there's anything else that anybody wants to talk about related to it, that's what it's for. It's wide open and we can do all that. So I've got Yannick here. I know that you tried to say hello. No worries. So Jeff as well. Good evening, Jeff. Yep, good evening. Now, of course, we got the big three ones. So I'll give them in order. So the first one was that PSA suspended their grading services. Not everything, because I've listened to enough content where people keep like doing the clickbaiting things like PSA shut down. Not exactly. PSA has said they're not going to take the majority of the service levels, except for the very top ones. They've closed the door on the majority of it. What they basically said is we don't want the big volume orders. You got your Gretzky rookies, your Mano rookies, your your Michael Jordan rookies. You're probably still going to submit them the exact same service level you're going to submit before. That really made no difference whatsoever. You got your Zion Gold out of 10. Go ahead.
I think they called it the aristocracy level.
Yeah, sure. But beyond that, they also call it the, look, we don't want all your base cards level. That's really what it came down to. It's like, look, don't give us because Prism was coming out right this week as well. So Prism Basketball, they're like, no, you're not giving us your Prism base cards. Keep them to yourself. So that was the first domino to fall. But then in that video, and I do enjoy when a plan comes together, but I also enjoy when something you say becomes true almost immediately after. Because point blank in that video, and it's some point probably I'll just pull the clip. Literally, I said, now the ball moves to some of these other ones, and I went through all of them, HGA and SGC. And one of my things I said was, SGC already created the door. In that video, right on that first day, SGC opened the door to raising prices. 24 hours later, I get to make another video saying that SGC raised prices to $75. So like I said, we'll cover all three of these in order. I'm just going to outline them for everybody. And then, of course, the third domino to fall, which really wasn't a big deal per se, but it was still worth talking about, was Comc made a big deal about its new facility, which I then made a video about. I combined, since I didn't have a lot of pickups, I combined the pickup video with it. I go, all right, let me complain about Comc for 20 minutes and have some fun with this. So I did enjoy that as well. So it's been a good week on the channel for opinions. And that brings us to tonight. So now we get a chance to expand on those opinions. So let's do the first one, and then we'll go from there. So PSA closed the door on the majority of the levels with the exception of the very upper tier. So Bobby, do you want to chime in on any of that first?
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real smack in the face for a lot of people. I understand that they had to do it. However, like you said, the new product coming out, everybody's looking to create it. It's just handcuffing the hobby. And everybody who's beholden to use PSA and will not go elsewhere are kind of stuck. And it's really an unfortunate situation for collecting that a third party runs your roost, so to speak. And that I do not like, which it does not affect me, which I truly enjoy. Steve.
No, I tend to agree with that, Bobby. There are cards, yes, that I want to get graded, and I've talked about it multiple times. So it has impacted me, at least in the interim, at least till July. But at the same time, it's one of those in which I haven't watched a lot of content surrounding it. Dave and I touched on it a little bit on Tuesday, this past Tuesday. But let's be real. Something needed to be done. When you're talking double-digit million backlog and the impacts that it's having within PSA as far as, just trying to get things done and maintaining good customer service or maintaining a good customer experience, let's say, because that's the new term these days, customer experience. They had to do something. Mm-hmm. So to be honest, they should have done it sooner. So from my perspective, I think it was the right business decision. Now, whether or not it's really going to put a huge dent in the backlog, that's going to be left to be determined. But hopefully, it'll help them kind of catch up. I'm more interested to see if when they start reopening the lower tiers, if it's going to be a tiered approach to where they're going to open up one at a time and they're not just going to let the floodgates open again.
The answer is yes. They did.
They?
They did make reference to a tiered approach. Their intention is to do a tiered approach to bring it back with the hope of getting all of them back online by July the 1st. That's a hope. That is a hope. Okay. But the tiered approach is what they did suggest they were going to go for.
I see the fall actually being the final tier being released.
It could be.
I don't see them being on top of it.
I'll throw something at you guys. So the first order of business is I would expect that they will be able to make some inroads on the backlog, mainly because, and that was the reason why I outlined the other providers, as I said, hey guys, they don't have the capacity. And that's basically what happened with SGC, is that as soon as they got a taste of capacity, and it was great, it was fun. It's a little bit of Schadenfreude for those of you who are familiar with the term. And I do enjoy my Schadenfreude. I do. And tough to imagine, I know, but still. The funny thing, though, is that SGC talked a lot of smack. They did advertising where they talked about not liking backlogs and all that wonderful stuff. But the thing is that the moment they left the door open, like I said, I'll give SGC credit. Number one, they acted quickly and decisively. They didn't wait a long time, because as soon as they sensed that surge was coming, they immediately went to go shut the door as quickly as possible on it. We'll get to the price increase for SGC in a moment, but they did act decisively. I will say that. But they also laid the groundwork so that if somebody read their March update, it's not going to be shocking to somebody. Now, a lot of people, of course, didn't read it, so they were upset and mad and whatever. But it's like, no, they said in March explicitly, if we run into a situation where we think we're going to run into a backlog again, we will raise prices. They flat out said it. So they kept to their word. I can't blame them for doing what they allowed themselves. They gave themselves that opening. So that was a good thing.
It's like a threat back to PSA.
It was more than anything, though. Just they at least they learned something this time. Like this time they didn't wait until it became a big old problem and then decided to do something at the last possible moment after they had put themselves into a horrible situation. They said, look, we need to fix it now. Just don't wait. Shut the door. Shut the door. Shut the door. And that was probably the smartest thing they could have done. So I'll quickly read a couple of comments here. Of course, Dave. Short stream? Yeah. Nothing too noteworthy. No. Nothing to talk about. You know how we roll here, Dave. Short, succinct, and to the point live streams, as you know. So good evening, Victor. Absolutely. So quickly, good evening, Justin. Good evening, Joe. So we'll see if Joe, like a few of you, has the link as well. So if you want to pop in, Joe, there's some good stuff here. If you want to get in on some of this conversation, I think there's some good stuff as well. But your call. So good evening, Ken, as well. So I know he commented on the Comc one, which we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But let's finish up on the PSA point. The other thing that was really a big thing for me. So from PSA standpoint, strategically, it made total sense. I did enjoy, though, that I did see at least one other content provider that mentioned kind of what I alluded to in that first video, where I said, hey, I don't think PSA is worried, because the moment that volume shifts, the other ones immediately get flooded, and then people find out what little capacity they actually have. Because I said recently, I've been enjoying that a lot of these companies have kind of given us a window into their capacities, because SGC said our goal by the end of the year is to get to 10,000 card capacity per day. That's about 50,000 a week, which is 10% of what PSA said it was getting in its surge before it decided to shut the doors on a bunch of those tiers. So imagine if SGC gets to its goal, they can touch on 10% of what PSA was taking in. They're in no position to do anything about it. HGA was lauded by some folks. Well, they've got a queue system. Their queue system crashed yesterday when they had 33,000 people try to hit them all at once. And they upped their capacity. They're up to 5,500 cards in that queue in a week. 5,500 cards in a week. SGC's goal is to get to 10,000 a day, and they're still inadequate. BGS, they're in a backlog right now. Don't even worry about that. So they're in no position to do anything. The only real wild card is CSG, who hasn't said anything yet. But I expect that if something happens, that if the surge starts going in their direction, they may find themselves in the same boat because, well, they're starting from scratch. How many graders do you actually have? That was kind of the problem. All these
3.
companies, yeah, all these companies are in no position to be able to take that kind of market share because there's too much stuff. So I wouldn't be shocked if CSG. That's why I left. As soon as SGC kind of threw in the towel immediately. It took 24 hours for SGC to throw in the towel. CSG, we haven't heard from them yet. Beckett, we'll hear from them in 6 months. They'll say they'll throw in the towel and they'll just wait for the backlog to get to like 10 million cards. And they're like, yeah, I think we're a little behind. Thank you, Beckett. We knew. We know.
I'm kind of surprised Beckett hasn't mentioned anything at all yet.
It took Beckett 3 months to say they did something about the counterfeit slabs. And what they said was inadequate. It took 3 months.
And they haven't said anything else about it since.
No.
No.
Beckett isn't great at communicating. The point is Beckett's not great at communicating. They're not the best at it. They do need some work. So quickly, I'll zip through here. So good evening, Nick. Wait, I got it right here. So good evening. No, I appreciate you hanging out and checking out live. So Kenny Thoreau's here. The prices aren't going down, at least not at PSA, unless other fanboys just leave the hobby. I will say, if I was there consulting with Nat, I would not. So to the point that Steve was alluding to, they will have a tiered approach. Do not be shocked if the baseline bulk rate gets bumped up permanently, because instead of being like 20 odd dollars, you could make it $30, $35, $40, something like that. The goal is not to get volume. If you're PSA, you don't want to be Walmart. You want to like go up market a little bit, because right now when you're PSA, you're printing money for these flippers. Because let's be honest, it's not I saw a couple of the comments where some people were upset about it from the collector perspective, which I totally get. But the thing is, it's not collectors flooding the thing with volume.
Right.
They're not sending in 5,000 base cards. Like, as a collector, do you need your base card PSA graded? Probably not. You're probably trying to turn. Yeah, exactly. You're trying to turn your $5 card into a $100 card and flip it on eBay. That's what you're trying to do. And that's why you would send in those base cards. If you're trying to get your Jordan rookie or your Sandy Koufax rookie or something, then yes. And probably you'll still send it, because it still might be worth your while for the encapsulation, for the authentication, and then have it in your collection in a nice holder. But you're going to send 1 or 2 cards, some of your favorites, some of the ones you really want. Not all of them. Probably not. The majority of your collection is probably going to stay unencapsulated, or you'll buy it already encapsulated maybe. Does that make sense?
Nope,
Yep,
absolutely.
Four Sharp Corners, they do a big, huge submission all the time, and I'm sure there's a lot of others like them out there that just are halted completely. Yeah. They have no place to go.
Yeah.
And
Well,
what are you going to go? The funniest part about all of this is KSA is doing great.
I'm sure. Yeah, great. We'll all get KSA 11s and it'll be a great day. So Kate here puts, Beckett may be the worst run company in the hobby. I challenge you to name one worse. Well, we'll have a little fun talking about Comc in a little bit. Let's give us a chance. Give us a chance. Let's see if we get there. So good evening to Jeff here. PSA just needs to change bulk rate rules. They could. I know Hockey Guy was preferenced, yeah. And properly pandering Hockey Guy. That's very important. The 8,000 Siggy Paul free rookies. That's critical. Yes. Yeah, no, I figured some folks would enjoy that one. I'm not in disagreement. The first sentence here that Robert says is very accurate. Ultra modern, that was a lot of it. I think, Robert, if memory serves me, I think in one of the comments you put in, you suggested that they should tier them based on, like, make all separate ultra modern from this, which would help. It would totally help. But I do think, though, that for PSA, again, I'm not privy to what Nat Turner and the group is talking about. But if I was them, I'd be like, I really don't care about grading these $20 cards or $20, submission worthy cards. Why? We don't need 50 million PSA slabs out there. We want to get our stuff. We would rather get our stuff into a little bit upmarket. We would rather you at least send us cards that are worth $100, like at the minimum, to make it worth your while and to make it worth our while. And then we've got both sides of it. Let the other ones fight for the scraps. Let them have the $5 cards. They can have all of them. Enjoy. Because then it devalues your brand. You're the one grading $5 cards. Well, then who cares? We set a new record for the $5 card. Oh man, what'd you sell it for? $30, man. Wow. Amazing. They don't care. Not at that level. I don't think they want to have that in the long run. That's just my take on that. We'll see what they decide to do. Yeah, so we'll get the SGC here in a second here. I'll just quickly grab here. 75 isn't steep when it increases the value of your card by $500. Exactly. And that's a big piece of the puzzle. That's why I say PSA may be thinking along the lines of, If it's a card that can get to $500, well, then we can charge you $50 or $75 or whatever the case may be. It just depends on the card.
Well, what's really going to be interesting though is, with SGC's reply to PSA shutting down those lower tiers. It wouldn't surprise me though too, come July 1st, PSA doesn't increase their prices yet again.
Absolutely. I think there is almost no scenario where PSA would not be incentivized. It goes back. It's the thing people don't want to hear. PSA as a company, as a business trying to operate, who doesn't necessarily want to contribute to billions of slabs out there. They don't mind having their slabs out there. They do want their slab to be out there, but they don't want their slab. They don't want to put their slab on everything. They don't want to grade your 1991 Donruss baseball. They don't want to. Like, they're not interested. Even though technically they could. If you paid them to do it, they'd be like, well, we can do it, but why? And we're not interested in doing that. We don't want to. Like, we'd rather not. So here,
I wonder if going private is a good thing for them, so they can up their prices without any backlog from all
without having
to
worry about shareholders. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. It's much easier to operate without having to worry.
So is that a smart move in advance? Do you think?
Going private? Yeah. Absolutely. I do believe so. I
believe
think
they were entertaining this prior to.
Yeah, I think it's going to make their life a lot easier. A lot easier, believe me. So just Nick here asks, honest question, can you trust KSA to only encapsulate authentic cards? No. Just my opinion. There are good, we've talked about KSA a little bit here. There are good cards in KSA holders. That is not the issue. The issue is that most people that have cards that are worthwhile are probably not putting them in KSA holders. Or either they did because they didn't know any better. It's not KSA wouldn't be my first choice. It is an available choice. If you're in Canada and you're at the expo, they're there. Like, if you just want to get it graded on site, they can do it for you. And again, I've seen good cards in the KSA holders where you can buy it, but then what happens a lot of times, you buy it, you crack it out, and you put it in another holder. If it's good, you wouldn't keep it in that holder. It's not necessarily worth your while. Susanna Sedora says, when all these millions of slab cards hit the market in the next couple of years, their worth will fall like a stone. It could, but it's going to take a while. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't know if it's for the same reason, but I will say it's not. If it was millions of slab cards today, yes. But it's going to be this month a little bit, this month a little bit, this month a little bit. And certain cards, it's not going to matter because it's part of, there's millions of slabs. Yeah, but there's only 10 of these. Because this card is actually rare. It doesn't matter. There's millions of other junk that no one cares about. It's the bulk. So good evening, 90s Hockey Collector. Are PSA going to throw set registry collect? So this is a good question. I like this question. Because this is the one piece that I'm curious about. Because the set registry is a cash cow for PSA. That's where they get you to grade stuff that isn't necessarily worth getting graded per se. I use 71 Topps Baseball just as an example, but there's other stuff too. But really, there's no reason to grade those unless you're participating in the set registry, unless you're playing into one of those things. It creates some value in cards that otherwise wouldn't be worth grading. And I'd be curious to see what they would do with that. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they created a tier for set registry where they said, okay, look, for stuff in the set registry, we'll allow you to have this rate. But if you want to send in your Zion, your prism, your 50 LaMelo Ball prisms, $60 minimum to start off even the conversation.
I think it would be in their best interest to figure out something that, separates those involved in the registry. Because like you said, it is a cash cow for them. And if they don't take that into consideration based on some of their decisions, it's going to, quote unquote, blackball those who, invest highly in, the registry itself. So it could get interesting, but I think that's a valid question and a valid opportunity for them to look for those options to, kind of solidify the place for those individuals that leverage the registry. I think it would be very smart on their part.
Yeah. And I think the reality is a lot of folks reacted very viscerally to a lot of these moves this week, and I understood. But the reality is that Nat Turner has a ton of PSA slabs. Like before he was the owner, he was a client. So he has a certain understanding from it from his perspective, where he understands what he's trying to do, what they would like to do. And from his perspective, the goal is to maximize revenue. Yes, he is a businessman. But the way you maximize revenue is, that's why I used the Walmart analogy a moment ago. Walmart makes a ton of money. That's not the issue. But they'll make a ton of money on a billion items that they'll make a couple of cents or a dollar on. And that's how they make billions. But there's also the ability to create a business where all your items are $100 or more. Yes, but we're making $20, $30, $40 per item. So we don't need to sell as many. Our market rate is such that we're actually making this nice profit margin where, yes, we're selling less, but we're making more per item. So we don't need to sell 1 million to make the money we're trying to make. And we don't have to carry as much stuff. So we need smaller buildings. We don't need the size of a Walmart, which has to carry everything and have all the staff to stock the shelves and do all this. We don't need to do all that because we don't need to sell 1 billion knickknacks at $1 each to make our money. What can we say? But that's the reality. That two different business models, though. They're two very different business models. And by the way, both can work. Both have worked and both can work. It's just a matter of how you run it. So it is possible to do it that way. So quickly, I'll grab a couple of these, and then we'll get to our good friends at SUC because they're fun for me. PSA is more straightforward for me, but SUC, I like having fun at these guys' expense here. Getting a PSA 8, yep. So quickly, I'm just zipping through. If people think cars have value in X grade, they'll get bought up unless they dump 100 of the same card at the same time. Fair. Yeah, PSA set registry tier. Yeah, so Hockey Guy and I had kind of the same idea at the same time about that. I think, though, that's a real possibility because Nat Turner knows the set registry is a cash cow. He knows. It's just how can we still take advantage of that without opening the door for these other base cards we don't want to touch. We don't even want to do it. So, yeah, I would say, yeah, exactly, Nick. So, if it's like $1,000 card, I wouldn't want it in a KSA holder anyway. Like, go find another copy. Just really go take a look at it. So I would say, or you know what, if you really want to take a shot, it's hard now. You can't do it right now, but we can get back to shows, I wouldn't hesitate to buy a KSA card if I could have it in my hand and have a chance to take a good look at it. Because like I said, it is possible to get good cards out of those holders, but you better know what you're looking at and you better be able to go have it in hand. On eBay, I would not be super comfortable. Mind you though, they do have a very liberal return policy, so maybe you could take a stab at it, take advantage of that, I suppose. That is an option. Yeah, it won't add much value. Very true. It's just for men. He's not only a client, he's the president. Exactly. Thank you, Dave. That is correct. Yeah. Yeah. For $1,000, I don't think it's worth your while, Nick, to get it in the KSA holder. Hold out for another copy. Or if you can go to a card show at some point in the future, then do that with somebody who is comfortable with the issue. And then you can have a lot more comfort. That'll be a lot more comfortable. Sounds good. And Paul is here as well. So good evening, Paul. All right, Mr. Joe, if you're good, just nod your head. Mr. Joe, how's it going? You gotta unmute yourself. Perfect.
Pretty good. Happy Friday to all.
Same to you, Joe.
How you doing?
Well, I'm watching the Golden State Warriors get their behinds absolutely crushed by the Toronto Raptors. So go Canada.
Oh, so rematch of the NBA Finals from a couple of years back, eh?
I think we're down about 60 points, literally.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And this is the diminished Raptors.
Yeah, that's what happens when both Steph and Dre are out. But yeah, the diminished Raptors and the even more diminished Warriors. But no, I'm good. I'm just kind of recovering from a long week. Happy to see you, Carlos. You're prolific these days. Every time I turn around, you're dropping something else.
Well, blame the content gods. They've been. That's why we had so much fun at the beginning. It's like, if only we had something to talk about. If only something had happened that we could discuss. It's such a shame. Such a shame. But I guess we'll figure it out. I guess we'll come up with something to talk about. We'll scrape something together. But the thing is, it's a double-edged sword because I do enjoy talking about the stuff. It's one of those things where I have the luxury. Obviously, we have the live streams, and I could wait. But I also go like, okay, I know there's also an opportunity to talk about this a little bit, at least lay the groundwork for the discussion to come later on in the week. And at the same time, some people who have never seen the channel before will then find you. Because you go like, hey, obviously people want to talk about it. Let's talk about it. But I'll put something out first. You can agree with me, disagree with me, and then we'll talk about it more on the weekend. Plenty of opportunity to do that. No, we will get to the Comc talk. That is one of my favorite topics. One of my favorite topics of the day. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this question, Joe. We did get a chance to opine a little bit on the PSA one. So as far as the PSA one is concerned, did you have any other thoughts or anything you want to add? PSA closing most of its tiers except for the absolute top tier.
He's a Beckett man. Watch out.
Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I surprised it didn't happen sooner.
Yeah.
I don't really have an issue with it because I don't tend to really. I will buy graded cards, but I don't tend to have a whole lot of motivation to send cards in to grade myself. I mean, I might if I had a little more time, but just the whole, buy raw flip, that's just not my collecting style. So it doesn't really mean a whole lot to me. I find it kind of amusing, and it's interesting to see everybody's responses.
No, for sure. Absolutely. So let me grab Ken's here. Join up with a friend for a Monday night 1 hour show. Well, Monday's a good night. Monday's a good night, Ken. I think you're solid there. Well, once you guys are established, let us know. We can certainly kind of follow along with your exploits. There's room for good discussion in the hobby. I have no issue with that. It's one of those things where I think if everybody tries to just pay attention to kind of where there's an opportunity to have that chat, we've kind of settled in on a nice Friday slot where some folks can join in, which is great. The only difference with the 2 days was some folks it's easier for them on Friday, and some folks it's easier for them on Sunday. And that's the reason we created. Plus, my Sunday has to be shorter. Friday, I got a little more latitude. Friday, I can be like, okay, if it goes a little longer, that's okay. But Sunday, I'd be like, nope, we got cut that off. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, Friday accommodates more East Coast, West Coast stuff, so which is good.
Absolutely.
Time zones.
Absolutely. So now let's talk about my favorite of the week, other than Comc, but for different reasons, SGC. So SGC, like I said, responded to PSA's thing. They realized that the issue was going to come up. And what happened was once it happened, SGC immediately got hit. They suddenly saw the surge, and it didn't take long. They immediately acknowledged that they felt it almost immediately, because as soon as PSA kind of like shut that door, all of a sudden a bunch of people go like, okay, send it to SGC. Boom. 1,000 cards, 500 cards, 200 cards. And SGC's like, raise the price. Now, they had different options. Raising the price was a very logical one. But the problem is that by raising the price from $25 to $75 after they had raised it previously, I think it was $15 to $25 earlier this year, by going $25 to $75, the value proposition is pretty much gone for SGC. Because really, at $75 a card, what are you going to send in that you're going to want to bother with at SGC? Because they already sell for a discount compared to like the PSA counterparts in similar grades. So it's like, in effect, they didn't close the service, but they may as well have, because at $75, you're not going to want to send very much. So you kind of close the service, but you technically didn't close the service.
Well, it gets rid of the flippers.
It does. The profit margin is down quite a bit. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, it's one of those in which if you have individuals who are willing to pay the price, and since PSA is shut down, they are pretty much really the only other option. Who's to say that they don't raise it again? Because people are still going to send stuff in for whatever reason.
I think SGC, though, will probably not have that problem. They kind of dropped the ball the first time so badly that it's like, look, for $75, I'll keep it. It's fine. It's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. Because I don't have any issue with SGC. I like the holders. I like the slabs, but I'm not going to pay any kind of a premium for it. Like it was cheap for a long time for a reason. It was cheap for a long time for a reason because people weren't clamoring to send to SGC. What they had going for them for a brief window last year was they said, hey, we can get you good turnaround times, and the black holder looks nice. It does look nice. On some cards, it actually looks really nice. And their turnaround time was really good for a couple of weeks. And then people took them up on their most generous of offers. And then almost immediately they're like, no, and backlog immediately.
So I was just going to say, I think the subtopics of the SGC and the PSA for me, and it's not all that important, right? It's more like where my collecting interests lie. But Northeast Ohio is sort of contemplating, will this mean that slabbed PSA cards, maybe even sort of lower end slabbed PSA cards, increase in value? And I think, corollary to that is, will what you're mentioning about resale values of SGC, will they, in my estimation, I think there'll be a mild uptick, at least for a period of time, where SGC does sort of close the gap a little bit. And, for me personally, like, a lot of what I like about slabs are just the presentation of the card. And I agree with you. I think SGC has the new tuxedo look is actually quite nice. And so for me, for PCing and just for protection of cards in a ocean environment where there's a lot of moisture, I like just having my card slab. I don't even mind if it's an 8 or a 7 in many instances. If I like the card, I want the card. SGC, PSA, the values when you're talking about $20 to $60 cards, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think that was the case for a while. SGC had that market because, like I said, they were $15 per submission for a while. And at that price point, you could be like, oh, for a PC card, sure. Holder looks decent. If it looks nice with the card, I'm not worried about the value proposition necessarily. At $15, I'm not worried about the value proposition per se. I can submit a number of my cards that are maybe PC cards, have them in a nice looking presentable holder. It'll look good on Instagram if I want to take a nice picture or something. Like, it's fine at $15. At $75, that suddenly goes away. The novelty is not worth $75 if the value is not there. PSA doesn't necessarily have the most aesthetically pleasing holder, but they have the best resale value. So if I'm sending the card in, I want my resale value. That's what PSA's. That's why PSA can afford to charge more, even if it's not as aesthetically pleasing. It's like, there is a purpose to this. You want resale value? PSA is still the answer. These other ones haven't established that for themselves. And until they do, it's like, okay, it's cool. You have a nice holder. HGA has a nice holder too, but you can't get a card graded. Or if you do, you have the ability, you have the luxury of being able to get in and submit 5. That's the limit. So it's like, it's not an answer for a lot of these folks that are trying to send in volume.
HGA sure is causing a lot of eBay 101s, though. Those 9.0 Gem Mint cards, let me tell you.
Amazing. With the subgrades that Ed is still trying to figure out the math under. It's like I told him, go to random.org. That's how you figure out the total. So quickly, I'll grab Nick's comment. There's some good comments here, so I'll grab them, guys. So what do you think will happen when PSA starts seeing submission again? Price raise? Probably. I honestly think they would raise the base price. I do believe that is coming, and I think they're justified in doing it. Like I said, I think they want to move up market. I think they want to relinquish that lower tier and leave it to the other players and let them fight each other for scraps. Because if you've got the higher end cards, you're probably sending them to PSA. Beckett right now is kind of off in its own little nether area, and I don't know if they'll give us a call when they're ready to come back. We don't know what they're doing over there. They're on their own. So quickly, let's say people think the tidal wave of cards will crash values. Look at the newer NBA rookies. Yep, totally. I'm with you. Let's see here. Okay, so let me grab this. And we always love a Jaws reference. We're gonna need a bigger boat. That's always solid. Now, Robert very much has a one-track mind when it comes to his solution to the problem. And I get it. He says SGC should shut off the flow of newer cards, say 2010, and kept the prices the same. Okay, so your plan is for SGC to shut its doors because they're not going to get enough vintage. The cards after 2010 are the bulk of the volume. The thing is, on the one hand, you say they're the bulk of the volume, and by the way, I agree with you. I agree completely. But then, as a business, your strategy is, hey guys, our prices are low, but you don't want the product. It's like having a restaurant where everything's $1, but you can't eat it because you don't want to. So it's like, it's $1. So what? SGC, if you send vintage to SGC at $25, that'd be I think that'd be reasonable. For vintage, they've done very well over the years. I think it's still solid. It'd be really good. But the stuff past 2010 is where the bulk of these submissions are coming from, to your point as well. That's where the money is. If your job as a grader is to grade cards to make money, saying we're not even going to bother grading it, but everything else is $25, but I don't want to send you anything else.
One curiosity I have that this brings up is, do you think these adjustments will change people's tendencies? Or, I mean, and we have to factor in the price increases that will, be apparent however it works out, let's just say a year from now. But do you think people will actually maybe be rehabilitated in a way from all the, the base card deluge that we've experienced in the last year or two. And I don't know the answer to that. I kind of hope it would, but it short of money being involved, it probably won't.
I love that Joe has us all going to rehab. Guys, we need base card rehab over here. We need it. So I have so much fun with this, and I want to get your guys' takes on this as well. But I have so much fun with this because it's a very reasonable point that Joe makes. But the thing is, the majority of the collector, that's why I enjoy the passion that this invokes in some folks. It's like, if you're a collector, do you really care? They could charge $1,000 a card. If you really don't need to put it in the holder, what difference does it make? Like, what difference does it make? There are some cards that I wouldn't mind encapsulating just because I like the holder with the label and all that, and it'll look nice. Even PC cards that I'd be like, no, it would look nice. It'd be a nice presentation. But if the price is too high, then I'll get a one touch. It's not that hard. It's not necessary. It's a value add. And if the value add is reasonable, then I'm okay with it. But if it's not worth my effort, then my customary top loader will suffice. It's not that big a deal. It's okay. But for the people that are really worried about it, to Joe's point, the ones that are sending in those base cards tend not to be collectors. Most collectors don't really care about getting their base cards graded. It's either set registry, if it's going to be something like that, which we just talked about a little earlier, or it's going to be something like along the veins of just adjusting your value expectations. He's got the Beckett sleeves too. Look at this guy. Those are gold right now, Joe. Those are gold. We'll get to Comc in a bit, but they're taking top loaders. They're taking top loaders. They need those. Yeah, the one touches. Exactly.
My response to all of this: get your mags, have some hobby fun.
Yeah, exactly. What happened is
it's a PSA 12-step group that Joe's endorsing.
Exactly. That's kind of where I figured he was going with this. Like, do you have an addiction to submitting base cards to PSA? We can help you.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I think collectors, though, for the most part, are really not the ones being affected. That's why I understand. But at the same time, it's like, do you really care? Like, honestly, do you? Does it matter? Because it doesn't to me. Steve, impacting your Terrell Davis if you find one you like and it isn't graded?
No.
Not really throwing you off?
No, not from a collector perspective. As I alluded to, yes, I have a few cards that I do want to get graded, but it's not from a collector perspective. I will stash some of them back, of course,
sure.
As it pertains to, the long-term investment aspect for when I'm 6 feet underground. Mm-hmm. But you're talking a small percentage of my overall collection.
Yeah. It has a place. And if it's something you really want to do, then I understand why this would be a nuisance. But the good news is, if you're patient, this too shall pass. Because where I will say there will be a difference is that the flippers need profit margin. It's the same discussion we have with the retail thing. If it's not profitable anymore, they go away. If they go away, then suddenly there's supply. All of a sudden, all that retail that was there the whole time is suddenly back. What happened? What? Because it wasn't profitable anymore. They couldn't bother. At the moment, it is still profitable, so they're going to hoard it. It makes sense. They were sending in thousands of base cards because it was profitable. It was extremely profitable. And now the third-party graders have said, okay, great. You're making a bunch of money. We're going to take our cut. Do you still want to send in 1,000? Or do you want to send in 100? Or do you want to send in 50? Are you going to pick your best 50? Or are you going to be a little more selective in what you're sending in? It might still be worth it for you to send 10 of those cards, but the other 990 stay in your box. Sell them on eBay as they are, instead of sending us 1,000. It depends on the card.
Going forward, would the base cards of PSA become rare and valuable now? Going forward?
That is kind of a question that's been presented for some folks. And the thing is, it could for some folks, if the holder really means that much to you, then the answer is yes. But I've bought cards for the personal collection that were inside of like a BGS 9.5 holder. And I made an offer, and the person made a counter offer. Their counter offer was reasonable, but I basically told them the holder doesn't mean anything to me. This is my offer. Mm-hmm. And then they thought about it for a day, came back and said, all right. And I basically bought it for the price that I would have paid for it if it had been base. I paid them a zero premium for the holder. But if somebody else had really wanted it and they had paid the premium, well, then so be it. We're done. But
was this Jordan or Medano?
This was Jamie Benn.
Oh, bad.
So, but the thing is, they had the card in a 9.5. It was a nice card. It was in a decent grade and everything, all good. But I just go like, it's a cool card. I want the card. I'm not going to pay a premium for the holder. If somebody else will give you a premium, then great, they can have it. But this is my offer.
Crack it out.
Nope. No, in the holder, it's fine. I didn't pay any extra for the holders. To me, it's already encapsulated, and I got that for free.
We may be getting to a point where you flip that statement, Carlos, and instead of saying zero premium for the holder, it's like paying zero premium for the card, because when the price of grading gets up to $75 and a card's worth $25, in whatever grade it might be in, it's sort of like, are you interested in paying even for the complete price of the grading? And or, okay, the grading price is 75, I'll pay you 75 and a cent. And like, it's an interesting time to consider that part of it.
Yeah. The only reason I presented that example is that what I'm trying to get at is that this whole market was created because we at some point said that a PSA 10 or a BGS 10 or whatever meant it should be more expensive. It can be if you want it to be. But if the market didn't put a premium on it, then it wouldn't matter what holder it's in. The market has decided for now that that's what they want. And for some cards where there's a condition sensitivity or something, maybe it still makes sense. Like a condition scarcity could be a real value add for somebody who's like a collector who really wants it in this nice condition. But a modern card that is available in abundance in a nice grade, again, Gem Mint didn't exist until third-party grading came into vogue. A mint card used to be a mint card. It used to be what you went after. And if I give you a modern card that looks like a mint card, it's probably a good card. And if you just want it for the collection, that's good enough. Having the Gem Mint may not be necessary. You may not care that much.
A dope MC is a dope MC.
Yep. So, Mr. Brian, I can see you're moving stuff around. Are you good? Yep. All right. Mr. Brian. So we got both the California guys here today.
Woo! Representing.
Yep. So we already covered the PSA piece of it, and now we're talking about the SGC piece of it. Any thoughts on the grading thing, Brian?
I'm pretty much in the same boat as you. I'm going to be patient. I have nothing that I need to put in a holder right away and pay a whole bunch of money for. I just waited a year, so I'm getting my 4 submissions back right now. And then, the only thing that really disappoints me about the PSA thing is that I'm a member. I'm a platinum member, and their quarterly special this time is just, you wouldn't even want to send the cards in. They're that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be curious what those specials look like going forward, because it's gonna be one of those things. It's a balancing act. I included Robert's comment in here. I know we haven't touched on it yet, and I'm gonna read it right now. I want to make sure I get to it, but I wanted to make sure everybody was on the screen and we were all set here. So quickly, I'll touch on this one. So Robert said the new cards created the backlog, which I generally agree. I think it's a reasonable point, which caused them to raise the price to $75. PSA kind of leaving it to them and pushing the people on them kind of led them to raise the price, but still accurate. So they don't want the volume. They do, but not all of it. I think if CSG was up to speed fast enough and Beckett was like not in the ether somewhere and they could kind of split the volume amongst themselves evenly, they would take it. They would accept the volume because they still make more money by grading more cards. Even at $25, grading more cards is better than grading less. You move it up to $75 because you can't handle the sheer volume and you're trying to avoid the backlog. And the problem with SGC, the reason why I made so much fun with them and have some joy at their expense, is that SGC went out of their way to do on social media making fun of backlogs. The worst thing that could have happened for them from a PR standpoint would be to suddenly get caught in a backlog after they talked so much smack mere days, weeks, and months ago. They made such a big deal about the fact that they caught up and finally cleared their backlog. And I made the joke in the video. Yeah, you cleared your backlog because you had a backlog so long, people got frustrated, realized the value proposition wasn't there, and they stopped sending you cards. That's how you cleared the back. You didn't have to shut down services. The customer shut it down for you. So now you need to tell people, okay, our backlog is gone. We can send you back your cards fast now again. Please send us stuff. So they're the opposite. They're like, no, please send us stuff. Then PSA went out of the way. Then suddenly they were getting more than they could handle. They're like, stop sending us stuff. Stop sending us stuff. We didn't mean it that much.
I just want to throw in something, Carlos, because we
Go
keep
for it.
using the term, base cards, and
Sure.
because at times I think it benefits us to sort of examine our semantics and what we're talking about. I would extend the concept of base cards to just more or less any card that is just not worth that much, and that could be low level parallels. That could be things that aren't necessarily in the technical sense considered base, but are more or less base.
Right. No,
And-
I think that's fair. And I think low value in general, I kind of use base as like a standard bearer, but I think you're right though, that any low value card, let's just say low value cards in general. It doesn't matter whether it's a parallel, it doesn't matter whether it's an insert, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be vintage, because if you send a 1979 tops, I think I'm trying to think if 79 has it. You know how some of those cards in the 70s had like those inserts that you could get inside, and you could have those little cards and things like that that were included in like rack packs and things like that.
Yep.
Something like that. That's kind of an insert as well, but it's not exactly the same thing, but you could submit that. It might not be worth it to get it graded, and it's certainly not worth it at the current price point. But if it was like
Oh, the
$5 a
leaders?
card or something. What's that?
The leader cards or the NHL star
Sure.
cards, the
You
mini
could do
cards.
leader card. You could leader cards, and I think 1974
Those are the
had
little
like team
smaller ones.
checklist cards. In 1974 tops, they had like the team checklist card. You know the ones I'm talking about, Joe? Those
Yeah,
little
yeah,
colorful
yeah.
team checklist cards.
Totally. Yeah.
That would qualify. So
Yeah.
that is a vintage card, but it's still really inexpensive. They were available in great abundance. Like there's no great huge value to any of those. They were all over the place, and you can get stacks of them. I wouldn't necessarily send a ton of those, especially at the current prices.
Well, and I mean, all of this sort of, to me, like this is a topic we've discussed a little bit, but just the concept of manufactured scarcity has been sort of exponentially magnified by grading, where it's sort of like, okay, is it a 10 or is it a 9? And there's like 20,000 of them. Like, that's just a different sector of this manufactured scarcity. And what I always appreciated grading for, one is the transparency of an eBay transaction or something where you can actually physically handle the card to assess, and two, the protection, and then maybe three, in what I would consider the vintage sector, like actually recognizing that a 1955 tops Roberto Clemente in a 4.5 is actually a pretty amazing card. So that's kind of where I'm interested. That's where I find grading interesting, not just as a flip or an economic proposition.
Mm-hmm. No, I think there's
Well, the
some value
hobbies
there
went
for
up
some
from
of those.
that, right?
What's that?
Sorry
Bob?
about that. Well, that's what has made the hobby explode, is the investors and all the people looking to flip. Otherwise, business as usual, I think.
When I put mine in last summer, I mean, I had to fill, one of the specials was Mike Trout and Griffey. And I didn't collect cards when Mike Trout was a rookie or anything, so I didn't have a lot of big Trout cards, but I'm
Right.
pretty excited to get all I got them all graded at $10 each.
Mhm.
And I sent in a bunch of, Heritage and Top Series 1 and a whole bunch of variations and stuff, but all modern stuff, and all got them graded for $10 each. I'm excited to get them back.
You submitted at the Sublime level, did you?
Yes. And
But that's the thing.
I picked through stacks. I saw them. I got my gem rate was like 85% or something. So
But that's the thing, though. That was at the point where PSA was looking at volume. They were saying, like, make it $10 a card. Okay, we got this special. Send us your trap. Well, at $10 a card, you can afford to send a bunch of low-level cards at $10. Worst case scenario, if it comes back at 10, you're probably getting more than $10 back. So suddenly a lot of stuff becomes, yeah, sure, send it. Do you really want to grade it? Not really, but look, $10 a card, whatever. Sure.
yeah, that's exactly what it was.
I think maybe a good way to put this is that a lot of these things, what they should be doing to some folks is maybe saying, maybe instead of just, oh, what the heck, send it, maybe it should be a more deliberate act. It'd be like, no, I have a good reason to do this. This makes sense to me to send it in. Yeah.
Bravo, Carlos, bravo.
Yeah. But that's,
There
but
you
that's,
go.
But that's what in effect though it does. By making it more expensive, it's saying like, okay, stop sending us this junk. Be selective. Think about what you're sending in. If there's a good reason to do it, you probably will still be inclined to do so. If it doesn't make any sense, then you know what? It's not $10 a card anymore. If it wasn't $10 a card, Brian is not sending in those cards. He might still send in something, but he'll pick something better. He'll pick something that makes more sense. Something that's worth his money to do so and to wait and to get it back.
And like
cards could take a year. Who cares?
They created the crack dealer.
I mean, they're, go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead.
They created the crack grader. Send it in, send it in. Yeah. Just, hey, I just want everything graded, whatever level. So
and if it's cheap enough,
they created the monster.
If it's cheap enough, there's no consequence to do it. That was the point. If it was cheap enough, there was no reason not to. Now they're saying it's no longer cheap enough. Well, now you got to think about it a little bit. And for some people, it's freaking them out. So I want to make sure I get Victor's comment here because the last sentence touches on that. Yes. So he's saying he's a big set registry collector. He has no issues with what's happening. Now, if he was flipping for money, he'd be losing it because they're taking away his margins, which is the real problem that some people are having with this. The collectors are generally not the ones complaining the loudest. It's the folks that were like sending in volume of junk and like trying to, I use Alico 3 Nolan. He's got a saying, water into wine. And he did very well with this for time. And the thing is, I don't blame him for it because the system allowed it. It made it very viable. It is no longer viable. Does that mean he's not going to send in anything? No, but it means now he's going to be more selective. And that's fine. He understands that, so he'll make an adjustment. So I'll quickly grab a couple of these comments and get caught up here. So JR, good evening. I actually still got to reach out to you. I think he was asking about one of the Jamie Benn cards. I might be willing to make a deal. I might be willing, but I have a thought in mind. Maybe we'll have to make an arrangement. We'll see. We'll see what we can come up with. So do you have to be a PSA member to have your graded card, Gretzky rookie card graded? Not necessarily. You can send it through the bulk submitters. You could probably still get it submitted. A Gretzky rookie, to be honest, is going to be in one of those higher tier levels anyway. Depending on the condition, of course. It might still be worth it.
You'd be better off sending that in yourself because most of your bulk submitters don't offer the higher tier levels.
True. That is true. So,
but there's a lot of cards that I just want in a slab just because I want them in a slab. I don't care if they're a 4 or a 9 or, cards you pulled 20 years ago or 40 years ago or.
Yeah. I think there was an aspect of that though, where that was okay. That was fine. But the thing is, like I said, I said in the same vein, I've got PC cards that are going to stay in my collection that I wouldn't mind having in a holder. If the price is right, I'm going to do the number and do the math. Otherwise I can put it in a one touch. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But if I can get it at the price that I'm okay with, yeah, sure. Because I wouldn't mind having the uniform, especially something like a rainbow. Like I did a rainbow of a certain card, and I love the way they look, and I can have them all beside each other with a nice label on it. If the price is reasonable, then I'm just paying for a fancy holder in my case. But I'm going to pay a price appropriate to a glorified fancy holder as opposed to me trying to flip a card. In that case, I have to do a much more calculation. Hold on, is it worth my while to send this in? That's different. If it's a fancy holder, then I'll do the math.
Well, let me ask you this, anybody. Like with taxes, when they go up, they never go back down. Do you think in 5, 7, 8 years that prices will go back down?
No.
It depends if PSA is caught up with their backlog.
The good news, Brian, is that I think PSA will start accepting Bitcoin and Ethereum and maybe Doge. If you really there's a cryptograph illusion for them. But no, I don't think I think like SGC, for example, I don't think they can hold at $75. I don't think anybody's going to accept SGC at $75. They're not. They will come down just because it's too high for them. PSA can get away with that. SGC cannot. They just can't. Not in this market. No chance.
Yeah.
Who thinks that this has stalled the market a bit?
To a degree, yes. Because I use the terminology that graded cards are kind of the lubricant of a lot of these transactions, especially for eBay and stuff like that. And what I said to some folks, because they were talking about like, oh, well, people won't want to send in the graded card. Some folks won't want to. I wouldn't be comfortable buying, quote unquote, high grade vintage sight unseen on eBay that has not been graded. I wouldn't be super comfortable with that unless it's a really reliable dealer that has a long track record, maybe that I've done business with in the past. Then my comfort level is better. If I'm at a show, I'm extremely comfortable in my ability to assess a card. But if I'm not at a show and I'm relying on your scan on eBay, I'm not super comfortable paying good money. It goes back to that an example where I wasn't willing to pay a premium for the holder, but for a vintage card, I would have to factor in the possibility that you misgraded it and that the scan isn't good enough for me to tell exactly what the real condition is. So I would actually have to offer less. So it would bring the price down just instinctively because I'm like, I'm not taking that chance because I can't hold it in my hand and I can't tell. Certain issues, certain years, certain sets, I'm super comfortable in my ability to assess a card if I have it in my hand, but not in a scan on eBay. I can't do it.
No. Great pictures on eBay too, by the way. Great pictures.
Exactly.
Getting back to Mr. Lagan's post, he was saying
Yes.
that box prices are going to go down.
There's a chance for that because you can't send in those slab cans, the grading candidates, right?
There's
You
going
can't
to
send
be
them in.
there's going to be no. I'm sorry, I interrupt you. There's going to be no shortage of slabs, though. I mean, the same number of slabs are going to get graded this year, even if they're not taking cards.
Yeah.
With all the backlog,
As
the
when?
same number of
Compared
slabs
to
is still
when?
going to get graded.
As when? Compared to what?
Well, if they were going to grade 5 million cards this year, they're still going to grade those 5 million cards by not taking more orders in. They've got the
The
backlog.
hobbies went up tenfold, though, so we're at a different point, I'd have to say.
No, for sure. I think though the point that's being made though is because that backlog exists, there are still going to be millions of more PSA cards that are not in circulation that will come into being.
Yes.
And that will happen. And that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then the truth is, once
When?
the backlog is back to a more manageable level, and this is what we talked about the set registry. It's not that PSA is going to permanently remove the ability for people to grade certain cards. They're just getting out of the market of the absolute lowest tier. They don't want that. But for set registry stuff that they put in there, there's too much money to be made. They'll find a way. They'll create the special. They'll create the special tier for that. Something to that effect. Kind of what we alluded to a little bit earlier. I did want to include
deter people too.
What's that? Sorry?
It might deter people too from going on the registry, adding all these extra cards.
It's the balance you're trying to strike because there's a good business there. But nobody said it was easy. Nobody said it was easy. A lot of people have this illusion that just start up a new grading card company. Creating more graded card companies is just going to fragment the market and create this thing. Okay, so how much are you planning to pay for that slab there that I've never heard of? I'm going to pay the raw card price. Why would I pay more? I don't know what the heck that is. I've never heard of it. So what's the value of that? You paid, you only have to pay $5 a card. Cool. I'm paying you the base card price. I'm paying you the raw card price. So you got zero premium for it. So you spent $5 for nothing. You can just put it in one touch.
Say, I'll buy it for a premium so I can crack it out and send it to the PSA and make more money.
Exactly. Great. Fantastic. Fabulous. I wanted to include MSC's comment just because it's one of my favorites. People were complaining they were being priced out of the hobby before. Grading has nothing to do with it. The retail has priced us out of the hobby. The increasing prices of this base cards have priced us out of the hobby. The existence of these other platforms have priced us out of the hobby. Everything has priced us out of the hobby.
I'm not going to open any Prism basketball this year. Christmas isn't going to come. It's not going to happen.
I don't blame you. Those boxes are expensive now.
Why not though? They first off the line dropped 50%, man. The minute LaMelo Ball got hurt, they tanked, man.
True.
So what's it down to?
What they tanked to $2,200 a box?
To $2,000. They dropped 50%.
Yeah. Hashtag bargain, Brian. Hashtag bargain.
I feel like I'm getting a good deal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50% off, buddy. So
and they're still sitting at $2,000. So I mean, it's not like they've dropped any more. But
yeah. No, I got you. So Jeff here says PSA is apparently looking at opening a Canadian office as per Nat Turner on Instagram. I haven't seen that, but if that's the case, it would make sense to have regional offices because there is an interesting thing that not a lot of people know. is that we have a couple of bulk submitters here in Canada who do a fair bit of volume. Platinum Promotions out of the East Coast here in Canada, they submit like 10 or 15,000 cards a month at the peak they were doing, which is pretty good. You know, there's a pretty decent amount of cards that they're sending in. Obviously, there's other bulk submitters that do a lot of volume too, but 10 or 15,000 cards a month is pretty solid, especially consistently over the course of a year, you know, submitting 100,000 cards or more per year. So having a Canadian office would be huge for them, because if you can encapsulate locally, well, great. Get the cards turned right back around and get them right back out. So it would be, I saw somebody that was posing the idea. It might have been, I'm thinking it might have been Robert, or it might have been somebody else, because I know it was in one of the comments in one of the videos I did. And they talked about having these regional offices. The problem is that's also a logistics problem, right? So you submit the cards, and the opportunity for screw ups is huge, because you can have all these multiple offices. So let's say you got multiple offices in the US. And what happens if, and stuff like this happens, let's be clear. What happens if the California office of PSA, where they do their grading there, grades lighter than the New York office? It's still inside of the United States. PSA office, let's say they have their encapsulation machines in both to try to help, you know, increase the output. Do it in two different places. What if the grading is easier in the New York office versus the California office, and you intentionally try to send it to the New York office and try and bombard them? There's some weird regional variances based on that. The reason I bring up this silly example is that in the world of watches, because I do enjoy my watches, you've got these different manufacturers that have service centers. And some of the bigger ones like Rolex and Omega and stuff like that, they have service centers in different parts of the country. Well, sometimes some service centers do better service than others. So sometimes people will intentionally avoid sending it to the local one. They'll send it to the further away one because they tend to do better work. Why couldn't you have that with grading when grading is subjective? It's a silly example, but I'm bringing it to you just as soon as you introduce these regional things, if they're both doing the same job and you have the choice of which one you send to, these small variations could suddenly come into play. Oh, but Steve, you have a Texas office of PSA. Yeah, but they suck. I'm sending it to Ely. Dave will make sure it's good.
Yeah, the only way that you can have some sort of consistency is if you had individuals.
Sure.
Some of your seasoned graders relocate to some of those offices to maintain that level of consistency. And that's an added expense, though, too.
Yeah. And consistency is always very difficult to get with third-party grading.
Yeah. And rotating graders would be smart, too.
You could.
Yeah.
I think that's another angle you could take on it. So I'll include Robert's comment here quickly about Greg Morris. I am familiar with him from whatever I've dealt with him a little bit, and from what I've dealt with Greg Morris, I tend to agree. I've dealt with a few others that I think are pretty good, but I tend to agree. Victor says it's like being a parent. PSA is grounded the hobby for misbehaving. True. And we get to go home without supper.
That's funny.
Yep. So good evening to Sports Car Review. How much of the new market were habitual gamblers? There's probably some of that. Absolutely. PSA moved to Canada. KSA closes the next day. True. True. The second PSA has a Canadian office. My goodness. So Jeff's still good with a Canadian PSA office. Yeah. No worries. It would be interesting. Having regional offices would be interesting because it would. So on one hand, it would offer the possibility of spreading the work out over multiple offices. The problem is, if nobody knows, if certain offices have more capacity than others and you don't know which is which, and you just send it to your local one that happens to be overwhelmed. So let's say Brian and Joe, you guys are already in California. PSA's office is currently in California. Theoretically, then you would still send it to California if you were going to submit it yourself, right? It would make logical sense, right? Well, let's say for some reason a bunch of other people in the neighboring states don't want to send it to the local one and they also still send it to California. Have we really solved the problem? Because you still have an office that's overwhelmed.
That's a good point, Carlos. Is having different divisions will alleviate a lot of the backlog from one company.
Yeah.
The supply chain just branches off, and rather than going one route, I think that would help a bit. However, they just want to expand in one location. I get it.
Going to cost more, a lot more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
They're going to make more.
You could. The thing that people forget, though, is sometimes a lot of folks will throw out these ideas. Everybody is a business analyst in the YouTube chat and the YouTube comments. I've never seen
That's
so
why
many
we're
business
here.
analysts. Well, exactly. I see a lot of business analysts, and the problem is a lot of the analysis is half baked. It means well, but it's half baked. And by the way, it's not exclusive to one thing or another. On the whole, I've been very impressed. A lot of the comments that I've seen in the videos I've done, it's clear they've put some thought into it, which is good. I like that. So I appreciate that. But I also visit other videos and I read the comments section because I'm curious. And I'll see so many half-baked ideas. Everybody's got a solution. There's a billion people who can solve all the ills of the hobby. If I had $1 for everybody that could solve it, I'd have retired years ago. It'd be fantastic.
So
There's another part of this. There's another part of this that for Canadians, sending to PSA, the shipping is outrageous. The exchange rate, and we make basically the same money across the board as USA. So we're paying so much more for shipping, so much more for the exchange rate, getting it back across the border. It's such arduous task sending into PSA from a Canadian standpoint of view. So add that into all the people sending in from Canada. That's just going to, I think, lessen some of the submissions anyhow in the future or going forward.
Oh, I agree.
And they're all going to go to KSA.
Nice, Bobby. Very, very nice.
As you
Yeah.
Always got to pick on good old KSA. So there you go. Spezza shootout goal for the Leafs. A little sports update. They should open up in Calgary for your benefit. Yes, JR. Exactly. Open up a regional office in Calgary just for you. Everybody would pitch for their.
got a
local office.
backlog. 7 people submitted.
I was going to say the thing is they'll do it, JR. But the problem is that one person. We will all send it to them, so you will never get your stuff back. I will send them 1,000 base cards. All my 91 Donruss baseball. I want this one person to grade them. Make sure they do it right. I will crack it out and resend it as many times as it takes for you to get it right.
So I keep coming back to, like, what does this reveal about the current state of the hobby? And one thing it reveals is that there's a sort of food chain, and the food chain has some dependence on people generating income so that they can afford the hobby. And the people who need that income the most are the people who are relatively new to the hobby or for whom the hobby is their sole source of income. And I think that disruption is going to be interesting to track in the next few months.
I tend to agree with that.
Add everything else to it, right?
I think there's an aspect of that. I think that's a very reasonable point. I always do think, though, it's important to point out that all the hobby inflation we've seen in the hobby economy, as I so lovingly refer to it, it's a self-perpetuating cycle. The way it works is that on the one hand, if money gets sucked out of the hobby, all of a sudden you'd lose a lot of the oxygen in it, and the fire would go down. The prices would come down. But then all of a sudden, more people are suddenly able to participate and be in. So then they would buy it, and then some of those prices would stabilize. So it's one of those things. The idea is like, oh, well, if these get out, then it drops like a stone. Well, it'll drop to the equilibrium level at which people are then able to afford again to purchase. So all of a sudden, it brings more players back into the game who are out at this price level, where the flipping then became necessary for them to even play. But if the prices came back down, then they could play without having to need to flip.
But the food chain is also involving Panini or other manufacturers, right? Yeah. Because they started to up their prices in relation to knowing that if you get a Zion Prism and you get a PSA 10, that's going to pay for the other 3 boxes where you didn't get much of anything. So I think this disruption is going to have impacts in a lot of different directions, and it could shake the tree in general collectors, overall number of collectors at this time who just can't now sort of be part of the hobby because they don't have their vintage collection that they were doing in the 80s or 90s or just even in 2014 when prices were way more reasonable. And now we have this new level. Maybe the market comes down and accommodates for fewer collectors, but I don't know. Remains to be seen.
So I'm gonna refer to somebody in the Magic space. His big mantra in the Magic space is stay the course. Mm-hmm. And if you're a collector, stay the course. That's at the end of the day, if you're in this hobby as a collector and that's what you're in it for, yes, if you basically self-fund your collection as well in the process, there's nothing better than that. However, as a collector, stay the course. Things will stabilize. The issue is none of us know when that's going to be. I don't disagree with you though, Joe, that, now that we have the manufacturer so much more in the mix and they're taking advantage of the influx of this new money, that they're basically able to slap a price tag on any hobby box that they want and people are still going to buy it, which is nuts.
Nuts.
$2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a box was, flawless. That was the high end top tier that you could ever purchase. Exquisite was $400 a box. National Treasures was $400 a box. Those were your upper tier products, but that was your highest price point. Now, Prism, when it first came out, it was what, $100 a box, $80, 90, somewhere in that range.
I think it depends on the sport, but I will say I'll use football as an example. I know you're not too familiar with the sport, being the hockey oracle, but I'll talk about football for a second. Prism 2018 of the infamous rookie class, right? You've got Lamar, and right now Josh Allen has taken his moment in the spotlight. But there were some good rookie cards in that crop, good solid cards. I was able to get those boxes at like 160 Canadian. So knock off about 25, 30%. Yeah, knock off about 25, 30%. There's your American price. I don't have a card shop here. I have a comic shop that happens to sell sports cards. So they mark them up a little extra. But that's the markup price. If I was at a proper card dealer, probably would have been 140 Canadian. So probably closer to 100 US. And that's the one that if I had held on to the box, I could have sold the box for 1,700 US.
Yep.
When Lamar was at his peak.
No, sorry, go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, no, all I was saying was that they had half a dozen boxes at that price point, and they had sold through a bunch of cases. So they were available all day long. They were there, and I literally had a chance to buy 2 or 3 of them if I wanted to. I grabbed one just to open it for fun. And if anybody wants to see what happened with that, I have a video back on the channel back in 2018. I opened the box of Prism 2018 because it wasn't that big a deal.
Right.
I was trying to pull. At that time, it was Baker. Baker was the one that you were trying to get, or maybe even Sam Darnold. Right. Well, I pulled the Josh Allen, and it's still sitting in a box back there. It was sitting in like a cheap card box until maybe about 6 months ago. Because at the time, it wasn't a big deal. But I was able to buy the box cheap enough that I could afford to just put the cards aside, and we'll see what happens down the road. Today, you need to turn the cards over. And by the way, I broke even on the box years ago because it wasn't that expensive. I found a couple of nice cards in it. I sold them off, and I got my money back. And I was able to just sit on a Josh Allen rookie, which now turns out to be one of the better cards in the box that was sitting in my common pile.
Right. We'll see.
I almost expected you.
No.
I almost expected Joe to make a sandwich there because food chain analogy.
That's coming, Bobby. That's coming.
Soon.
It's early. It's early out here in California.
Yeah, but I think
I got my Chipotle.
Nice. Yeah. I think though, playing to the point though that was discussed earlier, with the box prices being so high, try doing that now. What do you have to pull in order to break even? You actually have to. I actually had a below average box, way below
numbered,
average.
Yeah,
and I got my money back. No problem, because the price point was fairly reasonable. But at using that basketball leagues analogy, at $2,000, I need to pull something good. It's got to be at least decent. I need a good player. I need a low numbered card. I need something. To get my money back.
But your value isn't even from what you pull. It's to pull it and then be able to submit it and get that PSA 10 grade. Yeah. That's where the extra money comes into play nowadays.
Yes.
And that's and that's what interests me so much with just the way things are. And the fact that Joe alluded to, when you start including the manufacturers into the mix of this, and this manufacture, not just the manufactured scarcity component that was mentioned earlier, but the fact that they're recognizing the dynamic of the hobby economy, as you allude to it, Carlos, and they are sticking it to the masses. It's not costing them more to produce a product. The costs are probably still fairly, I don't want to call them stagnant. Everything goes up in price. I get it. But not to the extent of where you go from $100 a box or even $200 a box to $2,000 a box.
I will make a point about that, though. You're 100% accurate. In contrast to the third-party graders, the manufacturers, though, have a little bit more control, where if the demand slows back down, they will bring the price back down, and they'll reduce the production. They will be like, how do we justify still having a reasonable price? Oh, we produce 50% less. Because they'll just cut back production. They'll adjust in order to meet a more accurate demand, so that it still feels like it's selling well, because they'll just cut back production. Right now they've elevated production and they've elevated the price, because they're like, okay, you guys are selling all this stuff in the secondary market, making crazy money on it. We're not getting any of it. Us being Panini or being Topps or Upper Deck, whatever, we're going to take our cut. So the price is, so the price is good. But unlike the third-party grader, who is like, no, literally, we're a value add-on service. Topps, Upper Deck, and Panini are the product, but they can also scale back production. And they can also bring the price back down to meet market demand if it drops.
Well, I understand that the wholesalers are holding the boxes for ransom. When something goes up and some new rookie shows up, they up the box price from 150, and then it goes to 250, then it's 400. And a lot of guys are complaining about that. Somebody had a podcast about that. It was very interesting, seeing the prices of the boxes go up. So even though the manufacturers are slowing down, Carlos, they're also the wholesaling aspect of it is really holding a lot of people hostage, or collectors hostage. And you have to pull one of the best cards just to get your money back out of the box.
Yeah, it can. Now, quickly, I know Joe was going to make a point, so I'll get to him in 2 seconds. So hang tight, Joe. All I was going to add to what Bobby was saying a second ago was that, and I'll stick up for Carvin since he's not here, because he's in the wholesaling side of it. He does make the point, though, as well, that there are some wholesalers that will pull tricks like what you say. That is totally a valid thing. But for some of the wholesalers, they're also looking at it from the reality. It's the reverse of the third-party grader thing, where they're getting the flood and then they're increasing prices to prevent the flood. The wholesaler is like, I have 10 boxes. This is my allocation. This is it. After I sell 10 boxes, there's no 11th. No more is coming. I can sell it to you at $100 or $200 or $300 or whatever it's going to be. But after I sold through these 10, that's it. It's over. So it's like, okay, how much are you selling it on the secondary market? I might have to bump up this price, because I got to get what I can out of it, because there's no restock. This is it. It's over, because the manufacturer won't give me any more.
I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying that, like, because Carvin has made that point, and at some point I'll probably invite him back to kind of explain that a little bit more. But whatever their allocation is, that's it. In a lot of cases, depending on the product. For some product, it's like there's no restock. And once you sold it, whatever money you made, that's it. It's like, oh, Carvin, are you getting any more? Nope. I got nothing to sell you, no matter what price you're willing to offer.
I'm guilty of it too. My book was $25 when it came out for the longest time, and now I'm down to less than half a box, and they're $65.
Well,
otherwise, I'd be sold out.
We discussed this before. If you had called it the Burrell, it would be $650, and we'd be really talking. We'd be really talking.
Did you guys are you guys keeping your Zions? Are you guys holding on to those things?
Joe, talk about your Zions. How many?
He just passed LeBron and Doncic for most points for 21-year-old.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah.
The most graded PSA 10s.
He is
probably both. Yes.
The dude is the real deal, man. He can play. He is just amazing. He can do it all.
I don't think the issue with Zion is whether he could play or not. The issue is whether he can stay healthy long term with his playing style. That was really my own concern. It wasn't that I didn't think he could play. A guy who relies so much on athleticism, which he has tons of it. Okay, so he did that. Next game, he blows out his knee and his career is over. Well, what he accomplished was real. It didn't matter.
Basketball,
I
especially.
100% agree with you. Yeah.
That's the danger with a guy like Zion. It's not that he's bad. It's that danger. That's the fear factor that you've got with that. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the great dialectic. And yes, I do think about Zion just about every day. I mean, anyway, what I was going to talk about, manufacturers, and we're talking about consumerism. The demographics of people who are interested in buying cards. You have breakers, you have flippers, you have collectors, and then one segment of the hobby that might be part and parcel of all of these that I think is particularly grown and or maybe a byproduct of COVID is gamblers. When sports shut down in the COVID times, the people who either were gamblers ongoingly or people who were facing anxiety and stress and kind of looking for something to give them a bit of a rush, I think started cracking more wax or being interested in cracking more wax, which is connected to flippers, which is connected to breakers more particularly. But the point I'm making is it'll be interesting to see, how this little, maybe it's a bump in the road, maybe it's a detour in the hobby. I'm not sure. But it'll be interesting to see if the gambling element can be sustained, especially at the moment when major sports start to reemerge and people could take their gambling interests elsewhere. Because, I mean, I have a gambling streak in me, and I know that if I break a first off the line Prism box for $2,500, that it's the odds are slim that I'm going to make that money back. But the possibility of hitting a big card of a LaMelo shimmer or whatnot is still intriguing to me, and it will give me a thrill in the moment, maybe probably a big disappointment. But I think that whole gambling element of the hobby and how, what is the price point where the gambler segment, maybe it's unreasonable, maybe it will stay unreasonable, maybe there's enough addiction to breaking wax in the hobby where they still won't need to make any adjustments. But maybe there will be other opportunities for gamblers to put those energies elsewhere or other markets, vis-a-vis like comic books or other, Top Shots, where they can start to put that energy in a different spot.
Another 12-step group.
Yeah, exactly. I think the last point you made, though, I think there is that spot of degeneracy in the hobby with the breaking the boxes, and the increased prices have made it worse, where now you really have to pay to play to even get in. The other piece, though, that plays in, I do think, though, stuff like Top Shot is probably more appealing. This is why I've said it sometimes where folks talk about it's like, oh, the gamblers are getting the sports cards, and they're buying the cards instead of gambling because there weren't sports in the initial phases of COVID, right? And I said yes, but gambling has a much faster turnaround. You can make your wager, and if it's tonight's game, after the game's over, if you won or lost. You go buy a box of Prism, you got to open it, check everything, and if everything works out, it's like, oh, this is good. If it grades a PSA 10. Okay, but now I got to send it, pay good money now, wait for it to come back, even if it's a big card, wait for it to come back, get my thing, go and sell it. This is super delayed gratification.
Sometimes it takes 15 years.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, if I wanted to wager on the Golden State game that Joe was watching, if I wanted to wager on it, I could make that wager before the game, get the result by the end of the game, and get paid. We're done. I can have the answer, the resolution tonight, and I can have the result and the payout tonight. I don't have to wait. I have to wait a couple hours, or if it's an in-game wager, you can wait a couple of hours and it's done. You get your result. If your goal is if it's your gambling streak, that's a hell of a lot more satisfying than it is. So I think I won if this card grades correctly, and I'll find out in 6 months.
But the beauty of breaking a box is it's not all or nothing, right? I mean, you can still gather some value and maybe have a few personal relations to things that you pull out of packs, or maybe it's not even about, maybe the gamble isn't straight up cash. Maybe it's like I did get this card, I did get the Justin Herbert, and I want that Justin Herbert blue ice like forever in my collection. I'm not going to get rid of it. It would have been the only way I could have got it, because I can't afford $5,000 for a PSA 9.
No, I get you. But I would say, though, like, I guess it depends on what it is, though. If you happen to be a collector with a gambling streak, that's one thing. If you're a gambler who happens to be using cards as an avenue, as an interim,
Yeah.
then it is tremendously unsatisfactory. It's not fast enough. I don't get a result. My goal is dopamine here, Joe. My goal is to get dopamine.
The juice.
I need it more quickly than that, and I can't wait 6 months to get my dopamine here.
And different people get it in different ways.
Exactly. But
TikTok,
I'm saying, Bob, that's your strategy, Bobby. TikTok.
never been on it, but I thought I'd throw it in there.
Allegedly.
Dopamine, right?
We'll have to do some searching. We'll find out if Bobby has TikTok. Do some
Hashtag
research, people.
allegedly. Go ahead, guys. Call all you want.
Yeah. So quickly, I'll touch on this one. I left it on the screen for a while. I wanted to make sure I quickly read through, and I'll get caught up on the comments, guys. So make an office grade of certain types of cards: Windows Vintage, Windows Modern.
Smart.
This is one of those ideas that gets thrown out. I've seen ideas like this thrown out. It's impractical because imagine if Steve sends in one vintage card, one modern card, and one other, and you have
They would
different
change
offices.
that up, right? They could change that up. Send all
Oh,
your
sure,
stuff
but
here,
I'm saying, like, just think about that. If you
like
try
that.
in practical terms, the logistics. Imagine if you sent in all three categories. It's like you're going to split it 3 different ways and hope that somebody remembers to put them back together and send them all to Steve, as opposed to sending them to somebody else or messing up.
It would be separate shipments, I would imagine. Send all your vintage this.
If you as
Break
the
it down
submitter
differently.
were able to do that, then you could. If you as a submitter could do that, then yes. But a lot of people struggle with the instructions today.
True enough.
Yeah,
That's
it
it.
would be very difficult. It'd be very difficult to do and very difficult to enforce. So quickly, I'll go through here. So Robert says there's also ACA in Canada, so I'm just trying to get
my
caught up,
gosh.
guys, on the comments. I've never heard of it, no idea. So maybe
They're like mint.
Yeah, we'll go to Starstock as their main line. Even Starstock's having its issues with fulfilling. If you want the physical cards, if you don't, then you're a lot like Comc, which we'll get to in a moment. I didn't forget.
Oh, you're waiting for it.
Did you talk about Starstock's new thing they came out with? 25 cents per card now?
Yes. Well, no, we haven't talked about it, but I do recall that. But I do feel like that's it's understandable, but it's very minor. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it is an issue. It's basically Starstock acknowledging what we've all known. A lot of these companies are getting a lot of volume as well, including Starstock, and they're like, okay, look, if you're going to send it to us, it's 25 cents a card.
Yeah.
But I was sending 10-cent cards. Stop it.
Yeah, guys that aren't going to be in the league in 2 years, and they're going to be holding the bag on a million of these guys. Yeah.
In a much lower level, Starstock is basically making the exact same admission that everybody else is making. Stop
100%.
sending us 5-cent cards. We
The
don't
guys
need them.
not in the league.
Stop it.
Yeah.
So quickly here, I'll just go through. So Nick asked a question about a 33-year-old Peachy Howie Morenz and about would PSA or SEC grade the card a 1. I said most likely authentic. I quickly threw a reply in there. If you're missing a corner of it, technically it could be a 1, like poor. It is a poor condition card, but I do know that sometimes PSA in that with like missing, like that kind of a missing corner. Sometimes they'll give it a 1. Sometimes they'll put it as authentic. What I would do is submitting. So I'll elaborate on my response. If I was going to submit it, I would put min grade authentic, so that at least slab it, and then leave it open, because technically it would certainly qualify as a 1 in my opinion. But if they put authentic on it, that's not inaccurate. At least you get it authenticated, and at least you have it in a holder if that's what you want.
Yeah, I always thought bigger, larger pieces missing from a card, like a tear is different, but I mean, a piece missing is authentic at that point, because you can't get any lower than a piece of the card missing. Worn corners doesn't really count, there's
For sure.
a physical piece missing from the card, I believe should be just authentic. There's no way you can even give it a 1, because I've seen some great ones that wouldn't qualify as a 1, but I guess that's mind's eye. Everybody's got their own opinion.
Yeah,
on
it
how
kind of
should
depends
be.
on what we're talking about, because I use the example of so I've talked about the 56 Topps Mantle I have. It has a pinhole, but it's a slightly larger pinhole. It's not like it's not like a hole punch. It's not quite to that length, but that's a
Like
1.
Joe's.
Yeah, but that's a 1. The PSA calls that a 1. Now, if you tear a whole corner off, they could certainly be justified in calling it authentic. I don't think that would be unreasonable. There is a standard, like there's a threshold when you cross that line. They'll say, like, look, we'll give it authentic if you want. If you want, we'll put it in the holder. As long as it's an authentic card, we'll call it authentic. But at a smaller level, it would be a 1. but there is a line that gets crossed, and once it crosses that line, it goes into the authentic territory. That's like a PSA 0, basically. We're saying, like, look, it's still graded, it's still authentic, but it's not a 1.
Well, trim cards usually get authentic, so I think a missing
Exactly.
piece is very much so authentic as well. Getting to a 1 if it was like the slightest bit of corner missing, like corner wear can wear down a corner fair distant.
And
so missing
that's
a
a real
corner
thing. That happens, yeah. That's a real thing.
does.
That happens.
Bicycle spokes work well.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the only reason why I suggested if you were going to submit it, I would put min grade authentic. That way, at least you get it in the holder one way or the other. You're not wasting your energy and your time sending it in. And then the possibility is there that it could get a 1. I guess it depends on who grades it that day and how they're feeling about it and how they interpret because there is a standard and how they're interpreting that standard depending on the type of damage, because we're not seeing a picture of the card, so we don't know.
No, and PSA, you don't know when you're going to get it back. If you get it back
Absolutely.
6 months, who knows when they're going to start doing whatever they're doing.
I'll show you an interesting card that I think we would all agree would be authentic. Let me go grab it.
It's a sandwich, it's not a card.
I'm willing to grade the sandwich.
I
Depending on
want
the
some of
quality
that
of the sandwich.
Chipotle there.
I'm willing to give it a gem min 10 if it's a good sandwich.
Some
As soon
good
as Joe
stuff,
shows
that
off the
Chipotle.
card, as soon as Joe shows off the card, then right after. Now, guys, you got any last minute questions related to the grading piece? We've talked about PSA, we talked about SGC, and we've kind of gone in between the two back and forth. If there's anything else about that, let us know in the comments here. Otherwise, we're going to Comc. I have been waiting so patiently for this moment. I need my Comc.
Is that Boba shit, Brian?
Yeah,
Here, hold on.
Bo Bichette, Lone Star
Show it again, Brian.
Signatures,
Show it again, Brian.
uh,
There we go.
Tops Stadium Club to 25.
Lone Star Signatures, nice.
Yeah. Wish it had a
Redemption.
little more shine on it, but
Yeah, I think so because of the sticker. Is that a redemption there, Brian?
yes, it is. And it's on card.
Nice.
On card, yeah.
We like our
What
on
team
card.
is that?
That's good. It's a Jays.
Yep. It's Carlos's team who won yesterday.
Yes,
Hey,
that's right.
I'm from
In
Toronto,
extra
too.
innings. Yeah.
I'm actually
now,
in Toronto. I'm in Scarborough. You're in Mississauga. None of us are in Toronto, but
I was going to say, none of us are in Toronto, Bobby. That's the way that works.
I'm
Where are you
GTA,
guys?
sure.
Where are
5
you
minutes
guys?
away from Toronto.
Sure.
Where are you guys?
I figure as we're getting closer to spring weather, now that baseball has actually started, I'm going to start cycling through my Jays jerseys. So I've done the red one, the batting practice one, and this is one of the older variants. I've got about 3 or 4 more that I can cycle through. So maybe I'll bring another one out on Sunday. We'll see what happens.
Nice.
Carlos is
So
in
anyway.
the west end of, let's say, Toronto or the suburbs, and I'm in the east end of Toronto suburbs. So to drive to Toronto, it takes 4 minutes. It's just dividing lines, really.
Cool.
Toronto's huge, and it's just broken down in different sections. So the central part is Toronto. All the other thing around it are the suburbs, I guess.
Hey, I booked a trip. I can't see basketball here in California. My buddy moved to Tennessee a couple years ago and I haven't seen him. So I went and I got a hotel room at the Westin in Memphis. I'm going to go there, and we've got row 4 and row 20 on 2 different nights, and we're going to see the Kings and the Grizz play and stay in
Nice.
Memphis and eat barbecue, and it's going to be awesome.
You got your vaccine, Brian? You all?
I get my second shot on the 19th. You?
Yeah, I'm all
Good
set
for you.
up about 3 weeks after my second shot. Be careful of that second shot. It's about 48 hours of hell.
I know. Looking forward
Anyway,
to it.
So Carlos can get on with what he wants to do, which is talk about Comc. I'm going to show this.
Yes.
This is the card I was thinking of. So it's a
Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson, and you can see that perhaps a rodent at some moment in time found sustenance in this particular card, and yet it's still a wonderful card. But I have a feeling if I did ever get it off to PSA that it would not come back a 1. It would come back an authentic.
I would think so, yes. But I will say, what kind of back you got on that one?
Rodent had a moment.
350 Piedmont.
Nice.
It's got
Piedmont,
some
nice.
tape on it.
Solid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, for T206s though it works, and I would agree with you though. It would come back as an authentic more than likely because that's enough paper loss certainly to qualify. But still a great card. You got
Cool
a Walter
card.
Johnson white
Oh,
cap. That's good stuff.
love it. Love it. I love the portrait even more, but the hat is also a fave.
Those used to be very affordable for a very long time until people started kind of catching on a little bit more. I think when Topps released that Topps T206 set, it kind of renewed some interest in it. It kind of reminded people because you used to be able to get like T206 like commons for like $5 or less. Like and you used to be able to, and I think you can still get the commons fairly reasonable because there's a lot of them still out there. But it used to be super cheap. And I remember buying, I don't have it anymore, but I had a Chief Bender. It was actually pretty decent. And I had a McGraw. And I think the one where he's pointing up his finger. It would have been good to have it now with the it would have been an appropriate
sure.
card to have. But
We
I
can
think I
track
paid-
that down, Carlos. We can track that down for you.
Exactly. I think I paid like $40 for the McGraw, and it was already an SGC holder. Like at the time, that's tell you what the price point was at that time. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good at that point to get a Hall of Famer already graded and for about $40, solid, real good.
So just before we move to that Comc though, I mean, just seeing that Walter Johnson, trusting that it's authentic, I feel like it's authentic. I've got a few T206 cards. I'm
Sure.
confident that. But would you want that in a slab? I mean, how important would that be?
In the short
Why would
run, I
you?
don't think it's in the short run. I don't think it's necessary. But it's one of those
Would it
things where
get
if
you more
down the
money?
road- I would say if down the road, here's where it might be useful, Bobby. If down the road Joe maybe sees an opportunity, hey, you know what? I would love to get my hands on maybe a different Walter Johnson. Maybe I want to get the portrait, and maybe I move that one as part of putting together some of the funds to get the portrait. Maybe you have an opportunity to get yourself one, and you decide to consolidate in that sense, move a couple of cards. There would be then having it already graded would make your life easier. Because the moment you try to move it, you can be very comfortable. This is why I say the value of grading is not that Joe is not comfortable that it's an authentic card. If I had it in my hand as well, I've held enough T206 cards where I'm pretty confident I could help authenticate or authenticate it my own self and come to my own conclusion because I have that experience. But then put it on eBay. The price will be adjusted down accordingly because anybody who's looking at it, I'm looking at a picture. I don't have the luxury of being able to hold it in my hand, feeling that the paper stock feels about right and it looks proper. The wear looks appropriate for the period of the card. If you don't have that, you're just looking at a picture, you're going to be like, okay, I'll pay you, but it's going to have to be a lot less than if it's already in the holder. Then I'm a little more comfortable and I'll give you closer to market. You can probably get the full value.
I picked
there
up
is
a
some value
baseball
there.
card.
Bobby has a baseball card.
card. And it's never just a normal baseball card, is it, guys, when it comes to
You're
me?
not normal, Bobby. We've established this.
Yes. Call me Abby. Abby Normal.
Did your mic work today when you logged in? Did your mic work? I missed the very beginning.
When Bobby came in just before the show, we had a little chat before the show, but the microphone did work on the first attempt. So credit to him. It did work this time.
I got to
Yep.
keep my numbers. I had to know. Okay. Sorry.
Young Frankenstein gets points in my book, Bobby. Good reference.
All right, Bobby, what do you got? Show us.
Because of me.
I picked up a baseball Slurpee from '84.
The Slurpee cup. All right.
That is beautiful.
Now, remember I did that show where there's something on the bottom?
So this one has a thing on the bottom?
It does. And I'm going to try to take it out here.
Oh my
So
god.
that's how you would take it out, right?
Okay.
And that's stuck in there.
Uh-huh.
Look at that.
Damn.
This
It's
is original.
Look at that.
like a magic trick.
Alejandro Pena. Nice.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I thought that was really kind of neat. I haven't
fun
found the
is that?
hockey one from '84.
And an
we
LA
can't find the
Dodger,
hockey
Joe
one.
and Brian. Sounds like pandering to me.
Maybe. I'm going to
Go
send it in
A's,
the
go
PSA and
Giants.
get it graded.
No,
Does
that's
PSA
very
make
cool, Bobby.
holders this size? Anyways,
Very
I just
cool.
thought I'd share that because there's no hockey ever found. And I don't even think the baseball are very easy to find original from that time period. I'm not sure. You guys might have seen them in shows or something, but I don't know. I love it.
No,
I think it's an amazing piece.
No,
I
I
love
think it works
baseball.
out. It's a good callback, especially to the food issue discussion that we had. So very nicely done. Very nicely done. quickly grab a couple of comments here. Jim Mouse says, Joe, the Walter Johnson Piedmont is not a sandwich. It's true. We can't grade the sandwich, alas.
That's nicely played.
Yeah, 3/4 of a big train is better than no big train. I agree with that. Absolutely. I am never going to have any issue with with a lower grade T206 because some of them have a lot of character, especially for that type of issue. I actually had one that PSA sent back to me because they refused to grade it because it was too brittle. It had too much paper loss.
Wow.
And I did try to get them to do it authentic. They just wouldn't try. They refused. And I was like, okay,
We
really?
had
Yeah, sometimes they won't be the case.
Go ahead, Bobby.
we had a big train in hockey. I guess. Do you know who that was? The big train in hockey. Well, you guys have the
actually do, but
baseball.
I'm trying to remember.
Big name family. His father's sons all played up all through the years from the 30s up, or even 20s, I think.
From 20s up.
Football had a night train.
Oh, did they?
Bobby
Who
Lane.
was the night train? Sorry.
Who was it, Steve?
Oh, it was Lionel Connor.
Joe already called it.
Bobby
Oh, okay.
Lane.
Where they had.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Bobby Lane.
Got it.
What was he on, the Packers or something, or
Ooh.
maybe the Lions? I don't know.
I think it was the Lions.
That was in my like nostalgic trivia times as a 13-year-old that I memorized all that stuff, and so it's a little foggy now.
Let's double check real quick to see what it says.
Well, Steve's double checking that one. I will say, kind of to Joe's point, I laugh because I have a lot of fun now when I watch different sports. Baseball's still my favorite, but like I said, Major League Baseball has sucked a lot of the joy out of it for me. Just the presentation is not as great as it once was. But in the same vein, when I was a kid, I had 1,001 baseball facts, and I would read the thing cover to cover, and I read a lot of baseball books and things. And it was to the point that as kind of a trivia thing to have a little fun with my friends, I could name back all the World Series winners going back to the 20s. Just all of them. Now, if I try to go past 2008, I've probably got no shot right now. But that kind of information at the time, you had the time to cram that kind of information. It's trivia at the end of the day. But I'll tell you where you get stuck. It's easy for the most part. When you get into the 40s and 30s, it gets a little wonky. Especially the World War years, because there's a lot of weird World Series winners in there. But you can go back quite a ways before it gets really complex. Go ahead, Steve. What do you got?
So it's actually Dick.
Dick Lane.
Dick.
Yep.
It's actually
Richard.
nothing.
Richard, but he went by Dick. The Rams, the Chicago Cardinals, and Detroit, the Lions.
Okay. Nice.
The Lions is what stuck out to me, but Dick Night Train Lane.
Night
All
train.
right. Very nice.
Quality.
Ryan, any
nickname there.
basketball trains?
Basketball trains.
Well,
Lionel
train.
Simmons was the L train.
Oh,
Lionel
that's good
Simmons.
enough. Okay,
Yeah.
we hit all four sports. We're good.
Kings fan.
basketball trains. Let's see.
I was going to say, you hit all four sports with the train nicknames. Look at that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So
Nice.
let's do this. I'll quickly touch on. We covered a lot of different angles on it. I'm pretty comfortable with it. We can always revisit it later, but for the moment, I'm pretty satisfied. PSA, SGC, last call, we're good. No one cares about CSG. No one cares about GMA. No one cares about HGA. We're good? I think we're solid on that.
They're hiding in the
Okay.
weeds.
There you go.
Nope. Other than HGA continues to crank out those eBay 101s.
Ooh, there we live the dream. There we live the dream.
Hashtag invest.
Love it. So there you go. Robert includes the A trade. Artist Gilmore, the A trade. So there you go.
Yeah.
The train.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Oh,
All right. So folks, it is time to talk some Comc. Especially timely given that Mr. Jeremy is going to be interviewing the CEO of Comc Saturday night. That'll be very interesting.
It's going to get real up in there.
It could. Now, I will say he structured it in such a way that in the approximate 2 hours they're going to have, the first 75% of it is going to be the CEO giving, his excuses, giving his various, talking about the mitigating circumstances, sob story, giving various pieces of information that will help us understand the context, more excuses. But after an hour and a half of that, after a solid hour and a half of that, 30 minutes of Q&A, which I think will be orderly. It will be civil, and I think it will be very polite, very Canadian, very polite. Any thoughts on that? Just before I give the context, but any thoughts in general?
Nothing.
That's gonna be a nightmare.
Nothing of
I gotta watch
substance.
it. We're gonna all have to watch it. It's gonna be interesting. Last
I'm not.
hour.
I can't watch it live because in real time that would just drive, especially the first hour and a half, would drive me nuts in real time. I can't do it. Like I can't. I will let it play because I'm a night owl anyway. So I'll get back to it later. I'll watch that in 2x speed and get caught up. But I can't do it in real time. It's no. I'll give
You
it
don't
1
like
hour.
slow
I'm not
motion
giving it 2
browbeating?
hours. Oh, but it's not going to be a browbeating for the first hour and a half. There's no browbeating. It's going to be like tell us
it'll
about
happen
it's
along the way.
the first hour. No, the first hour and a half though. It's not going to be taking
In the
Q&A
comment
questions.
section, I mean,
But they're not. It's not going to get read. Not for the first hour and a half. So for the first
No,
hour
but
and a half,
it'll be
it's going to be
seen.
Oprah. Yeah, for the first hour and a half, it's going to be Oprah. For the last 30 minutes, is Maury Povich. So that's or maybe Jerry Springer or something.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
I mean, I think Jeremy is right to sort of be a good host and maybe allow his guests to be able to articulate whatever salient points might be articulated. And then I think on his side, it's going to be a challenge to kind of titrate or calibrate just the sweet spot of questions that are incisive enough to have meaning, but not so over the top that it's like essentially disconcerting to a degree where you wouldn't want to do that to your guest.
yeah. No, I here's the thing. As much as I like to tease, and I do, from a realistic standpoint, though, and let me pose this to you, Joe, because obviously you've been on the show with Jeremy. Obviously, you're here as well. So like we have fun with it, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting. I didn't offer the suggestion to Jeremy directly because it's his show. He's got to do his thing his way. But if I was going to offer advice, my advice would have been do a pre-tape. You want to take questions? Take them in advance. Get the general themes of it down, and then build a composition of a question that outlines the theme. Make sure the themes are covered, and then do it that way. You could then 100% control what happens. Doing it live, you've opened the chat, and that's a dangerous game to play.
Well, because I don't know the pain that people that sort of are directly connected with Comc to the degree that you were expressing in the nice drop that you did earlier today, like that was actually informative to me because I don't think I had that level of awareness of what's been going on. But with that level of awareness, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if that actually, bubbles up to that magnitude. And I'm forgetting if he's going to have the chat on all the way through, or if he's just going to turn the chat on after the more conversational time.
I don't think he really has that kind of control. I don't think you can really turn. I don't. As far as I know, StreamYard doesn't let you, and I don't think YouTube lets you turn off the chat. You can basically just ignore it, but I don't think you can turn it off. You can be let me just look here, just for the sake of argument. You can manage
can't handle the
moderators.
truth.
What's that?
You can't handle the truth.
You're absolutely right, Bobby. I can't.
Yeah. No, I don't think you can. You can ban and block people, but at the same time, that's an active thing. You can create moderators. That's where you could have some help potentially to really help sort it out. But just imagine though. Imagine if it was like a block of text. So you ignore it for an hour and a half, right? You're doing that whole bit. So you got this gigantic block of text. And some people are not going to read the description, are not going to know that you're not going to take questions for 90 minutes. And their frustration will build over 90 minutes until you finally get to the part where you'll take questions and it'll be a wall of, like I said, very civil discourse. Very civil discourse. And that's the reason why I did that video, because I wanted to give some context to some folks, because some people know that there's been some slowdowns. They know that. But I wanted to give the context from a person who uses the service, who isn't satisfied with the service, who uses it begrudgingly, not because I want to. But it serves a purpose for me as a collector. If you're selling and trading inside of the platform, it's fine because you're not being impacted. You're just trading virtual cards basically at that point. It's not a big deal. The moment you try to initiate a shipment, it's a problem. And that was part of the reason I gave also the eBay portion of it, because at the beginning the frustration was, okay, so I am paying you Comc to ship it to me and I have to wait forever, but if I buy it on eBay and pay even more for shipping, you'll ship it to me fast, which was true at a certain point. But now that's no longer true. Now most of those negative feedback comments are like, waiting a month to ship, why hasn't it shipped, why aren't you shipping, what happened? Also, no communication, I'm emailing you guys, I'm sending you messages, you don't reply. 1,200 negative feedbacks this month, one calendar month. I have 1,100 feedback total. They have 1,200 negative feedback this month.
So why was everybody like just 3 months ago or 6 months ago? I mean, everybody was like, "Comc, it's the bee's knees." I mean, it was such a great thing. And I felt like, God, I guess I'm missing out because I don't do Comc. But like now everybody's mad. Like, I don't know. It seems like what a interesting change all of a sudden.
Well, I think though when you see some of it, I don't know which videos you were watching that were referencing that, but I can imagine. But the thing is, if you're a flipper, Comc is perfectly fine, because I can go buy a card right now, right at this moment, go find it, have it inside of my account, and then put it back up for twice the price or whatever, and then sell it tomorrow. But it never left the platform. There was no shipping involved. It's the moment you introduce the shipping element. If you are a collector is where you're running into a problem. If you're just a flipper, it's a perfectly fine platform. There's nothing wrong with it because it's all happening inside of the server, basically. It's just theoretically moving imaginary cards around almost. Like they're real cards, but they might as well be imaginary. It doesn't matter. The second you try to initiate... Yeah, like it doesn't have to exist. Yeah. But the second you actually try to get physical possession of them is where you run into the problem. That's where the problem is. If you're a collector and actually want the product, it's no good.
They're running around. Oh my God! Somebody wants a card shipped. Quick!
Yep.
Pull out the stops. We need to get this done.
Well, the one that, like I said, the one that's created the problem is that eBay people who buy on eBay have a lot less patience. Because they're like, no, we'll do returns for cards you actually delivered. We'll do returns where like we made up the rationale for return. But imagine if you don't even give us the product, and imagine if we can't reach you, but you took our money and you're sitting on it. And like, you know what? Fine, I demand a refund. Give me my refund.
Yep, because
that's what
eBay has requirements when it comes to shipping and the turnaround time.
Yeah. And the thing is, when I went into it, the reason why I wanted to give that total the comparison is because really seeing is believing. That's why I showed actual feedback so that people could see it on the screen. They could pause it and actually read this. I took the screen grab right off of their feedback page to be like, here it is. You can go through pages and pages and pages of it if you want to. It's really up to you because it's publicly available. I'm not hiding it from you, and it's full. It's always been there, and you can check it out for yourself. But I want to show you something for contrast here. And I showed this a little bit, but I really want to emphasize it to make it a little bit clearer. I said what it was after 1 month, but I didn't get a chance to highlight it as much as I would have liked to. But let me show you this real quick here, and I'll make it nice and big so it's easy to see, easier to read.
While you're doing that, Carlos, I'm just going to say this. For those who are still strong, make sure you hit that thumbs up.
Appreciate it, Steve. Appreciate it. So here it is. So feedback ratings. So this is what I was emphasizing, the 1,200 negative feedback in the last calendar month. That's a lot. But look at the last 6 months, 2,400. So it means in the last month or so, it's gotten progressively worse because in 6 months, it's double that amount. It's really started to get bad because this is a massive number and it's growing daily. It's a lot. And Comc is not a small consigner, 400,000 feedback. Like they've done a lot of transactions. They do a lot of volume. To have that much negative feedback, you're starting to get close, dangerously close to infringing. You keep doing that after a while, you're going to start hurting your power seller status. You got to maintain a certain amount of feedback being okay. You're going to get destroyed on shipping speed. Right now, your shipping speed still looks okay. Well, wait until enough of those people start giving you no stars or 1 star on shipping speed. You're going to lose power
guys
seller
are
status.
waiting months to get their cards uploaded.
And in some cases, they still don't get them. Like, imagine this. So you go in here and you
they
say,
could be suspended pretty soon with the ratings.
They're getting close. Like, look, literally the most recent comment here. Slow, slow, slow. 34 days later and still never shipped a card.
Yeah.
Waited a month. Had to get eBay to give you a refund. This is just the most recent.
Wow.
Like this is just took 20 days to ship with no explanation.
That's disastrous.
And this is the vaunted Darren Woodson rookie from 1992 Stadium Club. It's not even expensive cards. You can't even ship me the cheap stuff. Like what the heck?
I didn't even look at this before. This is amazing. Holy wow.
That's death. That's death.
So
For a business model. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, you were mentioning earlier in your other, video that, there could be a lot of different explanations, but do you think it would actually be wise to more or less just say uncle? I mean, like how deep in the weeds of the why do you really want to go if you're a business operator, and just more move in the direction of a fairly simple acknowledgement of accepting responsibility, trying to do better? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Here's where my critique comes. I don't have a problem with the CEO, Tim, and I keep mispronouncing the name. I think it's like Getch. I want to say Getch. I said Goach, I think, but it might be Getch. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So it's been over a year where these problems have been building on each other. The turnaround times have been terrible. It's been really expensive. Like I said, I used my example where I wanted to get it in my lifetime. So what happened is I paid
in your lifetime, Carlos.
What's that? Yeah, I would like it in my lifetime. Yes. To get it to Canada, I think their turnaround time was 21:47, I think, approximately. I might still be around by then, but I didn't want to take a chance.
You got to mail them to Joe or I, and then we'll mail them to you. Be quicker,
and that would probably be 100 times quicker.
Yeah.
But I use the now. Yeah, exactly. It would be cheaper for the U.S. It is. It was $300 to ship and $300 for customs.
I'd be glad to do it for you. Jeez.
Yeah. But that's why I say, like, I can speak as a customer who paid for the top tier thing, and it still took almost a month. $300 to ship 300 cards. It's like, guys, you put it inside of one box.
Yeah.
It's not. I didn't ask you for 30,000 cards. I said 300 cards, and it took me $1 a card approximately, and it took a month.
What is that? $15
for the most expedited
in shipping? Yeah.
That's the most expedited service you have. I couldn't pick a faster service. And I knew I was going to have to pay customs. And then you put in the full value, and I got to walk to my post office and be like, yeah, that'll be $300. I'm like, take the stupid card. Shut up. Just take the stupid thing.
Yeah, shut up. That's right.
No lube.
Yeah, it's like, it's not a pleasant experience. And the thing is, at the end of the day, it's like, and then you still have to wait a month for that? To feel miserable? I get to pay $600 for the privilege of still feeling miserable because of how long it took? That's not a good experience.
Revenge is yours.
Yeah. But the end result of it, though, is that, kind of to Joe's point, though, is if at a certain point they had realized that it wasn't going to get better, because what's going to happen is now he's going to give his quote-unquote side of the story. I go, cool. After a year, you're going to give your side of the story. How many opportunities have you had, man? Do a press release. SGC does a terrible job of this, by the way, but at least they keep giving these press releases apologizing. They've done it a bunch of times already. And in this time, now this is your first crack at it, and you're like, you got to wait to go on Sports Card Live to do it. At this point, just give a press release and just be like, all right, look, here are the problems. And by the way, I use the analogy of the current SGC and PSA and everything. They had the ability this whole time. They didn't choose to use it. They had the ability to stop taking consignment orders or to stop processing internal and say, like, look, we're so backlogged. We need to focus all our energies. Yes, we need to separate for COVID. We got all these issues related to that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to focus our energies entirely on getting your stuff out to you so we don't have a shipping backlog. Let's at least do that. And the consignment thing, they're falling behind on consignment. The consignment is the eBay thing. So if you're falling behind on that, maybe you need to stop doing that. Oh, but we'll lose revenue. What? You don't think you're losing revenue by irritating people that have to wait months? And then those sales, you have to refund them. And then the consignor expected the money. So now what are you going to do? I don't know what their policy is if you consign and the person never gets their stuff, and all of a sudden you actually have to refund them. What happens to the money? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's not great. So I'll quickly grab a couple of hockey guy comments here. Comc is in the weeds in the middle of the Amazon jungle. Their warehouse likely isn't set up. And that was the other point I made. Comc is not new to this. They're not like Star Stock that came out recently, or they're not like a lot of these other new startups. They're not like Dibs and these fractional sharing platforms that are trying to do stuff and all that. Comc's been around for years. And that's why I used Burbank. Burbank has a gigantic warehouse. They got tens of millions of cards. Years ago, years before COVID it was ever a thing, a decision was made. They said, we're not going to be able to scale this way. We got so many more cards that are going to be coming in. Let's redo this setup so that we can get to the stuff. We can train people more easily. We'll be more scalable then. Let's set ourselves up for the future. So imagine they probably had to go and put in a lot of work to come up with a system, to come up with a simple way to train people on it, and it'll do all this stuff. They laid the groundwork so that now today, you order something from Burbank on eBay, you're probably getting your stuff. I made an order from Burbank the other day. You know how long it took them to ship it to me? Right now, it's still not here yet, but I've got a tracking number, and it took them less than a day to say, your package is on its way. I grabbed a couple of obscure 90s inserts. It wasn't like super high-end stuff. It was just like, can you get this for me? They had to go to a box somewhere, and somebody was able to go find it, pick the cards, and ship them to me, and get me a tracking number for the damn thing. Wow. Basic service. What an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Burbank's had their stuff together for a while.
Yeah, and they're not perfect, by the way. They do make mistakes, like everybody else. But at least they have a setup that allows them to have a reasonable shot of getting you stuff within a reasonable period of time. The basics of just getting an email saying, yep, we've pulled it, we've picked your order, we'll be shipping it shortly. Here's your tracking number.
And they're fairly quick to respond if you inquire too on something.
It's business 101. It's business 101. It's the way you got to do it. So quickly, I'll go here. The worst part is the orders they are pulling are having issues. Yes. Missing key cards. Yep. So even if you do it, you're still getting it wrong, which is not great either. Yep. Yeah. I'll get that in a second here about the Comc building. Yeah. Easier job of sorting than Comc. No, I'm totally with you. But I'm saying at a certain point, they made a decision to set themselves up. And if Comc's system is too complicated, the onus should have been them. That's where the CEO's job is to be like, long term, if we keep getting bigger, this might be too complicated. What happens if we run into a problem? How do we do this? But they let it slide until now. Well, now it's like, oh, well, COVID. Well, now it's too late. You can't reorganize the warehouse now. You can't do it now. It's too late for that. But you had a window of years to rethink your setup a little bit and maybe make some adjustments.
I think they needed to make those adjustments. Otherwise, they could pull cards 24/8 and they'd catch up. But yeah. I don't think the system is there in place. Otherwise, you can do that because it's not like you have to hire graders who need a little experience. It's like, hey, you got to pick an order. Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
And the thing is, I'll include Paul's comment here. My big thing that kind of made me laugh, that set me off a little bit with it, was when they went through on their social media to brag about the new warehouse space they're going. So they got the new gigantic warehouse, the biggest warehouse, the biggest building for hobby related stuff. And I'm like, that's awesome. So what? That's cool. And it's a nice building. And like, as a consumer, how does this help me? Like, does this help me in some way? Like, because I don't care about your building. That's why I need it to be very clear in the video and be very flippant. It's like, I don't care if you hire new people. I don't care if you buy 50 buildings. I don't care if you put cards in the Empire State Building. It makes no difference to me unless it somehow translates into getting me my product in a reasonable period of time when I'm paying you.
Mm-hmm.
As a consumer, that's all I'm asking for. I'm actually just asking for you to find a way to get me the stuff that I ordered. I don't
work for PSA.
That's the thing, though. PSA, as big as it is, they were bought for $800 million. And the people that bought it for $800 million says, we can't keep going this way. We have to put a stop to it. And they turned away business. PSA turned away business, future business for now, to make sure they could handle what they needed to handle. Will it fix everything? I think Brian is the one going for the food now. I think he's going after the Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Going for the Chipotle. Going in.
Exactly. But they made a decision. They said, we'll take the chance. And I didn't think it was as big a chance. I mentioned that. But they just said, we'll take a chance, deal with the consequences, and we'll put a stop to this.
What consequences? The only consequences is how much we're all dependent on PSA. I mean,
the consequence would have been if the other graders had been able to take market share. But they looked at the situation and they go, I don't think they can handle it. I think we're okay.
I think it's.
They can't. They can't.
Yeah. Yeah. So PSA loses. If anything, it makes the other ones look like the Keystone Cops, because it's like, this was your moment. This was it. They literally abdicated the throne for everything below this price threshold. And the moment you ran into the first sign of trouble, you shut the gates.
Well said. Well said.
So PSA actually gets Nat is probably sitting in Cancun right now, cackling, going, look at these idiots. Look at what they're doing. Beckett, nothing. Don't even know where you are. Fix your counterfeit slabs, then get back to me.
So this may have already been referenced, but when they say they're not accepting, what do they do when cards arrive on their shores?
Are you talking about PSA or are you talking about who?
Yeah, at PSA, are they sending them back? Are they like, or are they putting them in the queue for whenever they open back up again?
So I assume you're referring to stuff that was already en route prior
packages,
to
packages, or people that they send them anyway, right?
If I send it right now and just kind of go, okay, put me in line. It's like the people out at Target.
I think it's on your dime if you send them.
Yeah, I would think that they would basically be like, look, we told you guys we weren't taking these unless it's the $300 level, like. And I don't know how PSA would approach it. They could always do return to sender. They could literally just be like, send it back to them. Because
got a container full.
But I think though, Bobby, the point is not to house more stuff necessarily. Like, you've already got a gigantic. They have over 100,000 square feet because they also, by the way, bought more building space. That's why I say, like, I'm not impressed if your big announcement on social media, if you were Comc, is like, we bought a building, and I'm like, you and almost everybody else in this industry.
Grade more cards.
Like, so what? I joked with I think I was joking on the text message thread, and I think Steve saw this. I was joking a little bit with Vinny, and I go, I would have been more excited if they had announced that they had a new sponsor for their office supplies. If they had switched their provider of pens, I would have been far more excited about that. Guys, we stop with the ballpoints. We're going to rollerballs. Oh man, this is a game changer, guys. It reduces the friction in the writing. Much better, more clear, bold writing. It's going to be amazing.
It'd be a job in itself just doing a return to sender, Joe, on all the parcels that are coming.
Oh, for
in.
sure. That's what I'm
job.
saying.
So they have to get a bigger building.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, in this current environment, if you tell me you bought a new building, I'm like, cool. Like, in all honesty,
it works.
So what? If it's followed up with, as a result of this new building, within 60 days, we will clear our backlog of stuff to ship to you, then great. But there's no related. They say, oh, it will improve. How much? How long will it take for the difference to be felt or noticed? The fact you bought a building doesn't mean it's going to fix anything in the foreseeable future.
It seems like it's going to be a new catchphrase. If wife asked me to cut the grass, I'm going to say, I bought a building. Bought a new building. And she'll leave me alone.
Don't worry, I got a building. It's all good.
Yeah.
As long as you announce it on social media, Bobby, I think
that's it. Yeah, it's an answer to.
Yeah, you've got an Instagram. You can show a shack and be like, I bought this, and everybody's like, why? Knickknacks. Trust me.
Hey, I just sold this big boy.
Yes,
That's
did.
a record.
That's right.
Record price.
Bobby had his hashtag invest moment. He bought the 80 Peachy PSA 8.
Is it?
He actually got himself a pretty good. He got himself a pretty good return.
Oh, yes.
Bobby the card flipper.
Watch out, boys! I'm coming to get you.
That's a nice
Except
card.
my submissions are all sitting at PSA.
That's a really nice card, Bobby.
Yeah, it was actually not bad. It's going off to some new person who enjoys paying too much for an 80s Gretzky card.
Hey, it happens, man. It happens. So
I'll take them up.
No, that's the thing though. When you mentioned it, I was like, well, take your profit. It's good times. Why not? Nothing wrong with that.
they're still setting records. Although I see the market is down a bit, I've noticed in the 80s especially, where they were before. And I honestly think this is making PSA is making, and all the other companies and Comc, it's making everybody sit and go, what's going on? Like we're a little more in the know here, and people sitting at the show here, and obviously the people, quite a few people out there, but there's a lot of guys who got into this who don't really know what's going on exactly and why there's the market is a little stagnant. What happens? Did it go down? It can't keep going up. PSA is not accepting. When am I going to get my cards? It's been at PSA for 8 months. There's so much going on. It's a crazy, wonderful time.
I think though the big thing is it's fun to vent about a lot of this stuff. It's also fun, but we also do have to look at a lot of the issues with it. That's the reason why the Comc thing was so fun for me is because that's a spot where it's like, no, I have personally patronized this service I actually don't like. Whereas PSA at least serves its purpose for me. So if PSA does a price thing, I can be like, okay, I don't have to use the service right now. I can pick my spots. I can wait for the right moment, like Steve with his cards. I can wait for the moment where, okay, when you guys reopen this, let me reevaluate the situation. If you raise the price, then fine. Let me still reevaluate. I'll crunch some numbers. Let me figure out what I need to do. It's fine. Comc's main function, the reason why it exists for some collectors like me, is that it was a venue to put those relatively inexpensive, like cheap inserts, certain base cards, stuff like that, because guys would send them like big boxes full of them, and it would be like, oh, 50, 60 cents. It's not worth putting on eBay. If the card is like $1 card, it's like, oh, you can have the card for 99 cents. Cool. With $6 shipping? It's a $1 card. It's not worth it. But on Comc, it's like 45, 50 cents. Okay, sure. And then eventually you lump it into a shipment and you're done. You save on shipping. That was the old appeal of Comc in the past. But when you have to wait forever, that appeal becomes just like, okay, how much aggravation are you willing to tolerate?
I always just, when I come across a card that I like and it says Comc, I just move on.
You will from now on.
It's like, well, now you might as well. Now you might as well.
Yeah, nothing new, nothing's changed. I mean, I'm sorry for all the people that got into Comc and are now feeling a little. That's why I'm not gonna, like Jeremy's show tomorrow night. It's gonna be more like human interest than it's gonna be like bearing on my hobby relationship with any organization or my collection.
You wouldn't miss it for the world.
No,
none of us will here.
No, and I don't really miss that PSA is down for 6 months or however long. So it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to watch all the sparks.
Not for me too.
Well, for the rubbernecking right now, it is the golden era of rubbernecking in the hobby right now. Maybe I'll put it this way, because we do like our little taglines here, and because if there's a takeaway here that we can have, it's a play off an old one. In this case, from a collecting standpoint, the patient shall inherit the hobby. Right now, if you're not in a hurry, if nothing is forcing you to go in any direction, and you have the luxury of sitting back and just chilling out, advantage you. Because right now there's nothing. That's why I said the grading thing is like, if you're a collector, what difference does it make? Well, then wait until July or August.
Grade it later, yeah.
Yeah, take a look and see what happens.
Yeah.
If it's not an issue, it's not an issue. Don't worry about it.
Well, and Carlos says, as a longtime collector, you know that maxim is true in any case. It's not even contextual to this exact moment. It's just always been that way. The patient will inherit the earth. And I would throw another one to get a little Shakespeare in there. Much ado about nothing.
Look at you. Accurate. No, but it's true. But I think, though, it bears emphasis right now, because we have a lot of folks that have kind of forgotten this notion. It's like, some of us can afford to be chill on this stuff for that reason. We're like, this too shall pass. Just chill out. Wait the moment. If you still want to send in something for grading, it'll still be there in 6 months. Probably you'll have some more options. You'll have to reconsider and some of it you may not be like, okay, it's no longer worth it for me. Other stuff would be like, still worth it for me. Okay, great. Send that stuff. And the people that got frustrated and ran away and they're like, oh, we're done with this. Cool. That just makes more room for the rest of us, because that might help with the backlog. It might be easier to get our stuff back quicker. I don't see any downside here.
you want to quit driving and ride the bus, I'm all for that too. You know,
We need more room.
get
on the
out
road.
of my way.
We need more room on the road. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul's
Well,
got
an era
pitchforks and
doesn't-
torches.
An error doesn't.
Torches.
Yeah, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. So I think they're going to. Well, tomorrow will be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah,
I think
no,
that'll.
that's what I said.
determine.
Like, I will watch it. I
PSA
will
is
watch it.
just. PSA has so much control over everything, and everyone's sitting back and going.
They do. I think
But
I included
Comc is
Mosaic
coming
Mind's
online.
Yeah, I included Mosaic Mind's comment here just because I'm in general agreement with the first part, but they do control the narrative on the second part because if they're actual gems, then yes. But if it's like I said, if it's that low end stuff, they may just be like, okay, if it's not set registry, yeah, $50 a card, sure. Still want to send it?
But we're in
Go.
Boy, that,
Then go to SGC, go to HGA.
We're in a hyperbolic market, though. That's the problem.
it's going to keep all the medium to low prism basketball cards from this year off the market out of a slab for a long time.
Yeah,
Now,
and that's not
now
necessarily
the
a bad
big
thing.
boys, the golds and the blacks,
Yes.
all those are going to get graded. But man, all the regular rooks, they're not going to get graded. It's going to be odd. It's going to be different.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, though.
No, me
not
neither.
everything needs to be in a slab. It's not necessary. It never was, by the way. It never had to be.
It makes you feel better though, like if you're buying on eBay to buy a slab, like
Yeah.
you said.
Yeah, it has
me
it has
feel
utility sometimes for certain
Yeah.
things. But for a modern card, we use the analogy like the Walter Johnson that Joe showed. If I was buying that on eBay, I would be more comfortable if it was in an SGC slab or a PSA slab, because I'm not buying it in hand. I'm buying it sight unseen. Oh, but it's got a picture, but that's still sight unseen. That's like, it's not the same as holding it in the hand and being able to make that decision. But if you tell me it's a 2019, low end insert or $5 card, it's like, all right, I'll take my chances. But it's a blurry picture. Like, it would really have to be bad. And you know what? If it's really bad, I'll send it back. It's not such a high value card that oh my God, what am I going to do?
Why do they take such horrible pictures? They're hiding something, right? I mean, geez.
Well,
I mean-
no, and this gets back to a different part of the show, but I mean, you were mentioning, I forget the exact gentleman's name, but someone like Dean's Cards, right, with a really good reputation and a reasonably, accurate capacity to indicate condition. And I think that will be a small market that could open up integrity, good pictures, and a little bit more like transparent descriptions. And I think those sellers could have a little bit of a mini boom during this time.
I think so. I will say though, the one that I think you were talking about was Greg Morris was the one that was referenced.
Greg Morris,
But I have used Dean's Cards before, and I think Dean's Cards is pretty decent. I will say his price is a little high, but if you buy directly off his website, you can get a discount if you buy like a decent amount. Like you can actually get a little bit of a discount. But that's one of those sellers where you're actually a little better. Just go buy it on the website. You don't even have to. Don't buy it on eBay. It's a little more expensive.
Right.
Save yourself a couple. It's like 4 Sharp Corners. Go buy on their website. If you go off eBay, you get a better deal. You do. You get a better deal if you just go buy it directly.
You don't got to worry about the $395 to $420 a card and all that crap.
Yeah.
Well, and on the
Go ahead, Steve.
go ahead,
They're
Jeff.
going to be hurting.
You go.
I was just going to say, nobody ever talks about Beckett Marketplace. That's still a thing.
It's good. I do still like it for certain things. It will depend on because sometimes I'll see where it's like, you're right though. It is very much a thing. It's a good platform. That's a good call, Steve. I do laugh though that sometimes I'll see some of the dealers where it's like, oh, it's $20. I'll sell it for $18. Chill out. It was $20 for years. It's in the old Beckett thing. You're not going to get more than $5. Just chill out, dude.
Well, see, and that's the one disadvantage of it is the fact that dealers have the ability to set a percentage
Yes,
based on book value.
correct.
And as we know, at least a lot of your modern stuff, much more these days, it seems. There's others that Beckett book value is irrelevant in this market, much more than it has in years past. But if you're a dealer and you're setting your price point at 85% of high book because of the current market, let's say, chances are you may be missing out on opportunities to either. It can go either way. You could be selling yourself short, or you could be pricing yourself out of the opportunity of selling cards. So, although it's a little bit more archaic because it's based on Beckett pricing, it's still an avenue, especially if you're looking for, some of your lower tier base cards and things along those lines as a player collector or a set collector. And on the flip side, most of them, if you spend over 40 or 50 bucks, you get free shipping.
That is true. Yeah. I will say, in the same vein, that is another one where I've definitely found some cool cards on that platform. It is a bit, I included this comment here from Hockey Guy. It is a bit archaic, though. I will say I would love for Beckett to beef up that platform. It's a little hard to find stuff sometimes. Although I will say that you can use the online price guide. And sometimes if it's like a weird parallel or something, you can click on it and then it'll show you if it happens to be in Marketplace. So that can be useful. Again, it's still clunky. The Beckett website in general is clunky. Hate it. Super hated. If you can find,
you have to sign up for it.
Usually, yes. To get most of the decent features, even the free decent features, you basically have to log in. It's really annoying.
User friendly? No.
Yeah, I wish. I will say though that I have definitely found some decent deals from time to time. You have to scour a little bit, but you can find them. I would say for you guys in the States, I think you're going to get a better deal on the shipping side of things. Like I've gotten skewered. And speaking of waiting a while, they will ship it. Like I've always gotten the stuff, but that is where the patience part will really come into play. I need to wait and wait to the point that it's like, I'll get something in the mail. I'll be like, what the hell is this? Open it up. Oh yeah. It'll be an invoice for I remember this. It was like a month and a half ago, but it did arrive. It did arrive. So I did get it eventually. I was just chuckling because Dave included a link to Revolution card grading out of Atlanta, Georgia, because we need more card graders. So which one is this? We got
this is for Steve. This is entirely for Steve. It's the Judy numbered of 35 optic rookie card auto.
Oh, it's the auto. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
I showed this to Steve earlier, and I'm still trying to move this card. If you got any interest, and by the way, what are the Broncos going to do in the draft?
At this point, there is. I don't care if it's graded, Bobby. There's so much speculation. I believe it or not, in my Google News feed, I have so many freaking articles in so many different aspects in Colorado of what they're thinking and speculating. They could move up in the draft. That's on a multitude of outlets to try and go after, one of the top tier guys, but it's going to cost them. So it's one of those in which at this point, I honestly don't know. It's
great theater this year. I mean, the NFL draft with 5 legit first round, potential quarterbacks, maybe even top 10 quarterbacks, with the way the sort of resources are now understood, with quarterbacks being so, and there's like these amazing receivers and tight ends. And so it is going to be, I mean, I'm a Niner fan, so like watching them move up, trading their whole future to get into that 3 spot has been kind of interesting, and who's going to go at that 3 spot. But yeah, the NFL draft is like one of the more interesting things in the sports world to me right now.
Well, and last I heard, there's some dissension amongst Shanahan and Lynch on who they feel should be drafted at number 3 for them. I read that today. I was like, this could get interesting. There's been speculation that Denver may end up trying to go after that number 3 spot. So what San Francisco gave up to get there could get interesting if Denver tries to get into that spot.
Because Denver's at 8. What is Denver at? 8, 9?
They're further down, 8 or 9. I honestly don't even remember.
They are 9th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
So
have a feeling.
we're like clearing out the house here, Steve. The hockey and everybody, like Bobby's gone,
No.
rolling his eyes. We're talking about football.
I don't mind that because I've talked about this before, and Steve knows this. Out of the sports that I'll watch, the one that I tend to watch the most full games of is football. But again, this is where I have a little bit of fun because Jeremy and other folks will talk about the association to watching the game and collecting. I really don't collect football. I'll collect a couple of cards here and there that interest me, but the sport that I watch the most is the one that I probably collect the least out of the sports that I actually collect. I don't collect basketball, but I don't collect basketball, and I also don't watch basketball.
Well, there's a ritual to football, it being on a Sunday when most of us don't have to work, so that's helpful.
Yeah, but it's also I can sit down and enjoy the game for what it is. But what that means is when I'm speaking on matters of the game itself and things like that, it's a lot more comfortable and easier for me to have that discussion and conversation because it's like, no, I'm actually watching the games. I'm not going to sit here and give you the intricacies of the 3 technique. We're not going to get to that depth of. I'm not going to sit here and try to be Chris Collinsworth, but I've seen enough games to know what I like, what I don't like, and what I think is interesting.
Who's your favorite player and who's your favorite team, Carlos?
Packers are favorite team. That goes back to Favre, because I enjoyed watching play. For all his all or nothing gambling ways, he was a fun player to watch. I would say, in all honesty, I enjoy Rodgers because when he's playing well, I enjoy the way he plays the game. He has an attitude problem, but that's never been an issue for me because Favre was a diva too. So, nothing unusual in Packerland to have a diva quarterback. Oh, what a shock. So build a team around him to let him do his thing. Let him do his thing that he does well, and there is an opportunity for success. They managed to somehow have 2 generational quarterbacks and you've got 2 Super Bowls, but you had 2 of them. Most teams would kill for 1. So it's a disappointment. It's actually a great disappointment comparatively to what could have been. But they're consistently in the mix. They're usually relevant year in and year out. And on the one hand, that's good. There are teams where it's like you come in every year. It's like your team doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they do. One thing that made it interesting, though, what you guys were talking about is I laughed because it brings me back to 2018 as well, where you had all those quarterbacks. And Lamar was kind of the dark horse right at the end of the first round. When was thinking about. One second here. I was going to say, I can't tell where the. I don't know. I muted Brian, so I don't know where that sound's coming from. But anyway.
Yeah, it was hot. I turned on the air conditioner. Where do I go?
That's Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say. Apparently the mute doesn't work. You can see the icon, but it doesn't do anything. Anyway, what I was going to say was the thing that I found interesting when I looked at the way that the draft went is that, okay, in 2018, you had all those quarterbacks. You had the 2 Joshes. You had Allen and Rosen. And then there were arguments about which one's the better one? And then you go to a next one and you say, because it was supposed to be okay, so is Baker any good? Well, he had his moment where people thought, oh, you could, and I think he's been decent at times, not a great quarterback, but decent. And with the right team, he could have some success. Lamar had regular season success, won an MVP. Playoffs, it hasn't quite materialized. Josh Allen had a good run this year, so he's come out.
Amazing run.
Rosen's really the only one who never had anything, and Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold plays for the Jets, so limit your expectations.
Yeah, let's not talk about him because there's talks about Denver going after Darnold.
I don't think Darnold's as bad as he's looked. I think he played under the worst management possible, and it's the Jets.
And I don't disagree with that. Systems can kill quarterback potential, unfortunately. Yeah. So it is one of those in which I'm not opposed to it, but at the same time, if that's the case, I'd rather still take a chance with Locke this year. You know what I mean? He's still young. Right. He still can be groomed. He can still learn. If I had my way, even with all the crap going on with Deshaun, I'd rather them go all in on Deshaun.
It's a high risk, potentially high reward move. Deshaun Watson is the X factor where if he can get on the field and if he can play and he manages to bypass, he's got a lot of issues, but that brings down his value in trade. The Texans might find themselves in a position where they might have to trade him for pennies on the dollar. if somebody can get him and they're able to get past the legal hurdles, and again, no
He-
guarantees on that.
He's
If
in
they're
big
able to.
trouble.
Well,
It's the
but
NFL.
He's
It's
trying
the
to
NFL, though.
contact. He was trying to contact plaintiffs and stuff. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
But what's interesting though is they just, I want to say I caught this the other day.
Mhm.
All the accusers have not attached their name to any of the allegations.
Yeah.
There are a ton of witnesses that have come forward
Mhm.
with their names that are not trying to sway that the allegations aren't legit.
Yeah,
However,
we don't, the short to give the short answer, we don't know. We're just speaking
Yeah,
on
you're
the
right.
on the condition. We're speaking strictly on the condition if he makes it onto the field this year, however that happens. That's what we'll speculate on because that's all we can talk about. If. I will say
Well,
the one thing
yeah.
to Brian's point. You know who else contacted the people that were accusing him of things and all that and got back on the field eventually and won a Super Bowl allegedly? Antonio Brown. And Antonio
Yeah.
Brown did even more work to sabotage himself in the game of football as well as outside the game of football and still got himself on a roster.
Roethlisberger.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. It's
Yeah.
the X factor here is it's the NFL. NFL. So I'm not going to, and I know Mosaic Mind here has, I'm not going to assume anything one way or the other. We don't know what the truth is going to end up being. I will say, though, the NFL is a lot more willing to overlook a lot for talent. And Deshaun Watson has talent. Real talent.
Well, it's interesting that they're civil cases, so
Agreed.
that
Yeah.
says something right there, I guess.
Yeah. So we don't know for sure, but if we speak with the notion that he's going to get onto the field, assuming he does this year, however that happens, there's a lot of teams who would have a lot of interest. There's a lot of teams who might be willing to take that gamble and take that chance because it's like the risk, the reward could be huge. Because if you're a team who's actually good, you've got some other players to play with him, and he's playing today like he can. You're a Super Bowl contender. Like there's a lot of teams that could make it work. That's why, to Steve's point for the Broncos, Deshaun Watson's there, assuming he can get on the field, assuming his mind's in it, and he's ready to play at the best of his ability. It makes the Broncos immediately interesting. They're automatically relevant. They're right in the mix.
Yep, they've got young talent at the receiving core and at the tight end spot. They brought in great talent on the defensive side of the ball. They have a chance to be a contender, but the open question is, where are they going to be at quarterback? And that's going to really dictate how their season's going to go and future seasons for that matter.
Yeah.
So,
There are a bunch of
Gentlemen, scholars, I got a dip. I just want to say thanks for having me on tonight. It's always great talking to you guys. Really fun. And I'll leave you with this. I'll leave you with what did you think of KD's comment after he got busted on his Twitter account? And what did he say? He said, I'm sorry that people had to hear what I had to say. And I just want to play basketball and hope it's over soon. And I got to go,
okay,
guys.
now I know what the last part is telling me what you're talking about. So have a good night, Brian.
Yeah, have a good night, guys. See you soon.
later, Brian.
I love that he picks the topic that's like the TMZ topic and then runs away. I know what he's talking about. Like I was trying to figure out, what are you talking about? Until he got to the last part. So he got into a social media beef with Michael Rappaport, and they went back and forth, back and forth. Rappaport is like a comedian by trade. He's basically like a life troll. Not unlike myself, but less witty. I really don't think his stuff's nearly as funny. But that is the kind of style of like comedy and things that he likes to do. And he's been involved a little bit in the sports realm. He's interjected himself because he's like a contributor to Undisputed. So that's part of that. But he basically got into an argument with KD where it escalated a couple of different times. And I guess it reached the point where Kevin Durant got so hostile about it because Kevin Durant seems to have like this complex about if anybody criticizes him, he just starts arguing with them. And by the way, it doesn't have to be a celebrity. It can be Joe Schmo off the street. If he happens to catch it, he'll just get into a protracted argument. He can't help himself. And this is just the latest version of that to the point that Rappaport goes, okay, I'm going to put this out publicly so people can see what the guy's saying because it's some pretty ridiculous. I haven't read it myself, but from what I understand, it's some pretty ridiculous stuff. It's like, dude, chill out. It's not that serious. Calm down. But he always seems to have this problem. It's like a self-control issue. Like he can't help himself. He's a bit addicted to social media. And probably Kevin Durant more than anybody else could probably use a break from social media to chill out and do something else with his time.
Or another 12-step program.
Exactly.
That's my cliche of today. That's how I'm going to say it.
Go ahead,
for
Joe.
everything
It's
else.
going around. It's apropos. No, I mean, I think the way I read it, I mean, I feel like I've kind of tuned into KD, the human, and there's a lot of angles on this story, including Rappaport, even revealing, a private exchange. But all that said, to me, this just sort of reflects something about one. KD is not contributing to the Nets' success at this moment. Mm-hmm. And I believe he is the second best basketball player on the planet Earth. And so that's probably challenging for him in some ways to sort of see a team that he's on winning. And so I think he's got a little bit of, shall we say, angst. And so he might be expressing it in ways that we would all acknowledge as probably pretty darn inappropriate and doesn't make him look good. And, we could all suggest it, but that's kind of how I'm looking at this situation. I mean, he's a sensitive soul. He's an amazing basketball player. He reminds me almost of like that ballet dancer or that ballet teacher that is just, so amazingly into like a certain level of something and has some issues in other areas, right?
Now you bring up something interesting that I want to bring up here for kind of the group, the panel, the chat as well, because we can kind of turn this a little bit into a sports card topic as well, because it does play into it. Because a player's value plays into a totality of a couple different things. On court or on field performance is part of it. Popularity is part of it. Who people like or don't like is part of it. Value proposition, like what they see is maybe they think someone is a value, therefore makes it more attractive to them. All of that plays into a market. Kevin Durant, his talent is undeniable. He's got his issues with social media. That's part of his deal. But it's one of those things where as long as he continues to play basketball at a high level and he's playing well, it doesn't really matter. You can kind of get away with it because he's had burner accounts. He's had all kinds of issues with social media in the past. It's not new. But kind of the point that Joe made is that the team has enough players on it now where there is a universe in which Kevin Durant consistently gets hurt, but the team still makes the playoffs and still makes some noise and maybe still makes the finals without him. And if they do, and heaven forbid if they win, do they even need Kevin Durant? Because it's one of those things where Kevin Durant's legacy, part of it, is that he is a double champion with Golden State, but Golden State was already pretty good. It's not like they were, and using the thing with the Raptors won a championship, but Kevin Durant got hurt, but so did Klay Thompson. Now, Kevin Durant getting hurt them a ton. But if Klay Thompson had stayed healthy, I could make the argument they might have still won the championship anyway. And that would not actually help KD's legacy to be like, actually, we didn't really need you, but you were nice to have. You were icing on the cake. You made us virtually unbeatable, but we could still win a championship without you here. And that would be kind of the thing going forward. But now you've got this team where you've stacked it with all this talent where you're almost in that situation again. What if Kevin Durant doesn't make it back on the court? Or he makes it back on the court a little bit and then gets re-aggravated, re-injured, and it goes to the finals with Harden and Kyrie Irving. Heaven forbid if they win. What did you do, Kevin Durant? You get a ring. Good news, you get a ring. You were here. You were present. It doesn't exactly count the same way. What does that do for the card side of thing, though? Because in his absence, and we've talked about Sasha T in the past, the Kevin Durant refractor rookie has been the subject of many a thing, many an exchange, and in the Dallas card show, that was a hot card recently. He's not playing.
I think that was like the top from what most people were saying. It was the top selling card and moving card at the show.
That's why I'm kind of shifting it. We can take the Kevin Durant, the general Kevin Durant discussion is interesting, but I kind of want to shift into the card side of it because his personality is part of this too. How he performs or doesn't is part of this too. And the team he's got is part of this too. Where are you kind of seeing Kevin Durant in that kind of overall picture with all those different verticals and elements playing into it?
Well, you also have to look at the overall market as far as where he's playing. So, him consistently moving to various teams,
Right.
and he is a great basketball player.
Yep.
Nobody
Back in 2
can
seconds.
can say he. No worries. Nobody can ever say that he's not. When you start getting introduced to star talent into other markets across the country, there is going to be some movement. Because now, if you move from team A to team B and you're a superstar, guess what? People in cities, B is going to start picking up your stuff. So you may start seeing an uptick in pricing and everything else. It's no different in the football world, the baseball world. It happens. But when you have a journeyman, so to speak, and depending on where you play, that's going to also spark it.
Well, the intersectionality that Carlos was talking about of public opinion and your actual, championship won, your scoring average, your, where you're in terms of card value. I mean, all that does play into it. And I just have this feeling with relation to Kevin Durant that he is like, so if LeBron's the king, Kevin Durant is the king that is like troubled in his own kingdom, right? He's not the king that's like sitting back on the throne with the queen and the Joker over here and the populace there and going out and everything's hunky-dory. He's that king that somehow drama follows, somehow drama and, this kind of like dissatisfaction with everybody and everything, even though he is actually in the position of the most power.
Bobby, any opinion? You're on mute.
Not really. Yeah. I don't really have too much of an opinion on that.
Well, we'll bring it into other goats. Like, what was Gretzky's relationship to his greatness? I don't know hockey that well. What was Gretzky like? If Gretzky was a goat and someone who everybody looked up to and had his own kingdom, if you will, what kind of relationship to his own power, his own fame did he manifest?
So if we're talking, you're talking Wayne Gretzky, like in his day?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. He got to take advantage of the fact that Gretzky's best stuff, when he was at the peak of his powers, obviously well before the social media age. Like, he retired in 99, so he's like well before all of that. Gretzky, in his younger days, was a more interesting individual. Certainly not scandalous by today's standards, but more interesting. But then as he got further along in his career, he became very aware of his stance as kind of the face of the league. So it took on almost like the analogy I would use is almost like if you're part of the monarchy and you understand that, hey, you can't say everything you want to say. You got to pick your spots. You got to understand what you can do and what you can be. So you almost play into it. But the other aspect of it is that he played the first chunk of his career. That's why I separate out Gretzky's career. The first chunk of his career where he did a lot of his damage was in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Then he went to Los Angeles, big market, obviously, big deal, and then took a quick pit stop in St. Louis before ending up in New York. So in the latter portion of his career, he was in two big media centers, in two big cities. But the first 7 or 8 years of his career was in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Not exactly like a hotbed of the news, but the team was great and they won championships. And in the game, he was a giant. But then part of the reason he gets so much credit for expanding the game is because once he went to LA, then it brought people in that side of the country and that side of the world. Oh, there's hockey now? Oh yeah. When did that happen? So it made it a lot more, it increased the awareness, for sure. And it made a big difference. But by that point though, he kind of understood his role in the thing. At that point, he was no longer like a 18, 19-year-old kid.
Was he gracious?
Yes.
But from all I understand, yeah. By that point, he was pretty much a statesman by then. By then, he was he understood his role. He is a statesman of the game. It is his job to represent the sport in everything he does on and off the ice.
And I think that's a point of comparison. See, so like I would even say that even as killer instinct as Jordan was, he also understood he was a representation of the NBA and that brand. I think there's something about Durant, KD, that resists that. He resists being sort of a figurehead of that, in the same ways that, he's at press conferences and he's kind of dissing reporters and kind of just making a mockery of the whole thing. It's like, that's not actually participating in it. It's actually being a bit of a rebel and peevish and cantankerous. And that psychology, I think, leaves some of us a little cold, even though we appreciate his talent. I don't think it's as compelling as, say, LeBron, who speaks up for social justice, who understands his relationship to the platform that he's, kind of empowered by and also contributing to.
For
But
sure.
certainly we're in a new world, right, of social media, and that makes for a big difference. Well, Gretzky never really had that. His kids are sure making a move on the social media, making him a little bit more famous, and that's what happens. Social media will allow you to do many things that you never could have done before or shown before. So now everybody is showing their true nature through social media, or what they can do. Some for the better, some for the worse.
It can be, but the only thing I'll say though is that the sport itself does lend itself off. Like if we're talking hockey, the sport lends itself off to being fundamentally less interesting. Like Sidney Crosby lives in this generation, and he's almost as boring as Gretzky. Like it just is, and that isn't to say he's a bad person. No, by all accounts, he's a very nice guy. He's grown up in the culture. Sidney Crosby has also kind of taken the mantle as being one of the faces of the league, operating as kind of a statesman level. He understands that is part of his role, but it also means being tremendously uninteresting by design. Connor McDavid is not exactly an interesting individual either. Supremely talented, probably the best in the game today, but anybody want to give a definable aspect of Connor McDavid, a discernible feature, an interesting tidbit, a trivia fact, anything?
Yawn.
Correct.
We're in a different. Hockey's a different culture than it is
basketball
and football.
I'm only stating though that when we did the Gretzky thing, in his day he had no social media and he was boring. Today we have all the social media in the world and they're boring. Yeah. Ovechkin is the closest thing we have to a personality. Because Mosaic Mind mentions it here. That's part of the reason I like Ovechkin. He at least has a little bit of something. Something. It's something. But at the bare minimum, okay, like at least there's it makes it a little bit, because the talent is undeniable. For a lot of these guys, the talent, it's there. We know that. Like if you watch the game, they're great. But they're not terribly interesting.
Other sports seem to portray more of a machismo type of.
Yep.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Joe's pulling out hockey. It's getting crazy up here.
And I like that they got a nice action shot of him taking the shot with the bend in the stick, which is a good.
See the bend in the stick?
Yeah, which is a good action shot. That's a nice one. So quickly, I'll touch on this one by Mosaic Mind here. If Gretzky doesn't go to LA, is there hockey today in Phoenix? Definitely not. Dallas, questionable. Vegas, nope. he opened up the West, and in terms of in the United States, and that got those teams that existed, because without him, there's no Anaheim. Without him, there is no LA. The LA Kings are there, but they're probably not really relevant at all, if at all. And there's no. I feel like there's one more team in California that I'm forgetting. Well, Phoenix for sure. No.
Oh, the Kings.
San Jose.
San Jose, thank you. That's what I was looking for. I knew there was one more.
The Sharks.
The Sharks.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. I knew there were three teams in California. Yeah, there were three teams in California. Yeah, thank you.
Or Ontario, too.
I knew there was one more team in California. Thank you, Hockey Oracle. But the thing is, they're not there. There is no San Jose Sharks if he doesn't help lay some of the groundwork up there. And Anaheim really doesn't get there either. And there's no reason to have that. And then some of those other Southern teams, like, probably not. Not to say it's impossible, but the likelihood is much lower.
We like heroes. We like villains. Oh, I was just going to say, I think what this ushers in for me in terms of hobby collectability is, not necessarily your raw statistics or your, the way, how many championships, but just like who's compelling as a persona in the sports world.
Gary V.
Gary V.
Sorry.
I was thinking athletes. I was thinking like the players, like, and it, sometimes it's hard to find, right? Like it's not, Favre, you mentioned Favre earlier, Carlos, he was kind of interesting, like as a persona, like
if nothing else, he was random and a little bit sporadic and questionable in his decision making, but yes, interesting. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like, okay, so I would say it's easier to find the sports superstars, the GOATs who are not compelling, right? Like I don't find Tom Brady all that compelling. Tom Brady doesn't do a whole lot for me. Like he's an amazing football player, but like as a human being, I don't have anything against him, but he's not that interesting to me. KD has some challenges that I love his game, but he's not that interesting to me. So like who is a sports superstar, past, present, future, who actually has like that kind of human side, the psychology of the persona that combines with his actual contributions to the sport to make him really, really interesting, to make him like that elevate.
Okay, so you're saying talent with personality, basically.
With personality.
Well,
Joe Namath.
I would argue that personality wise, like he got it. He became Broadway Joe. He was
Everything,
a star. Yeah. We've had that discussion before. Like I say, in terms of Super Bowl champion, he's got that for him. He became the star for that franchise. The only time the Jets were really relevant, but he got the job done. That's the important part. He got the job done. Overall totality of his career, he basically got to the Hall of Fame on his star power and that huge star-making performance in Super Bowl III. That basically, like, that was his path to Canton, right there. And the fact he became like a cultural icon for a stretch there and made the Jets relevant for a period of time. But you've got players like that. Football allows that for a little bit because you can have some personality, you can have some star. Like I said, Favre, for all his warts, and he had some. He had certain quirks that made him interesting. Basketball definitely has, and there's a whole list of names being brought up here, so I'll get to some of them as well. Baseball, though, is probably the sport that is best for characters. Because you got so many players who are just weird. They're interesting and weird for various reasons. Bartolo Colon was funny. I don't know if it was for the same context, but Bartolo Colon's an interesting character. He's just a fun player to watch. And he was very talented at his time. Manny Ramirez was a character. He was weird. Very talented player, though, in his time. Ricky Henderson, super weird. You want to talk about a weird dude? Super weird. Talented? Yes. Without a doubt. This one, I got nothing. I don't know who that is. Ocho Cinco, or, wide receivers with personality? Absolutely. Shaq.
Chad Johnson.
Yes, absolutely.
Shaq was a great one. Yeah, that's another great one. Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw. Yeah. Terry Bradshaw,
Shaq is, Charles Barkley, without a doubt. Floyd Mayweather is a lot of personality and very talented, but kind of a boring fight. No, he's talented, but he's a boring fighter. I don't like watching him fight.
There you go.
But is he talented? Yes. But is he talented? Yes. Because you have to be talented to do what he does, even if it doesn't entertain me as a style.
But you have to put Muhammad Ali in there too.
Huge personality, yes. Huge personality. Conor McGregor definitely falls under that category. Pantyhose commercials for Joe Namath, that's right.
I remember those.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey sort of had a personality, but she's more of a manufactured personality. My problem is she put on a persona to really sell it. But for women's MMA at the time, that's what they needed. They needed a villain, and she played the role of the villain. She was the villain they required.
A good presence out there for a woman personality. She does shows. She's everywhere. But
that's why she was able to transition to professional wrestling very successfully. She does have the ability to be that kind of character.
Yeah. She's just not overly, doesn't have the persona to carry, a show by herself, or she was on a few, shark shows, or I don't know. She's just a guest star everywhere. One of those type of persons that doesn't really shine by herself.
Yeah, for sure. Dennis Rodman definitely was a character. Mark Fidrich, the bird. Yes. Bill Spaceman Lee. Yes. Terrell Owens was definitely a personality, for better or worse. Yes. Agreed. Mike Tyson was a compelling character, without a doubt. He was huge. Yeah, so Mosaic Mind here. Spites are boring because he's damn good. I'm not saying he's not good, but I'm saying he also fought a boring style. He was very content. He knew how to win the fight on points, and he was content to do that for a good chunk of his career. But you have to be talented to be able to do it. If you can't get the job done, you'll get yourself knocked out. But he understood how to play beautiful defense. He understood how to score those points. He's super smart. Super smart.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson definitely was a huge personality type. Tyson Fury, I would say yes. I would say he's definitely gone out there with a lot of personality. John Jones is interesting for MMA. John Jones is interesting because I guess so. I would say though, I like John Jones as a fighter. I like his style as a fighter. His problem is that he kept getting pegged for like performance enhancers and stuff. So it's like, but if you look at him though, he's lanky. So if he's doing performance enhancer, it's probably for like healing. So it's not for muscle mass because he looks kind of lanky, but he's a supremely skilled fighter. Like he's very entertaining to watch when he wants to put on a show. Anderson Silva was like that. When he wanted to put on a show, he could put on a show. Very spectacular fighter to watch.
Most of the MMA guys do have a outgoing personality, like wrestlers, like The Rock, football and acting and everything else, and a lot of guys like that. So it's hard to include them. We're talking about more different sports, I guess, that are a little more contrived in the sense that they come out of their shell. I can't even. Who's a great representative of hockey? We're naming everybody but hockey.
Because hockey tends to be devoid largely of personalities. There are a few, but when you find them, they stand out so much because it's harder to find them. I would say, I'm just trying to think here.
You wouldn't say Hal, you wouldn't say Orr, you wouldn't say Derek Sanderson But
what about
hockey doesn't?
in my mind, I keep wanting to say like Eddie Shack or Lanny McDonald, just because at least they're interesting looking characters and they had some personality traits. We're not talking necessarily the biggest superstars here, because it's tough when we get to the biggest superstars. It gets really tricky.
Shaq probably one of the biggest personalities of all time.
Yeah.
And
that's what I mean. I think that's where you got to look for like personality. That's where you got to go, basically.
Yeah.
So quickly zip through. Hockey guy's got a whole stack of Hulk Hogan. Yes, he's a
Hogan.
personality. Yeah, Dave's got all-time favorite Manute Bowl. I don't know if being tall is a personality type, but I'll give it to you. Dave. Why not? The Rock, yes, definitely personality. Steve Austin. Professional wrestlers though are definitely going to work.
All of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Michael Jordan, yes, as a recognizable name in persona, yes. Although I don't know, I feel like since he's retired, in things like The Last Dance, I get more Michael Jordan and I feel more like I get more out of him personality wise. I think though when he was playing at his best, he really didn't do anything for me. Was he flashy in game? Yes. Like he could do spectacular things. He could impress you with his athleticism and things. But then once you find out about Michael Jordan, the man, he's kind of a jackass. He's kind of an asshole, but very great, very great at what he does. I feel like the more The Last Dance was fun for me because when I got to see more Michael Jordans behind the scenes, it's like, it's like,
but not much of an outgoing person.
What's that?
Like all through his years after basketball or even during basketball, he wasn't really out there. He was very
he's Michael Jordan though. Like he can't go out in public. Like he can't exist.
No interviews. He wasn't like this boisterous, or he was just calm, cool, collected kind of guy. Not out there. Like
I would say he's shown more personality over the years. I would say nowadays, if you do an interview with him in the right circumstances, I think you could get a lot more out of him today. That's why I say The Last Dance. It made clear for anybody who wasn't aware that Michael Jordan is kind of a jackass, but a very, very snide, snarky jackass, which I appreciate. It increased my appreciation of Michael Jordan.
One dynamic that I think collectively we could agree was really positive for the sport was the Bird Magic. And obviously Magic has more charisma, but yes, the way that Bird and Magic played off each other, right? Like Bird being so dull in a way, right? Like Bird was so kind of just, Larry Bird, whereas Magic was, effusive and kind of like, that humanity, and Bird was just kind of like stoic and maybe even a little, terse.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Conversely.
I will say, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go on a limb right now, and I'm going to guess that when all this is said and done, this is going to be the most active chat. When I go back and look at it, this is going to be like, you guys were really into this topic. You have listed names. I give full props. Like, it's been some interesting ones. I would say Jose Canseco, definitely. Jose Canseco in his heyday, very interesting dude. Baseball, though, I feel like out of the sports, basketball obviously had its examples as well. You know, we had Shaq, we had Charles, a bunch of different ones.
Belfort.
Yeah, Belfort. You can't deny Belfort's character. He's psychotic, but he's a character.
That's why I wanted to include it, because Joe put it in the private chat. I wanted to make sure I got it in the main chat and give Joe credit.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Tiger Woods kind of boring.
I would say Tiger Woods is in the talented, but I would agree with the dull category, because Tiger Woods in his peak was a lot closer.
Exciting in the woman category. Yes.
Different conversation, Bobby. Different conversation. But no, I think though Tiger Woods in his peak is very close to the way he responded to it, like a Jordan, because he's like ruthless in terms of his competitiveness, because the competitiveness was there, the fire's there, the talent was there. Personality wise, does he have anything interesting to say in an interview? No, not at all, not even a little bit. But was he ruthlessly efficient? Yes. Impressive to watch in his heyday? No doubt. Interesting?
You name all the hockey stars that come up through, then you look at Gretzky, no. You look at Bork, no. Patrick Waugh, no. Meyer Lemieux, no. Yzerman, no. Like nobody. For stars, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Just
I like John Daly as a good example. Definitely a character, without a doubt.
You mentioned him when I was off in the loo there, Carlos, but Ricky Henderson for sure. I mean, Ricky Henderson. Oh my God!
And then Ricky refers to himself in the third person, which I might appreciate a little bit as well. Just for reasons I won't say any particular one.
Robert, I think highlighted the king of tennis as it pertains to personality.
John McEnroe. Right.
Johnny Mac.
Yeah. Here we go. Ricky loves Ricky more than you. Fact. That is a fact. All right. It looks like Jeremy wants to join it. All right. I'll send you the link, Jeremy. Just hang tight for 2 seconds. I'll send you the link.
That's 2 shows in one day. That's not fair.
I know, right? The heck.
I think I'm actually going to graciously bow out, guys.
No worries, Steve. No worries.
Thanks for having me on as always. Bobby, Joe, always a pleasure.
Bobby Joe?
I've got that Judy, Steve. If you got, maybe we need to talk.
Well, how can I get a hold of you?
That's a good question. Maybe.
Why don't you use the Instagram?
Yeah, are you?
I'm on Instagram.
Facebook Messenger, whatever.
Yeah, I'll find you on Instagram. What's your handle?
I'll type it in the chat.
Right on.
Yeah, that'd probably be the simplest way, because then you guys can send the message back and forth, and then from there you're good to go. I think that'll work.
It'll pop up eventually. There you go, Joe. It's there in the chat.
Thank you kindly. Good to see you there.
Sounds good.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate you hanging out, Steve. Thanks
See
for coming.
Absolutely. Take it easy, guys.
Bye.
Ciao.
Dale Earnhardt. Okay. I think that's interesting. I didn't watch too much, but from what I understand, I think that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Deion Sanders, personality-wise, no doubt. Primetime, yes, definitely. Very true.
Yeah,
I agree with that. If you got a nickname like Primetime, I think personality-wise, you're definitely there. I think Bo was not a personality, but he was a larger-than-life figure.
Right.
Because Bo, like the whole campaign, all of it, yes. But if you talk to Bo, he was like kind of a quiet, like calm guy. But then you put him on the field. He was box office on the field.
Which, yeah, that is sort of a type, right? The person that does themselves no harm. They're not. But they really just kind of shine in the way they shine on the field.
Right. So, Jeremy, I can see you've done calisthenics when you're ready. Yep. What's going on, Jeremy?
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
Jeremy?
Going good. What's happening?
Not too much.
How long have you been on for?
Right about 3 hours now.
Holy. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So you got through all the main agenda items, I'm sure.
Yep. We did PSA. We did SGC. I had a little fun with
And
Comc already.
Comc.
Yeah, we did that. And the chat, though, I will say, has been the most excited when we started talking about different sports figures with personalities and things. We went all sports. They went all over the place. And it was like they really got into it.
Joe, did you throw up the Ed Belfour?
I did, and
Yeah.
I didn't give appropriate accreditation because I don't know who the hell Ed Belfour is, but
But Steve knows Ed Belfour. Steve knows Ed Belfour.
he outed me.
Yeah. Sounds
He
good.
was a goalie for Minnesota and the Leafs.
Just because you like him, Dave, doesn't mean you get to pick Josh Johnson randomly in there.
I never liked him for the Leafs.
Ed Belfour was like the angriest guy in the NHL.
It was great.
He never had a happy face.
I was never complaining.
Because
He had a sour face after winning a game.
because I didn't quite catch what you were saying about Gretzky, Carlos. You seem to be alluding to some part of his early career where he had maybe a slightly different character, or maybe he was a little bit.
He was in his 20s. He was a young guy in his 20s. Like, just think about a young guy in his 20s, super talented. He got to play a sport he's great at. He started making some money a little bit. I would venture to say that in those days, if social media had been available, we would have found out about any parties that Wayne Gretzky attended back in those days. But then later on in his career, as he became a bigger name and he became like a statesman, I would venture to say he probably was a lot more careful where he hung out.
I see.
That's
So
basically the way I would
pretty
put it. It's like,
rational.
I would say that's, and by the way, nothing wrong with that. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Like, because at that point, think by his 20s, he was super successful. He was breaking records, winning championships. In Edmonton, he was a god. So it's like, it's a pretty good
He
time
was
if
under
you're in your
contract with
20s.
7-Up, Nielsen's.
Yeah.
He endorsed every product. Big Pen. It just never stopped. And I guess he stayed.
Yeah.
He was busy. He was busy off the. I don't think he had much time to play around. And he was a great player. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now I know Dave is having
some
some
people
fun
think
here.
so.
Pete Weber. Come on, Dave. Pete Weber. Lance Armstrong especially. Really, Dave? Come on.
Oh boy.
No. The thing is, I like Dave as a natural troll myself. I appreciate some questionable comments in there. I know what Dave's doing. What I like though is that Dave, you have the link too. You can provide your own options.
Carlos, what did you think of Ziggy Palffy getting out at the card ladder yesterday?
I did see that. I'm curious what was the impetus for that. I had nothing to do with it. So
No, I
maybe
don't know.
maybe a meet got to them. I don't know.
I don't know either. That was a very strange one to add, but
Maybe
funny.
maybe Chris and Josh finally realize he's the goat of goats and it's done. I don't know
yeah.
what to tell you.
So I saw that. I was like, that what's going on? Because he was up there with Team Miscellany and Peter Forsberg.
Did they do a bunch? Did they do a bunch from 91, 92? Because obviously there's a lot in that
those
year.
three guys. There were those three guys, but I mean, Nicholas Lidstrom would have been, the more logical choice than Ziggy Palffy.
Wow, the goat of goats, Jeremy. Come on, that's a glaring omission. Finally they resolved it. I'm very pleased that they finally got around to it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'll have to take a look and
about
see.
time.
I know. Like they want to take themselves seriously as a card platform and don't include the goat of goats. Why don't you erase Michael Jordan while you're at it? Jesus.
I kind of thought it was sort of along the same lines as adding the egg, just for maybe they're paying attention to this show.
Well, the thing is, I do lay claim. I will take credit for getting Greg Jeffries on there, because Chris saw the Greg Jeffries joke and did include the Greg Jeffries in card ladder. But that was earlier days. So the Ziggy Palffy though one, the joke's been around for a little while, but it's like I had never made any push for it. I literally did it in a video when I was reviewing card ladder. I made the joke. It's like they don't have Greg Jeffries, and then they eventually added them in a little while after. So I don't know.
One name that we also sort of leapfrogged over was Shaq, and I, Shaq is a total character and kind of goofy. At times, I find him a bit alienating, some of his ways of kind of engaging, but then other times I find him entirely compelling. And obviously, he was an all-time great, if not like one of the most, amazing forces in basketball ever.
I agree. I think at his apex, he was definitely like an ultimate force. So this is for hockey guys edification. Here you go. 91 upper decks. Ziggy Palffy.
$75. Wow.
I think a lot of those early 90s cards are really getting a boost, and this is indicative of that. See, a meat made the joke about it. It's like, a meat, the ship has come in. It is now the time. Like,
Maybe
it's
a meat
there.
got to them.
Now try to
I
get one
guess.
graded.
I guess. I
Try
don't know what
and
you're
get one
talking about,
graded
Mosaic
now.
Mind. It's a key card in the hobby. You got to have Greg Jeffries. I don't know what you're referring to. Alan
Oh,
Iverson.
sandwich
Yes.
time for Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, Hockey Guy, we're not going to go into that. Just pretend it's not there. Don't worry about it. Pretend it's not
Hot
there. I don't want to get into that conversation. Oh, my goodness. I know at least 2 sellers of 1,500 copies. Yes.
Oscar Mayer.
No, I get it, Dave. I'm just teasing you. It's all good.
So it's bratwurst. It's more in the charcuterie style, Bobby. But hey, here, I haven't talked to you since the whole PSA thing went down. What do you make of? I mean, what's your perspective on PSA shuts down for a while?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're making a bold move. It's a brave move, and but I mean, without knowing what goes on behind closed doors, without knowing all the facts of the situation, I mean, I would say that they probably did what they had to do to kind of just it's like a reset, let's try and catch up on the backlog. Hopefully they can. I don't believe it's going to be ready by July 1. I think that will stretch, but it'll be what it'll be. Give them some time to move into their facility, train up some staff, work through some backlog. Will they, and then who knows what the future holds in terms of opening back up those service levels, what the price points will be. But I heard a couple of people I heard say that they're shutting off their cash flow. Well, they're absolutely not shutting off their cash flow. They don't.
The backlog, as they start grading the backlog, they start charging for it.
Exactly.
Literally millions of dollars are sitting there.
Their cash flow is guaranteed.
Yeah,
they're not having cash flow problems.
Yeah, that's the one thing the PSA has. That's the one thing the PSA has that a lot of the other ones. Ironically, the backlog is literally money in the bank, sitting in a vault, ready to be.
They could borrow against that.
Yeah, employed at any moment. It's like as soon as you start, okay, grade it. Okay, send the bill, hit the charge.
That's like it's an asset on their balance sheet sitting there.
Yeah, you don't want to have that much backlog. That's really what it comes down to. But they definitely have it there.
And that's why they made the move. I think it's a good move. They have to do what they've done to catch up. Otherwise, 500,000 cards in 3 days. I mean, how do you process that? I mean, I don't know I don't know their processes. I don't know their staff levels, their space issues, how all these things. But it's probably a good move. SGC's move after was bad timing, but I think what they're doing this time is, last time when they came out guns ablazing saying, hey, we're the new game in town, we're gonna have our turnaround times, and then they attracted all these submissions and they couldn't meet their promises. And now I think what they're saying is, hey, whoa, we're about to get flooded again. We need to. I think they're being proactive, and I think the hobby in general just sees it as a cash grab, but I don't know. I mean, time will tell. That's a brave move by them. Both these companies are going to, if you want, Bobby, I heard you, I think I heard you say 2 shows for me today, not fair or something like that. So I think I said the same thing on Charles's show earlier tonight that, both these companies, they're going to bear the fruits of what they're doing, or they're going to suffer the consequences, and time will tell.
I want to throw a quick thing in, just playing off what Jeremy said, because I wanted to make sure I quoted it correctly. So I pulled it up here. So talking about the SGC piece, their move made sense. It's kind of what we talked about earlier, but I'll give a little bit of context playing into what Jeremy just said. When he did his first mea culpa, the more recent ones, he did the March update where he kind of bragged about how they had fixed the backlog. This is in March. Again, this is SGC, and this is the president of SGC, Peter, who's a young guy. But he's very eager. He's a little aggressive, and sometimes that's not to your benefit. And he was making reference in that March update about what happened last time around, last year, when they made those big moves to try to get the business and go for it and everything. But he said, and I'll quote from here just so that we get it correct: "We spoke and you listened, as if hobby light bulb, blah blah blah. I don't want to give the whole marketing copy, but next, in the blink of an eye, our 12-man team was completely overrun. So at the time he's making the rounds, he's going to Cardboard Chronicles. He's talking about how they're ready to take business, 12-man team. What did you think was going to happen? Can you do basic math? That is bad leadership. That's why I made fun of it at the time, where it's like, okay, look, you want to increase your business? Of course. Every business would like to increase its business and get bigger and do all that. But you don't then challenge the hobby to send you stuff when you've got a 12-man team. And, oh, we'll be fine. Or in the blink of an eye, our 12-man team was completely overrun. No kidding. Really?
In COVID times.
There are three. That is 3
infected.
times as many people as are on the screen right
11-man
now.
team.
That's your team.
Yeah.
You think that's good enough? Come on.
No.
Yeah, before they asked for all the business, it probably was. They could probably handle their inflow,
Correct.
Correct. But obviously they couldn't, and they got buried for it publicly. You know, by the hobby masterminds out there.
That's
and
exactly. It.
So I think, as Dave says, you know, their move was proactive and reactive. Yeah, it was react. He's exactly right. Right, they're reacting to PSA's move, and they're being proactive, saying, "Hey, we now need to make sure that this doesn't happen again." So probably a good move, and they're gonna get more cards, and they're gonna make more money. So it's win-win for them. Lose for the hobby, but there's no other options. You know, either do that or be prepared as a hobby to wait 2 years to get your cards back.
Yeah, exactly. No, for sure. And the thing was that. So I want to quickly touch on this one here. So Mosaic Mind says the business has to come in first before you commit to expand it. Yes, but there are levels, because like I said, he went on a little bit of marketing blitz at that time. And again, in the update, he says they had a daily output of 200 to 250 cards. 200 to 250 cards per day.
That's nothing.
That's literally nothing. A decent bulk submitter would eat up your week.
Easy. Your month. Never mind your month.
Yeah, it's like you're not even going to touch the very basics. That's why I say, like, when they include numbers, it's nice because then I don't have to guess. I'm not in the room. I don't know. When you share the numbers yourself, then I can be like, okay, let's put this in context. At that time, that's what you were doing. PSA took in 500,000 in a couple of days. So at that output, you would still be like doing stuff from last June now. Like you'd never get past it.
What's this comment mean? Is that PSA rented 58,000 square feet and have
yeah, that's PSA. PSA included 58,000 more square feet. That's what they mentioned in one of their updates. But the thing is, for PSA, it made sense because they've got so much stuff. They've got a gigantic warehouse. They've got a lot of cards they need to house, even with the backlog, just to house the backlog.
Paying mad bills is the last thing they're worrying about. There's no cash issues at PSA.
The thing is, all they have to do to resolve any cash issues, create a couple more cards.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, that's why when I was talking about when they shut down, my initial video on the subject was that it was a gamble, but it was a smart and calculated gamble. Why? Because, well, the money's there. The backlog is your money. You can get at it. And shrinking the backlog is actually a good thing because it sets you up better to function. You can still do what you need to do. And the other players were in no position to take your volume. Given the volumes that we're talking about, it's like what's going to happen is they're going to get overwhelmed. They're going to get overbooked. And all of a sudden, people are frustrated that they get shut out. HGA is doing a good job ramping up, but this week was their greatest week ever. 5,500 cards in 1 week.
It's minuscule.
It's nothing.
PSA was very smart to do it when they did it because look what happened. SGC just said, hey, we need to now they raised their price. It was exactly what PSA wanted to happen. It protects their future. It protects their future revenue stream. Mosaic Mind says rent is expensive in Orange County. So is card grading. That's not even an issue. Like cash flow is not even an issue for them. And we know that. We know who they have behind them as well. So
yep.
Not even an issue. Yeah, and they're not worried about the competitors.
That was literally my point.
To be.
My statement was they're not concerned because they've already told us that they've already given us their capacity levels. I know what HGA's capacity is. You know who I got it from? HGA. I know SGC's capacity. Their aspiration.
But the reason why it's good timing is because every company is scaling right now. So by getting it done early before they can scale to the point where they can handle the increased volume, we know they can't. We know how hard it is to hire and train graders. So if PSA would have waited 6, 12, 18 months, they don't know exactly where their competitors would be. Maybe they'd be in a better position to absorb some of the overflow that PSA isn't taking. So the earlier, the better for them. But at the same time, does it even matter to them? Because SGC and HGA are not even on the map. Let's be honest. They're not even on the map. Sure, Hobby's talking about them, but only because they have to. Only because PSA has increased prices and slowed down their inflow. And Beckett has their own issues. So Beckett's always been there. So it's like they just want to, PSA just wants to get to where they need to be, work through the backlog, kind of take a breath, maybe give their people a couple days of vacation, and then open up the floodgates again. Hopefully be scaled and be in a position to manage what will come, because there's going to be a lot when they open back up, regardless of the price point. There's going to be a mad wave of cards coming their way.
I think there will be a large number of cards that come their way, but I believe, and kind of what we alluded to earlier, I believe they will put the initial starting point at a level that will cause, like the big people that have big cards to send will still send them. That will not be an issue. And they'll still get a lot of cards. I don't think that'll be an issue. But I think what they'll do is I believe that when the time comes and they start putting some of those other slots back in, I think their baseline will be much higher than it was before to make some of those really low end cards not worth it in terms of the turnaround. So you'll submit 100 cards instead of 2,000. So you're still submitting a chunk of cards, and the per card rate will be higher, and PSA will be more than happy to handle that and send it right back to you. But they'll be like, okay, cool, go to GMA, go bother them with your $5 card.
We were talking
about
manufacturing and the manufacturing relationship to all of this and distribution, but it occurs to me that the proliferation of like the number of releases is also an element of this. Like, it's not just that the human beings that are, accessing cards and want to send them in. It's also there's a food chain again where, when you have like 35 basketball releases, I mean, that's like how many Zions, how many Ja Morants, how many LeBrons. It's like there's a trickle down effect. And I'm not sure where I'm going with that thought. That's just an observation, but it's interesting.
Well, yeah, it provides more cards that are candidates to get graded, which is, I think, what a lot of what caused what's going on. I said it a few nights ago, like at PSA, how much of that backlog is Prism base? How much of it is 90s junk wax era base? How much of it is base, and how much of it is just cards that are worth like $150 and less? It's got to be a lot.
I would say a chunk of it is $50 and less.
Yeah,
people that went when the volume was available, when you could submit a lot of cards at a relatively low rate and try to turn them into $200 cards. Like even in that card ladder thing, we had fun with it a second ago when I put the chart up. The Sticky Puffy PSA 10 for $75. There was a point in time where you could have submitted that thing in a bulk order for a couple of bucks, relatively speaking.
And you would have been lucky to get 15 for it in a PSA 10.
But if you sent it in for $10 and got it back years ago, it's 75 now. Now it's fine. But at the time, it's like, okay, no, just put it in a holder, whatever. Because it was so cheap, you could be like, just toss it in, whatever.
Yeah.
But really, is it that hard to hire graders and train graders? Realistically, not talking about plumbers, electricians, doctors. We're not talking about anything like that. It's very easy, and especially for those base cards we're talking about, they could hire a slew of people, but maybe they're just not paying enough, or I have no idea why they couldn't house a whole bunch of people just at the low end tier that's really backing them up.
A lot of it is actual.
It's not hard training.
Well, a lot of it is office space. A lot of it is there. I know COVID is people are getting tired of that excuse, but COVID is a factor still in terms of social distancing. You can have what the amount of people you used to be able to fit into X amount of square feet is a lot more than it can be now, because you can't put people shoulder to shoulder or cubicle to cubicle and have them working. There's distance requirements now, so there's more challenges out there than the hobby masterminds that a lot of the commentary we hear that they understand. There's a lot of lot of ignorance in the hobby right now.
No, understood. I was just saying, how hard it is to train somebody. It's not.
Yeah. No, and I don't mean that as an insult. It's the fact of the matter is that we don't know. It's so hard to know what's going on behind closed doors in every single hobby service company or product company. They're all having issues. Everybody's having issues, whether whatever it is. I told kind of unrelated, but I just saw lumber costs. Lumber costs have doubled in the last year. So you want to build a house now, you're looking at I'm wondering when plastic costs are going to go up and the slab themselves gets more expensive. Like right now, they're increasing prices to slow down their inflow. But when are they going to have to raise prices because of the cost of the inputs? Never mind labor, the actual slab itself. I don't know. I just know lumber went up. I thought, well, maybe plastic will too. Could be wrong.
I got a raw price guide coming out.
Joe's sitting on a gold mine of raw material right now.
This stuff is going up too. Hobby products. One touches and penny sleeves are no longer pennies.
That is true. That was always my favorite thing.
Carlos. Robert Dudek's comment at 10:53 there. I don't think that's a joke. Like, why not have a 2-year turnaround time?
No, I included the comment in there. I saw it. It's one of those things but you could. And I joked about it earlier tonight where I said, look, for folks that are patient, if you really want to just put it in a holder and you're willing to wait effectively forever, that may still be an option for you. But if you want to wait forever because you're not worried about flipping the card, then it doesn't have to be PSA. It doesn't have to be SGC. If you just want a fancy holder, then you've got options for that. Yeah. If that's it. If the goal is just a fancy holder. Now, if the goal is resale, well, then you got to be a little picky or whatever. I did enjoy the comment, and I know it's already been answered, but this is not the first time it's been asked. I don't know if it was Spiro or somebody else. Somebody who asked if it's live, and I had a little fun with it. I go, nope. Put the comment on it. Continue.
Sorry, not live.
Sure, Spiro. Sure. And I know Hockey Guy took care of it. What is 2 to 3 times now? Because we go here. Slabs will always be behind demand. The thing is, it doesn't have to be, but at the same time, they are right now because they serve a purpose. I've seen people allude to this, and let me quickly touch on this. It's not that slabs inherently matter, but they serve a purpose. They do. I said they're lubricant to the market. What does that mean? Well, it means if I go buy a card on eBay and it's a card that is a high value card, and your scan is crummy, but at least it's graded by a third party grader that I have some respect for, that I've at least dealt with, the likelihood that I'm willing to bid on your thing is higher. It doesn't guarantee it, but then it's higher. But if you give me a third party grader that I've never heard of, or you put it in a crummy, one touch with a blurry scan or whatever, maybe I'll still make a bid for it, but my bid will be lower. I have to factor in the risk factor of I don't know what I'm getting. And I can't see it, and I'm relying on your crummy scan. I can ask you for another scan, maybe you provide it, maybe you don't. But for a market that's looking for different stuff, it makes it easier. Now, for cards like vintage and things like that, it makes it even easier. Are you going to buy a Hank Aaron rookie on eBay raw? Probably not.
No.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to invest in something that you're okay. So is it trimmed? Is it real? Is it a counterfeit? Like, there's a million things that could go wrong here. You would pay more for a PSA authentic Hank Aaron rookie because at least it's authentic. Even if the scan's a little blurry, as long as you can confirm the serial number matches and it's correct, at least now you're feeling a little more comfortable.
But there was a comment, I think it was Mosaic that made the comment earlier too about that the hobby is fickle, and and that
this one here.
That's a good point. We talked about the gamble. Someone mentioned the gamble that these companies are taking. The gamble they are taking is that the hobby, the levels it's at right now, will somewhat maintain, especially if they're investing large dollars, like tens of millions or just even millions into infrastructure. That's the gamble that they're taking. Big buildings, bigger leases, just, CapEx expenditures, hiring, labor, companies letting people go. It's never a pleasant experience. I mean, it just isn't. There's a human element, but it happens.
Yeah, but I've touched on that specific topic a little bit, but the other angle that I took from it, so what you said there is very accurate, but I'll add one more thing to it. To Bobby's point, there is still a little bit of training involved in it. Let's pretend for a second that you don't care about whether you hire or fire people. Let's pretend you're a true bastard and you don't care. it's still a pain to train these people and then dump them off if the demand drops. That's why I suggested that even as they hire, they may not hire to meet the full 100% demand, because the goal isn't to make it under the perfect conditions. If there is a little bit of a pullback, even if it's like 10, 15, 20%, you would rather have a good amount of people to be able to grade the stuff and get it out the door in a reasonable time period, rather than make sure you hire 5,000 people to make sure you clear this backlog right now. But now you got 5,000 people on staff. What are you going to do with them? If the demand no longer warrants it, okay, again, even if you don't care about firing them, it's still a pain. It's HR, it's paperwork, it's a bunch of stuff you have to do. You'd rather hire enough people to give you a good ability to absorb the demand, but not necessarily all of it.
But what about not only absorbing the demand, Carlos? It's also working through the backlog, right? Like how many people they need some real smart people coming up with the right amount of people to hire to work through the backlog and then still keep busy once they get through it. Yeah. And that's a very delicate balancing act.
Yeah, there is that spot, and by the way, there's a real element of management and things like that. Like there are entire courses and degrees where people sit there and try to run those calculations. Like, what is the staffing level you need? That's a real thing. What is the real staffing level? It's like, well, in theory, in order to clear this, we need this much. Yeah, well, what happens though when that demand drops off? You don't need this anymore. You actually needed this.
It's called
so
business
what's the happy medium? Yeah, what's the happy medium? Where are you going to find it? Quickly scanning through here. Yeah, collectors are always fickle. That is right. It's the same thing when you put it in one touches. Again, it's a fancy holder for some folks. Doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but what's the alternative though? Just leave it sitting on your table, or like, you know,
I don't have enough room on my table, Mosaic. I needed some kind of plastic.
They're always trapped in plastic, whether it's top load or a one touch or a slab.
Yeah.
That's trapped in plastic. Sure, you can take it out and touch it, but you know, then you're risking the oil through in your hands, get in there, and
here's an interesting one.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
that's the one from the card show, right? Yeah.
This is a newer one. This is the Frank Mahovlich one.
Yep. And I think you said it's one of 4,000. I think you said it's one of 4,000.
Seaway Mall. It is, yeah. So this is at the Seaway Mall in Hamilton, 1991, August.
Yep.
I have the Tim Horton one, which was show in summer, in May 25th.
See, Mosaic I think Mosaic is trying to be sarcastic, but you've got the perfect fit sleeves, and then you've got the other protectors. I've seen the protectors for the protectors. You got slab guards, like you got a whole line of products.
Galoshes,
right? Protecting the protector.
Raincoats.
These guys here, where did I put them? These guys right here, the perfect fits. Yeah, they're because Mosaic's right. I don't want my slabs scratched. So you put them in here, you protect the slab, and these don't scratch. So you have a nice looking display piece, or just a nice looking card and a nice clean slab. Yeah,
I don't have as many slabs as you do, but I have got a couple of those, and I've picked them up, and they've got them in different sizes and stuff. They're handy. Yeah. They're handy for what they are. They're definitely useful. But I'm saying if somebody wants to really take it to even another level, there are ones where they've got like an exterior holder that hold in a lot of the different ones. It's got like a little flap in it, and you can put the slab in it, and it's got a complete panel in the front to be able to show the slab if you want. So it's one of those things, like it's become a cottage industry, even protecting the holder. So you can definitely
sell holders on eBay now. They sell
for sure
PSA looking holders. Have you seen them? They have no tag or note in them, but you just open them and it just looks exactly like PSA.
For sure.
Really?
For sure. Yeah, no worries with mine.
Scary stuff.
I would be the last person that will ever critique. I enjoy when people will challenge. I enjoy when they ask the question. I enjoy that part. Top load, yeah, they've got the perfect fit for top loaders too. That's true. That's very right. They got a whole line of products actually, and I don't think they call them perfect fit anymore. I think they call them something else. The name escapes me though.
Yeah,
they've changed the name, but they're still around. They just under a different name. Eddie's baseball autographs. I never know how. Yeah, I'll be honest. Now, mind you, slabs are not infallible, but it actually takes a little bit of work to scratch them up real badly because I've seen some bad examples, and I'm like, guys, you don't really have to scuff them that badly.
Even on Sasha's show, did you see the way they're handling them? And not all of them.
You want to talk about commodities? Yes, I know it's true.
Well, that
his last show was kind of uninteresting.
Yeah.
The rebates.
Here's a very quick and simplistic question that probably does not have a simplistic answer.
Go ahead.
Oh, Joe.
I know.
That's why we like you, Joe. Go ahead.
I asked these just to try Bobby's patience mostly. But who has the biggest opportunity in this moment?
In general,
you could name a card grading company, or you could name something else.
who has the most potential?
They always win.
moment?
The company that is doing the worst job, I would say, has the biggest opportunity to turn things around.
Okay, who's doing the worst job?
PSA. That's what I said.
I don't think
Everybody.
PSA. I don't think PSA is doing the worst job, Bobby.
Everybody. I mean, well, not everybody. It comes to, well, Comc is definitely under fire right now.
Yes. I was gonna ask you a question about that, but I was curious where you wanted to go with it.
We don't need to talk about that. I'm going to save for my show tomorrow.
No, that's fine. I still have general
that
question though that you can answer. I do have a general question that you can answer.
What is it?
So in the show, obviously you've got it formatted so that it's going to be 3 quarters. You talking with Tim, discussing the various aspects of it, because that's straight from the description. That's the way you've outlined it.
Yep.
It's going to be 3 quarters. Speaking of that, and then the final quarter is going to be the Q&A piece.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the Q&A piece, once you get to it, this is just a general question. Is it going to be, I assume the chat pretty much has to be on the whole time. Are you going to go back at all? Or is it going to be from that moment, now ask your questions?
Yeah. So at the beginning of the show and probably throughout, I'm going to mention several times that, save your questions till the end because we're going to ignore them. I'm going to ignore them. I'm not going to. Yeah, I had to make a decision. I can't. It'll be a complete dumpster fire if I address all the questions and comments that are coming through during the episode.
I agree.
And I want to give Tim a chance to explain. He's coming on. I spoke to him for an hour, and he wants to address the issues. He wants to talk about, what's been going on for the last year. The reasons behind it. They're not. I guess I don't want to get into it because he'll tell the story, but a quick summary, I guess. They aren't providing poor service because they want to provide poor service. There are actual constraints and limiting factors that have caused them to be where they are. Now, could they have had foresight 3 years ago? He made the comment to me. He said, even if we saw this coming, there's no way we could have prepared for it. That's how much their business increased. And so they didn't prepare for it, so it snowballed even more. And there's a whole bunch of things that happened that put them in the situation that they're in. Some are their fault. Some are their fault, and he's going to admit that. Some aren't, and he's going to talk about that too. So, but he's going to get into detail. He's going to get into extreme detail about what's been going on. Sorry, Bobby.
No problem. So they just didn't even touch the brakes; they just hit the wall.
So sorry, what?
They didn't touch the brakes; they just hit the wall.
They hit the wall a long time ago. Yeah, they hit the wall a long time ago.
They didn't hit the brakes on the car.
Let me quickly, like I said, at the end of the day, Tim's going to have his chance to explain to the show. But I think what Bobby's alluding to is that in the course of operating business, because we just talked about earlier how PSA reached a saturation point where they could have kept going. They could have kept accepting submissions, but it was untenable. Like Nat Turner, those guys are smart guys. They sat there. Now that they're in and they've had a chance to look around, they basically look around.
It's different for Comc. It's different for Comc. Stopping submissions doesn't help them. It's stopping sales that helps them.
But I'm about to get to that. No, I'm about to get to that.
Yeah.
They've continued to accept consignments.
But that's not the. They have, sure.
But why bother? But it's just one more thing that you're doing.
So like I said,
cards out.
He's going to address all these issues tomorrow night. He's ready to take it like a man, if you will, and face the hobby. Like, but as for the format of the show, I know between him and I, we know everything that needs to come out. We know everything that needs to be discussed. There's no point in taking questions because let's face it, people come in and out of these streams, right? So we could totally talk about something for the first 15 minutes and then get a question about it half an hour later because someone just came in. We don't have time for that. And I'm pretty certain that it's going to be Yeah, pitchforks and torches, exactly. I'm not going to deal with it, right? It's just it'll be unmanageable for me, just like what some companies are going for.
So I have two questions. I have two questions directly pertaining to the show for yourself. This is for you. This is a Jeremy question, not a Tim question.
I appreciate that.
Did you at any point consider, because this was my thought process, given the likelihood of that, did you at all consider doing a pre-tape that time around? Because where you guys just talk through the stuff and just record it, and then you could do a premiere and hang out in the chat if you wanted to, but like just record the thing. Tim, say your piece. Here you go. You get 90 minutes or an hour or whatever it's going to be. Just talk. Go.
I did think about it, but I just quickly said, no, I'm gonna go the harder way, and I'm gonna literally. I think what I'm actually gonna do, Carlos, is I'm gonna tape a piece of paper over the. You know where the chat is?
Yeah, I know.
A piece of paper, so I'm not even gonna look at it.
You're gonna need to do that.
I know.
Okay. So I have a suggestion for you. I have a practical suggestion for you. Since you're here, let me do that. You have the same capability that I do. My suggestion would be then have the scrolling banner at the bottom, basically saying we will take questions at around whatever time.
No, I appreciate.
Just have it consistently going the whole show.
I appreciate that. That's an excellent. I'm going to do that. It's a great.
Because that way you're going to have to repeat it, but you're better off than just including it there, at least one more frame of reference to be like, this is why. And then at the bare minimum, you've got the capability to potentially be able to. It'll still
don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Just if you know what I'm talking about right now, don't do it. Okay, sorry, Carlos. Continue.
No worries. But I'm just saying it gives you one mechanism to at least stave it off temporarily. It gives you something, and it's not going to fix everything. But as I was saying, like if you're going to do it live and you're going to get it anyway, and you're going to have to ignore the chat, which you're going to do anyway, then at least make it clear. Maybe then people won't waste their time for the first little bit. They still will, but it'll minimize it a little bit. It'll give you a little bit of a break for a little bit, and that's the first suggestion. And the second suggestion is going to actually the second one is not a suggestion but a question. So my suggestion is a scrolling ticker that may help you like 5%. It'll give you something.
No, that'll be helpful for sure. Yeah.
So my second one is a question, and again, this is you question, not for Tim. So let's say best case scenario. What's your hope of what you think? Let's say it all goes off without a hitch. Tim says his piece, you do the Q&A, whatever. What do you think is going to come out of it? What is Tim going to get?
Not much. Nothing's going to come out of it because the hobby doesn't care what he has to say. All they care about is that they didn't get their cards on time. That's all. People are not good. People have very selective listening. People are very quick to judge. Everyone thinks they have the answers. Everyone thinks they have the solution to the problem that they don't even understand. They can see the problem, but they don't understand it. Nobody understands the problem except the people in those four walls.
Okay.
Nobody else understands the problem. We think we do.
Okay.
We think we do, but we don't.
Nope.
We don't.
I think that's a very reasonable response. But then my logical follow-up is, I agree. I tend to agree with you. I tend to agree with what you said. But my follow-up question is, then what's the point of this exercise? I don't have a problem with it, by the way. It's going to be interesting for me to listen to in the same vein. But there's a segment of it that doesn't care, to your point, that isn't trying to make suggestions, that isn't going to prescribe or suggest that they understand what's happening inside the walls. But if I want my stuff and you're the business and you're not providing my stuff, the only thing I should care about is getting my stuff. I don't care why you can't provide it.
You know, you're right. When I say it won't make a difference, it will make a slight difference. There will be some people who understand. There will be some people who've actually run businesses before. There will be some people who actually are willing to be understanding and to listen to what he has to say.
Okay.
And to, I know the way, your style, Carlos, is, you're what you call yourself, a professional troll, right? Something like that. There are people that aren't professional trolls, and there are people that will absorb it, listen to it. And the few people who actually the light bulb goes off and say, okay, I get it now. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. But so maybe you won't buy cards from them for a while. That's fine too. But the people that are going to be understanding and open-minded and even a little bit sympathetic, perhaps, will maybe just stop bitching and complaining about not getting their cards, in as fast as they are supposed to. And that's it. I mean, but like you said, most won't.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe. I got to follow up, but go ahead, Joe. You first.
Thank you. As someone who has no pitchfork, no torch, because I don't really use Comc, I understand their importance in the hobby. I mean, the thing that will come out of it for me is understanding all the contextualities that we are now in that probably have corollaries in other sectors of the sports card industry. And I think that will be very interesting to apply, not just specifically to Comc, but into other areas and shed insight into what everyone has been, reconciling and dealing with in COVID times and even pre-COVID times, with the rise of interest, the passionate, collecting, the break. I mean, just all aspects of the hobby.
Well, Joe, you're also a reasonable person. You're also reasonable and open-minded and understanding and sympathetic. You have all those nice qualities. A lot of people just love to complain and bitch. People just love to do that, right? Many people do. And that's fine too. That's the balance we have on Earth. That's the balance we have in humanity. Everything's a dichotomy. That's fine. But just a bit more to your comment, Carlos. When I first, Tim was booked on the show before even I knew there were issues, but he wasn't booked on the show to come on and just address issues. Since he's been booked on, it's like, well, now we're going to focus on all these things, and that's what we're going to talk about. There would have been other things to talk about, but now we're going to focus on the issue, and I'm just going to provide him the venue. And it's versus it being a Comc production. I think it'll be a little bit more authentic, and because I'm a neutral party, that it'll be a little bit more just authentic. Is what I'm hoping for.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. And the thing is, professional troll or not, I am pretty reasonable in the sense that I'm still going to be interested in seeing what he comes to the table with and what is. But one thing I will say, because obviously I'm not in the conversation, so I won't get a chance to rebut anything he says. It'll be his platform with you to go and talk it through. And I'm not going to pose any questions because, to be honest, that's a fool's errand. that's gonna be a crazy chat. I don't even want to be a part of it.
And the questions that come will have already been answered. We're going to cover pretty much every question that can come, because I've been, for the past week, I've been reading and seeing what people are talking about, and even on their new building post, it's like there's a lot of comments on there as well that it's like, okay, so there's some good stuff. So that's why we don't need to take questions, because there's nothing that's going to be asked that we're not going to talk about. So,
okay. So then, okay, fair enough. So then my question is, okay, if that's the case, what's the point of even doing the Q&A? Cancel the last part.
Yeah, we could, but you know why? Because I recognize that people come in throughout. So it's like, okay, if you did come in a bit later, we'll have it. That's why. Hopefully, and you know what? If we don't have time for it, if we go 2 hours and there's no time for it, I'm just going to say, sorry, no Q&A, and I'm going to take a 10-minute break and bring on my after hours guest for what I'm expecting will be, actually, this should be pretty relaxing for me, ignoring the chat. But if I do get into some of the chat in the last half hour, my after hours show is with a total diehard collector of cards, and I'm going to have a nice relaxing finish to my night.
Right. Okay. No, that's fine. I get it. I just wanted to understand the context behind the conversation, which is fine. It's your show, and you should run it in the manner in which you see fit. I was just curious, as a host also of a show, I was just curious about the approach you were going to take with it. The only other thing I'll say, and it will be interesting for me to look at, I'll be curious, at the end of the day, when he does his explanation to your point, yes, people do like to bitch and complain. That is 100% true. That is very accurate. But I will also say that I don't know how the angle Tim's going to take on it. I'll be curious to see how he decides to approach it. You can explain it. You can give the circumstances, and a person can listen and go, that makes sense. That's completely understanding. Great. Then don't take my money. You can't provide the service. You can't provide the service. You understand that given the circumstances, it will take 6 months. It'll take a year. It'll take whatever. Then basically say that up front. Hey, are you cool with a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5? Because that's what it's going to be. Otherwise, don't push this button and don't give us your money.
Yeah, no, fair comment. I think two things there. They're sellers, so they're in a no-win situation, because if they turn off the sales, then now they're hearing it from their sellers. If they don't turn off the sales, they're hearing it from the buyers. They can't win right now. The only way they can win is by fixing the problem. And I think what I hope the audience takes away is that he's not going to be making excuses. So he's going to give reasons, because there are legitimate logistical reasons for what's happened. Not to say that they couldn't have been avoided if they had the time and the runway to fix them, but no one saw this. No one saw the hobby taken off ahead of time. Nobody, especially us. I mean, when COVID hit, you thought, oh, great, got to sell. The economy's going to shit. It had the complete opposite effect, right? So he's going to explain why they're in the situation they're in.
Sure.
He's going, but the key with him is that he's going to take responsibility. Tim is not a guy to just make excuses and say, sorry, guys. I talked to him for a solid hour the other night, and he's like broken up. Like the guy is like they're not, it's tough. It's rough on them. There's a human aspect to all this too. And people don't realize that, that's what I like about my show. If I can say what I like about my show, is that I bring the people behind these brands to the hobby, and I try to I want you to know who's behind there, because there is a human aspect to all of this. Not all these big brands are so bad, and they're not just it's not just about cash grabs and capitalizing. Yes, they're in it to make a profit for sure, but there's other aspects to the business. But he's a guy that's going to he's going to take responsibility, and he's got a plan to try and make it right, to try and make it right by the customer. So he'll be talking about that too.
Okay, sounds fair. So
Joe liked this one. No sympathy for the devil, right?
Yeah, one last question, because this is still a Jeremy question, not a Tim question. It's a Jeremy question. You might be a little bit more up on it, because this part I haven't paid as close attention to. Comc, I've looked at it predominantly from as a user of the platform, but I haven't paid super close attention to the communications from Comc's perspective. Aside from the interview he's going to do with you tomorrow, or later tonight from where I am, has he released any press releases or anything else on either the Comc platform, the social media, or anything else that outline any of the stuff that he's going to go over with you?
Yeah, great point. I don't know the answer to that, but that's something I'm going to be asking him. Is like, listen, you these issues they're not new.
Yes.
Why are you coming up with them? Like why haven't you press released along the way?
Something.
Like right, exactly. Like, why haven't you talked about it? Or because we talked about it, like we talked about this exact thing, so he knows I'm asking the question, and he's going to have his answer for it. So you'll see the answer then. He's got it. He has an answer for that exact question. And
I hope he does.
Oh, you're just making us tune in. Come on.
No, I mean, I'm interested. I mean, Jared, what do you think? Do you think this is going to bring? So I kind of keep an eye on just the general metrics of your show, and it seems like, on a really good night, you get upwards of 200 viewers live. Do you anticipate that this show will be above that?
I do. I think it'll. Yeah. I mean, I think it'll. I mean, my shows they're usually hitting like 1,000 by the next day or the day after. I think this one will probably hit 1,000 by the next day for sure. I don't know what the biggest number will be at any given time, but it's been around the 100 to 130 lately. Yeah, it's been over 10,000 actually. Well, not 10. Sorry, it's been over. No, not 10,000. It's been over 400, but I expect it to be. I think it'll be close to 200 maybe at its peak, because not everybody's there the whole time. It's a long freaking show, right? How many people sit there and watch the whole thing at once?
A long show? Like, that's a preamble. What are you talking about?
But
that's a warm-up. That's the introductory paragraph.
The average watch time on my videos is longer than most people's videos. So
Yeah.
I expect people will watch it, and this is a. I think it's an important episode. You know, I think it's going to be I think it's going to be widely watched and watched a lot in syndication afterwards.
Totally.
YouTube syndication.
It was nice of you to, describe me as an empathetic individual, but I also like to learn. And that's what I see this show about, is just sort of learning about the circumstances that I don't know anything about.
Yeah, I see Hockey Guy's question. Well, did you not hear what I just said, Chris? Yeah, he's going to get into exactly what the reasons are. So probably beyond the two options that you are aware or that you're considering. Yeah, beyond those issues, there's more issues, and I do know exactly what happened. He talked my ear off, and we for a solid hour. He's going to, which is why I don't know that an hour and a half will be enough. Maybe it will be. We'll see. But yeah, he's going to be getting into exactly why. So as many reasons as it is how many reasons he'll be getting into.
No, I think that's. I think that's. Go ahead, Bobby.
Oh yeah, go ahead, finish up. I'll talk to Joe after.
No, I was saying is no. I think that will be interesting. I think if I was advising Tim, I'd tell him to filibuster the full 2 hours. I'd say go for it. It would actually be to his benefit. Like, just go the full 2 hours. If Tim, if you're listening, go the full 2 hours. That's my suggestion to you. I don't care what you have to say. Go to full 2 hours.
Listening. Mosaic Mind said earlier that he'll explain the situation and then diplomatically sponge up some online hate. He won't. He's not. He's smarter than that, right? He's got enough to worry about right now than listening to what we're saying. Unless he's on the show with me for that 2 hour period. Otherwise, he's not. He doesn't read what anybody says. He's. What's
Everybody
the point?
Does.
What's the point?
I believe you. But then I'm back to my original statement. Then why bother? Who cares then? Say nothing.
Well, because
say nothing.
Well,
Tim, cancel the show. We're done. It's over. Forget it.
Well, but
Saturday's off.
You asked the question before. Why? Has he communicated before? When you said that, I assume you're saying that and implying that maybe he should have or he should be.
I'm saying that given that the notion here, because he's going to go into a thorough explanation. Obviously, as time goes on, things develop, more things happen, more things challenges get met and things like that. But along the way, some of these challenges were being encountered at various stages, right? They had a moment where they had to shut down specifically for COVID. That's one thing. Then later on, there was other things. And along the way, over the course of a year, a variety of different things would have come up. I don't know. I only pose the question because I haven't checked in on a regular basis
to ask why do it at all. Why? Because he decided to. That's the simple answer. Because he accepted my invitation to come on. I texted him and I said, "Hey, you want to come back on the show?" It was very simple exchange. He's like, "Yeah, happy to." All right, great. I could find out the date of that text, right? It was probably maybe a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. So it's a while ago already, Mm-hmm. And now we're where we are, and things have, and I can, based on what he told me, there has been some significant events that have happened in February that I won't call them significant events, significant just things that occurred that what are we at? We're April, so maybe he accepted my invitation right when some of these things were going on. But in any event, he accepted the invitation. He's going to come on, and it's a great opportunity for me to have a great show with great viewership and that kind of thing. Increase the exposure. I'm not going to deny that. It's a great opportunity for me to have a great episode. So, and people want to hear from him. And he knows that. He knows that because I told him. So, and just because he doesn't read everything, I said to him, I go, there's a lot. You're under a lot of fire right now, and if you're want to come and address the hobby, I'm going to give you that opportunity. And so he took me up on it.
All right. Sounds fair. I get it.
Interesting. Y'all know I'm in the educational world and independent schools. And in the last couple of years, a lot of independent schools have had to close. Tuition-based education has faced a lot of challenges. And one of the questions that have emerged amongst, various cohorts, listservs, whatnot, is how do you do that gracefully? And so when I'm hearing this, a little bit of like meeting in the middle with a bit of what Carlos was saying, I guess, in terms of like continuing on, is like, and this isn't specific to ComC. I think this is more just a philosophical question. At what point do you sort of say like, yeah, this isn't working out, and I want to do something gracefully to adjust in a way that's appropriate to the circumstances? And it doesn't sound like that's where ComC is at, but I mean, it's an interesting thing for everyone. How do we sort of, at some point, if it is appropriate, is there a moment where you sort of throw in the towel, and how do you accommodate or do your best to be respectful to everybody that has participated in your community? Like I'm thinking about a school, right? Like if a school has to close down, you've got students, you've got families, you've got alum, you've got people who have like actual lived experience. And do you just willy-nilly like go down in flames, or you try and do it gracefully? And I'm not suggesting that ComC is at that point, but there's Rome, rise and fall.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it really speaks to what you said exactly, Joe, but it's not like you'll learn tomorrow if you watch or listen what they've been doing over the last year to handle their issues, the customer experience issues that have been going on. And it seems like they've done nothing. I know that. He knows that. They know that. But behind the scenes, everything we don't know, which is almost everything, all we know is that our cards are taking longer to get to us. That's all we know. And that they're not responding to customer service inquiries. There are actual logical reasons for these things. Now, they're not reasons that we're going to love, but there are reasons for it. And there are reasons, some of which are beyond their control, some of which are not. Some things, like he told me one thing where I thought, well, if I were doing it, I might have had a plan B there, sort of thing, right? So, but at the same time, they're human, and that's just, it's sort of that's just the way it is. So you either be patient or you stop using them. Everyone has the power of their wallet, and if you don't want to use them, don't use them. If you especially if you feel burned during this time. But he's got some real, I think, authentic concerns for the customer, and some real authentic like we want to make it up to you plans. So
Interesting.
It'll be a good show. I'm looking forward to it. Even though I don't have any vested interest, I'm still interested to. It's hobby information. We all like to listen to different shows just for different reasons, and it's nice to know what's going on in the world in the hobby. So,
and I know. Sorry,
what were you going to say?
I was just going to say that the new building that they have. I saw a comment on that Instagram post that said, yeah, who cares? Where's my cards, or something like that, or stop posting and ship my cards. Like, for people where not everyone's working in the same state that their cards are in. There's all sorts of like, a lot of people just don't know how business works, but they think they have all the solutions. And
I get your point, Jeremy, and I agree with you. I do agree with the general principle of that. However, I will say though, like from the perspective of the client, like, no, I actually don't care about your building. The fact that it could potentially help me down the road, that's great. Tell me how that will help me. You tell me you bought a building, it's like, congratulations, good for you.
Right. The post was a little void of any context.
Correct.
Right. But that's some, trust me, I talked to the girl who did that. Like it's somebody's job to do it, right? Like they're so busy trying to handle their volume that it's not like, hey, Tim, I'm going to make a post about the building. Can you approve it? It's like, please do your job. I'm focusing on the bigger problem at hand. But in any event, that doesn't matter. The fact is, I agree with that. The building, it's like, okay, great. How, like you said, Cross, how is
like
that
you and every other company in the same vein who needs additional space and capacity and things, like, yes.
So, I mean, yeah, he's going to discuss how that's going to how that's going to help the process down the road. But yeah, it doesn't help it today. It doesn't help it today.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a step in the right direction. And yeah, I'll leave some for tomorrow, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
No, I get it, but like I said, my underlying point is just this, and I'm keeping it at this level. The fact that it could potentially help down the road, that's cool. So could a vaccine, so could a cure, and so could permanent immunity for all of humanity. That doesn't mean it's going to help me today. It won't.
Right.
And in the case of a building, it's like, yeah, my expectation is that it will help. Like as a person who understands conceptually.
What's your real problem with that though? What's the like?
My real problem is that it's actually not worth announcing. Like you might as well have told me you changed stationery. I don't care.
Fair, but they don't. But who cares what you think, Carlos? Really, like who cares that you don't care? You know what I mean? And that's not. I'm not.
And who cares that you don't care that I don't care?
Well, exactly. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
So
then don't watch the show, everybody. We're done.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but then what is there to talk about that? Like, if he explains how the building is going to help and it doesn't matter and I don't care, but he doesn't care that I don't care, it's like, well, then I guess we're in agreement.
No, I never said he doesn't care.
Okay.
I said who cares? I said who cares that you don't care about that?
I'm one of the customers. Like,
right. So, but still, if the post didn't make it out there. Mm-hmm. You're not.
Then I would have noticed. There would have been nothing to discuss.
So what's the harm? How does that cause you harm? How does that cause you harm, or anybody else for that matter? How does it cause you harm? What does it take away from you?
You actually have an individual that you hired, to your point a second ago, to post this that is of little to no relevance, and it doesn't help in any way. It doesn't add anything to the equation in any way. But you had enough time to post it.
So should he fire her? Should he fire her?
You know what? Actually, yes, he should fire her.
You should fire her.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why not?
Well, it's a good thing you don't run businesses, Carlos, because your businesses would fail very quickly.
How would it have failed? You just said the post doesn't matter a second ago.
So, but
then what do we hire? Then what do we have her doing?
You don't fire someone for that.
You don't fire somebody for doing something that is redundant, that doesn't help.
Didn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. How does it hurt? How did it hurt you?
You're saying
Carlos?
It doesn't hurt me.
How did it hurt you? How did it hurt?
No, I said you're saying it doesn't hurt me. It doesn't necessarily have to have hurt me. If it hurt anybody else, then it's a problem. I don't know if it hurt anybody's, Jeremy. Like, I don't know. I can't answer that question.
What's your issue with it? What's your real issue with it?
My issue with it is why.
Why not?
We're getting pretty existential here, everybody.
Why not, Carlos?
Yeah. So let's go back.
But again, it comes down to the social media manager put out a post about a new building. You know, maybe thinking, hey, we got a new building. This is exciting news for our company. The staff is probably very excited. They see a good future ahead. So they put it out there. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So I don't know. I mean, if you're
Jeremy, as a client, let me position it this way. You say it doesn't hurt me. You're right. It doesn't actually hurt me one way or the other. But as a client, if I'm getting communication from you and my interest is in getting my stuff quicker, getting my stuff more efficiently, this building does not, in the immediate aftermath, help me. So where I want you to tell me about how you're going to either improve the service or get me my stuff quicker or resolve an issue, you told me about the building. But to your point a second ago, it didn't explicitly state how this in the immediate future is going to resolve my problem. But you spent a good chunk of time in that post telling me about how wonderful this building is, how you can see it from space.
Yeah, they spent probably 5 minutes building that post. You're right. Good chunk of time, and to announce something that they're excited about. If it doesn't help you, I mean, you know what? Not putting it out there left you in the exact same place. So the person who put it out there probably does not work or even work in a location that is even close to, or maybe isn't even allowed in it for other reasons to do to actually help, you know, either scan cards in or ship cards out, which are the two, which is especially shipping cards out, which is the big issue. Oh, and talking to customers as well, right? Not everybody. You know, I love when you see people say something like, oh, stop posting, ship me my cards. Well, you know, not everybody works in shipping. Not everybody can fly from North Carolina to to where they are to
Washington,
whatever it is,
Washington State.
Washington State. Thank you. To ship cards, like, that's just not a logistical possibility. So, but again, people think they know what the problems are, and everyone thinks they have the solution. Fact of the matter is, nobody really knows what's going on behind closed doors. All this said, Tim is very willing to, and very just knows that he needs to take responsibility for what's going on, and he's going to. And there's only so much that they can do. There's only so, and as you'll learn tomorrow if you listen, that there are actual reasons for why things are the way they are. So take it for what it's worth. I mean, and if you're not satisfied with what you hear, that's fine too. Spend hours on your show talking about it, Carlos. I know, I'm sure you will anyway. So, I'm glad my show provides you with so much content for yours.
Content is always welcome. All the providers provide is content. I'll quickly touch on this one by Hockey Guy. No, I don't expect them to wave a magic wand. I don't expect them to fix anything, immediately or otherwise. In the long run, absolutely. But that's with everybody else. I don't expect them to wave a magic. The thing is, maybe I should make clear. My expectation is in the immediate moment, like today, tomorrow, and a week from now, nothing changes. Doesn't matter what Tim says. It won't change. Now, is he going to outline? I would expect, my expectation is he will outline that there is a plan to resolve XYZ, and he's going to do XYZ and all that. I expect him to list off or say certain things that they intend to do, or at least in the abstract say we're going to do stuff. That is my expectation. That's it. As far as expectation, that is where it stops. But there is no magic wand. It has been a year, and there has been a progressive degradation in service from the customer side of the experience. That hasn't changed. And even if he could wave his magic wand and fix it tomorrow, that didn't change the last year. You can't take it back.
It's definitely going to be a process. I alluded to a few events that occurred. So something could have happened. I'm going to leave it for him to say something could have happened last year that would have drastically changed these last few months. That thing that could have happened that would have alleviated a lot of their pressures was ripped out from under them. And that was a major setback to them being able to more efficiently handle their volume and every issue that they have. So nobody knows about it except me and them, and probably a few external professionals who were involved. But you'll learn about that tomorrow. And, if there's a sympathetic ear or an understanding ear out there that is like, you know what? And that's where I said, maybe a plan B would have been in order, and that they didn't have a plan B at the time. And that's where myself as a business person, I might have had a plan B ready, and but I just didn't at that time. So I mean, I wasn't involved. I couldn't have done it, and I guess they didn't. So had they had a plan B, maybe they could. But you'll learn, even a plan B might not have even been possible. So. And there are actual real reasons, not just we're lazy or we didn't think of it or it's not a money issue. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to spill the beans, but you'll learn tomorrow if you tune in. So that's why I say, I mean, we don't know why they're in the situation that they're in, but it's so easy to say. And I saw someone say it the other day, how hard is it to pick cards from a box and ship them to me? It's like, God, you're such an idiot. And you don't know it. You're such an idiot and you don't know it. Like,
that's why social media was invented, so everyone can have an opinion, and they're not all the best. And unfortunately.
No, Robert Dudek, that's not the answer.
And Joe, getting back to your question with regards who comes out best in this whole scenario of who's taking advantage of the sports card industry at this point in time. Who's the big winner?
I wish I didn't answer that question. We didn't have to get into
That's okay. I had it in my back of my mind. I know. So you weren't forgotten, Joe. I had an opinion. I think PSA is winning and will win. They're Teflon. They always come through everything. They can pass PSA 10s. They can grade the first card they ever graded as trim. They went through the PW. They get through everything, and nothing happens with them. So then now they have the $300 service, and all that is just stepping over all the bundles of submissions of everybody else. And we'll take your good stuff, but you guys sit back, relax. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll handle it all.
I think one advantage
We
Bobby,
have
they
no
have, though,
choice, and they're just they posture themselves so well. They have bank all day for the next year and a half,
yeah.
and they
I
can
think, though,
release
Bobby,
it, and people are yes.
I think, though, Bobby, one thing, though, that PSA also has is that they're an optional service. If in doubt, they're literally a value add service. They're not actually producing a product.
People are addicted.
That's
compelled.
fine. Bobby, that's a different conversation. What I'm saying, though, is that they're a product where if somebody literally complains about it badly enough, you could point out, it's like, well, you don't have to submit. If you've got a platform where you're selling the product, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you are somebody who's like, no, literally, you're putting it in a holder. It's an ultrasonically sealed holder. Someone looks at it, assigns it a grade based on criteria, and hands it back to you. You don't have to do that. You can have the raw card. Now, the other one is a platform where they hopefully will send you the card, whether it's in a holder, whether it's raw, whatever the case is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
If I want the product, though, from the platform, then I actually need the physical product. The other one is like, I have to send it to them for them to give me back the thing. I'm actively participating in it, whereas the other one, I'm purchasing the thing. PSA has one thing going for it where it's like literally now in the current market as well.
They built a great
PSA
business
can literally
model,
print
though.
money for them.
Let's
It
not
is a
give it
great business
that.
model. I agree.
Sure.
But that business model helps. That business model helps as part of it.
Everything. Sure.
Exactly. That's the
Pop
rationale. That's the
record.
reason PSA is in that position.
I think PSA was powerful, is powerful, and will continue to be powerful. But I'm kind of looking at absolute value opportunity, like, you know, in a sense of who can gain the most, and they
Not
will just
third party.
Well, the thought that comes to my mind is the new slab company. Is it HGA? Is that the one?
That's the current one that's gotten the buzz.
I kind of feel like they have an opportunity here because they're already, as I'm understanding it, limiting the amount of cards they're grading. So if I was on their team, I would like go, okay, we've already got, you know, a sort of opportunity where more people want our services than we're providing. So I would kind of double down on whatever processes I have to kind of create even more, you know, turnover. I like their slabs. I think they've got it sounds like they've got good graders. It sounds like so I think they have an opportunity. And if they have investors or if they have people on their team that can kind of like pivot a little bit more so they can turn over, like if it's 5,000 to 10,000 or whatever the hell's going on with their, you know, I don't know anything about their actual like way of doing transactions, but that's intriguing to me. I think they might have an opportunity here.
Yeah, I'll quickly fill in a gap there based on what they themselves have posted. I'm taking them at their word because that's what they have put out there. Their intention is within the next 3 months to get up to a level at which they can do 10,000 a week. Now, that's good. That's not nothing, but at the same time, in the grand scheme of third-party grading, that's a drop in the bucket. SGC's year-end goal is to get to 10,000 a day, which is obviously much more, but it's even still a drop in the bucket in the relative terms of things. We don't know how much we know how much PSA is taken in because we know that from what they've disclosed. We don't know what their capacity is to take out, but we do know it's the most significant capacity in the industry, but obviously not enough. But we can guess if SGC is easily overwhelmed and their goal is to get to 10,000 a day, PSA is much higher than that. But it's still not enough. When you're taking in 500,000 in, even if you're sending 100,000 out, 150,000 out, you're still falling behind every single week that goes by.
So it's not PSA as bad as, if not worse than, Comc business wise.
I would say no, though,
really?
because but the thing is, they're no, because Comc right now. So I'll put it this way: this would be my differentiator. At the moment, in the same vein, you don't have to use Comc. You can try to find the stuff on another platform. That is always an option. You can go to eBay if they happen to have the card or whatever the case may be. Now, let's say I'm a seller. Let's say I'm frustrated with Comc's thing. I can ask them then to send me back my cards. I can do that. That's very possible, but it'll take some time for them to process it. Let's say I'm like a meat and I have tens of thousands of cards for them. Let's say a meat decides, you know what? I'm done with you guys. I hate Barry now. I hate Comc Barry. I want out. They could probably get him his cards, but I don't know how long it would take. I'd be curious to like how long it would take for them to take all the stuff out, then ship it back over to him, whatever the case may be. It would take a little while for sure. Like even though it's just returning my own cards back to me. If I'm a buyer, I'm a person who's buying these cards, high end, low end, middle end, whatever the case may be. If I've got a couple of hundred cards or a couple of thousand cards at Comc, I can initiate an order right now at the fastest possible thing, pay the maximum possible amount and say like, yep, ship it to me. It's going to take about a month. That's at the maximum possible. I didn't pick the maximum possible in my most recent return from Comc. I said, give me the second highest tier. They theoretically will ship it to me in 2 to 3 days. So probably early next week. I initiated that a month ago. They haven't shipped it yet, but theoretically by the 5th. So by Monday, they say they'll ship it to me.
It's still 5 times faster than PSA.
It's 5 times faster than PSA because they've got a multi-million card backlog. Comc has the cards.
Well, that's
to Jeremy's point. There are
too.
logistical issues, but Comc physically has the cards, and if they could get to them in volume, they could theoretically throw them into a box and send it to me.
But they have a backlog too.
They
have a shipping backlog. They have a CS
so everybody's
backlog.
having issues. We get it, and it's fine. And he's going to come on Jeremy's show tomorrow, and it'll be very interesting for the hobby to realize. And PSA will keep doing what they're doing, and all these HGAs, they're going to have their own little issues of growth, and the hobby will keep going to some degree, I guess.
HGA, I think
down a bit.
I think HGA's best move is limiting their intake. So they're avoiding these issues and they're building demand. It's a very smart move.
Building demand.
Yeah, they're building demand for their slabs. So
at some point, building demand has to pivot to actually, capitalizing on that, right?
I agree, Joe. But
that
I agree,
just
Joe.
requires
But
scaling and resources.
Yeah,
so.
the thing though is that I will say HGA. I'll agree with Jeremy that HGA did a smart thing, and that's been the note about HGA. I've said repeatedly. I said they're not going to be relevant. They're not a relevant player because they don't have to do the volume. But from a business perspective, what they did was fine. I understood why they did it. The limitation is to allow them not to have a backlog. That was the intention. The intention is let's not get a backlog. Then if you can get your cards to us, we will get them back to you. But the problem is in order to do that, I can't accept more than I can possibly turn around and send back. So it means that I have to stop. It means that they put themselves in a position where first, the demand got hit so fast, they started saying, okay, we'll try to ramp it up every single week. We'll try to add a little more capacity as we can go. Second, we want more people to be able to send it. So we'll give you a 5-card limit. If you're a bulk submitter, a 5-card limit is not going to do anything. As an individual collector, a 5-card limit isn't a lot. But at least it gives more people the ability. But they had so much demand, they had to go to a lottery system. Yeah. They had so much in the lottery system, they hit 33,000 people trying to get in to get a queue for the possibility of giving them money. The site crash.
How many of the 33, did you say 33,000?
33,000 people tried to get into the queue.
How many queue spots were there?
There were 5,500 grading slots. You can do 5 cards per order. So it would have been 1,100.
1,100. So 1 in 33
Correct.
1 in 33. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
The lottery to grade your card.
Yeah. Because they're not
amazing.
They're in this, and to go back to what we talked about a moment ago, one of the things they talk about, and they talk about this on the social media. I'm not guessing. They put this out for themselves. They're buying more space. They're trying to get more facility space to be able to get more equipment, to be able to hire more people. They're hiring more people in order to be able to try to increase capacity, to your point, Joe. But that's why I said their aspiration is to get to 10,000 cards a week by summer.
And the nice thing is that they're not going to have backlog. They will not have backlog building. So they're going to have a great chance to get there. Correct. If they scale and train and hire and increase their footprint and all those things.
Correct.
And have the funding behind them to do all of those things.
Yeah. But to play into Robert's question here, has a good shot for market share. Even at 10,000 cards a week, no. It will take years.
No.
Now they will have to keep scaling. They'll have to get to 20,000 a week, 50,000 a week. Because remember, market share, there's a lot of cards already out there. There's already a lot of cards and holders. So if you want to get market share, it's going to take a lot of slabs. So you have to slab enough cards to get that market share. Because even if you're consistently doing it, no backlog, that's awesome. That's going to be good. But you're in a lottery system, so it means there's a lot of people that are frustrated that are literally waiting months to be able to have the right to even send in the card.
And the only reason why they're even playing in your lottery is because they can't get into PSA.
Correct.
So
it's like you're the third choice and they still can't get in and they're frustrated.
Well,
So I understand. I do
Have
agree.
have CSG not disclosed what's happening with them?
Right now, CSG is the wild card. We don't know exactly what they're doing. They've opened the services.
Lotteries, wild cards. This is exciting.
isn't Carlos? What about? Do you think Beckett might be the wild card because we haven't heard from?
They have a
them yet?
backlog too. They I don't think they've cleared their backlog. They've got one.
But we haven't heard from them yet. I wonder what. Well, yeah, we haven't heard from them recently. I wonder what's going to happen there.
It took them 3 months just to give a real reply to the counterfeit slab thing. They did give a reply, like eventually they did, but it took them 3 months to do that.
Well, and the reason they gave for that, which I don't know, how the truth of it or whatever,
Yeah.
but was because they needed to get them in their own hands first to
Agreed.
see them before they could speak to them. Which I understand that, but
I think that's fair. But I was saying when Joe and I had the chance to talk about it a little while back on the show, I said I think that answer is a very valid answer. Why didn't you give that in December? Saying, hey guys, we're going to get our hands on it. Let's take a look at it. We'll get back to you.
exactly, yeah,
2 seconds. There's your free PR. All you have to do is
can agree
answer
with
that
that.
question. Say, we'll look into it. We'll get back to you. Give us a little time.
So you guys may not.
Where was that PR manager?
I don't know.
Right here, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Clear transition
Oh, go.
right now. What I would say is y'all probably are aware of cycling or running, marathons. It's always kind of monitoring the leader and deciding when you're going to make your move, right?
Yeah.
And most running strategies or biking strategies are sort of predicated on you're actually in a better position being just the person one behind or 2 behind or 3 behind, so that you can see kind of what moves are being made. And I think we're kind of in an interesting time right now. PSA, however, of course, has, as Bobby already indicated, like so much more power, but there are like, okay, who's going to make the next move? And I agree, Jeremy. I think Beckett is probably now poised to have some sort of response. I don't know what their response is. I don't know what their response can be given their circumstances, but I would look for something out of them in the next few weeks.
possibly,
Buying a building.
yeah, quite possibly.
Everyone's buying a new building, so
Right.
Are you buying a new building, Bobby?
I think so.
I think you should announce it on your Instagram.
Bobby, for that collection, build a museum.
Yeah. Well, new building. There you go. That gets
building.
me out of
I think your
answering
new
the
building. I
question.
think your new building should actually be like a shed from Home Depot.
Yeah, that could be it.
It's just put like the Burrell on the outside of it and take a picture of it. Include that in your Instagram. I think that's a winner.
I'll
right
go
there.
in there. And I'll go right in there all day.
That can be your parody. Lameme
Paul.
will appreciate it on some level. Lameme James will appreciate it. Sounds good.
But it's an interesting hobby, and lots of fun is happening. So I'm enjoying
That is
it
true.
and looking from afar.
It's amazing.
I'm not involved in any of it, but still having
It's
fun.
amazing the drama and how all of us armchair quarterbacks can get so wrapped up in it, and even the to the extent Carlos and I got heated there 15 minutes ago. I mean, like it's all this about our hobby that we share in common, that we all love our hobby, the way we each approach it in our own unique way. Yet there's all this I don't want to call it drama, but
It is Jeremy. It's literally drama. Yes,
It's drama.
Yes, it is.
It's drama.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I've said it a million times. Part of the fun for me, because when and the chat picked up on it too. It's more fun when people are a little bit more fiery or heated about it, because otherwise it's talking about cardboard. And guess what? That's not very interesting. Like there's a limit to how interesting that is. We can go into the intricacies of certain sets. If you want to talk about what some short prints and some double prints and things are, we can do that. But there's a limit.
Yeah, you're not getting heated about whether that's a high number or not, or it's a short.
There's a
print or
limit.
not.
There's a fine. Guess what? That'll be about 35 minutes. We could have ended that 4 hours and 10 minutes ago and been done with it. It wouldn't have taken that
The
long.
discussion is actually about plastic, but anyway.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Well, and you can get a lot more mileage from plastic. You'd be surprised in the cardboard.
True enough, right? Well, you can
Yeah,
burn. You got to
The
burn
first
the
2
cardboard
hour,
to
the
make
first two
plastic.
hours, the first 2 hours was the grading thing, Bobby. That was basically a discussion on the plastic.
What's your plan for Sunday, Carlos? Besides talking about my Comc show tomorrow, what's your plan? Who you and Bobby again? The same old, like you were talking.
Sunday is open link. It's whoever wants to come on.
And what's
So-
your Friday? So how are you kind of differentiating Friday from Sunday, and or are you even going to really bother?
There's two parts. So right now, I got a ton of great suggestions on differentiating the two. One of the things that I have implemented, which you experienced today, is there was no link.
Yeah.
The link was handed out to certain folks that are on here regularly, and I said, here you go. You want to pop on? Pop on. You don't want to pop on? Don't pop on. So I left it open to whoever wanted to pop in.
I apologize. I didn't realize that. I thought it was
No,
a
no.
normal.
When,
I'm looking
the
for
thing is,
link. I
one of
don't
the
see it.
discussions you were having was completely pertinent. I was like, yeah, here you go. That's why it was a situation though that I didn't want to leave it open in the chat. It wasn't going to be open to just anybody. It's a space where like, no, if there's something that you want to say and it's pertinent. When you said, I was like, no, actually, since you got the show on Saturday, I think one of the topics is Comc that we were already talking about. So like, I suspected there was that's why the majority of it, even heated conversation. When I go offline, I'm gonna go have a snack. I'm gonna go take a Joe and make a sandwich. that's my plan.
Pull a Joe.
Yeah,
Pull a Joe
exactly.
and
I'm
make a
gonna
Joe.
go get some snackage. But the thing is that no, for me, when I finish, it's like it's another day at the office for me. I enjoy the debate because that's more interesting to me. Okay, let's go for it. And you don't have to. And if you don't agree with what I say, that's even better. If you agree, that's no fun. I can get that. You can get that anywhere. But the thing is, since you did have the show with Comc and it was a lot of the questions I had were, like I said, centered on how you're going to format it, whatever. And I gave you the one suggestion that maybe it'll help eat like 5% with the chat. So you can take that with you and do with it as you will. And like I said, I think in the long run, you're probably better off filibustering and not even doing the Q&A. That would be me. That would be if I was programming it, that's probably the way I'd do it on purpose, accidentally.
Yeah.
Wink.
Maybe, yeah. And I there's definitely merit to that. The thing is that, my show is known for being somewhat interactive, and because I'm taking that away for the first while so that we can just
do it.
What's that? What?
Do it, Jeremy. Do it. Yes. Do it.
So I think I will open it up at the end. If we're done, if we're done. I think an hour and a half should be plenty of time.
Of the people, for the people,
By the people.
by the people.
That's an American thing too, not Canadian.
Carlos seems pretty fired up about this Comc. I'm far more interested in the Ken Golden moment. Is that still a go as far as you know, Jer? Is that
I confirmed with him a couple of days ago. He said, he said, good thing you reminded me, and CC'd his assistant, and it's happening. He's confirmed. So I'm very
No one's talking about Golden right now.
Well, here's the thing. I understand Joe's angle on this.
Whatever, but
I get your point, Joe, but here's the thing. The Comc one is a little bit more relevant in people's mind right now because there is stuff going on with them, and they do have active things with some customers.
It's probably more pervasive too.
Yeah, at the moment. Ken Golden is right now, he's not on cruise control. He's not. But the thing is okay, so Ken is going to have some things to talk about, no doubt. He's got some insight. He's got some things to talk about. But from the Ken Golden business perspective, he's got the investment. That's awesome. He's been talking up this platform. I haven't seen it yet. Obviously, we'll see. Maybe down the road here. I was checking some Golden auction stuff just to check some cards that I was interested in kind of eyeballing from a distance that I was curious about. It looks the same to me, so I don't know if he's implemented any aspects of the new platform. That's a separate conversation. But he's talked about this concept of expanding the Golden auctions thing. But outside of that, it's kind of business as usual. Obviously getting more lots, getting more items, doing his unboxing. His social media game is strong. But otherwise, it's kind of business as usual. There's some records and stuff. But
he said he's going to have big news
I believe it.
to put out there during the show. I'm not holding my breath. I'm gonna, you know, I'm thinking he may have overpromised and might underdeliver on that. I'm just taking that kind of conservative approach, not to get my hopes up and be let down. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he comes out with something awesome and it's a great scoop for the show, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll
I
see.
think it's one of those things where Ken Golden, I think, is going to be a fun conversation. I just don't know, like, unless he is holding something in his back pocket, because he has his you know, his lives on Instagram pretty consistently, and he likes to talk about a lot of different stuff. So unless he's holding something in his back pocket that he's resisted alluding to or hinting at or doing whatever up until this point, I don't know what he's going to, I don't think he's going to have a blockbuster, but I think it's going to be a good conversation.
It'll be
a fun talk.
similar. I think it's going to be similar to the way Brian Gray comes on my show. You know, he's been on 4 times, and it's always a very well-received episode, highly watched, and I think he's a personality in the hobby. He's a hobby celebrity, and people are interested in what he has to say, even if they're listening to him 3 times a week. You know, he's Ken Golden. He's got something. He's got stuff to say. So we'll see.
We'll see. I'm gonna go, guys.
Sorry, Bobby. I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm getting tired, and I got. You said I've got 2 shows today. I'm doing 3 tomorrow. I got Hobby Hotline in the morning. I got Hobby Hotline in the morning, and then my 2 shows. So,
okay.
I'll quickly answer this one for Robert. He has said, unless he's changed his mind, his position was PSA, SGC, and Beckett. Just the 3 for now. Nothing else has been added.
That's my understanding still as well.
And that's from the guy himself. When it comes to stuff like that, I'll quote the individual when they flat out say it.
Yeah,
so that's from Golden himself.
That's not hearsay.
No, that's straight.
I think he said till 2025. So
yeah, but it's one of those things where I think he needs there to be critical mass. Like all those other ones need critical mass. CSG, hey, it's still new. We don't know what their deal is yet. HGA and all that, still too new. Like we don't have any data really on what
he
the
wants
deal is
them to have track record and prove themselves.
Correct.
So I think it's a smart move. That's some good foresight, actually. I think. Carlos, thanks for having me. Bobby, Joe, great to see you guys.
Sounds good. Take it easy.
All right.
Have fun with the show. We'll check it out later.
All right, guys. Good night.
We'll be watching.
Click the like button on your way out.
Yeah, we'll do. Good night, everybody in the chat. All right, thanks.
Good night.
I'm on fumes too, Carlos. I gotta like turn in here, but do you want to, Bobby? Were you gonna say something, or we?
Yeah. Well, I'm about to wind it down, to be honest with you, Joe, because I am hankering for that snack. I am very hungry. I was thinking about it, like, and my kitchen is right there. It's not quite as close as yours, but it's not far. Like it's right there, and I'm like, I could kind of use a snack. Okay, so real quick, we'll kick here. Let's finish this off. Was there something you wanted to throw out there, Bobby? Real quick.
Oh no, I do have to go too. I got to get up in 4 hours. So
sounds good. So let's do this. So we'll wind it down here because we got our mileage out of it. And by the way, thanks for you hanging out, because I can see on this end we're still over 30 of you hanging out. So I appreciate that. Real quick, last second questions. You can throw them in there. It was an interesting conversation. I did enjoy getting a little bit of perspective from Jeremy on what he intends to go with the show. A lot of my questions were though based on, because like I said, I'm not expecting anything earth-shattering. I kind of threw out what my opinion was, what I think is going to come out of it. But let's see. I'm open to being surprised. But since it is an interview, it is a structure where it's going to go through it. We'll see. Like, we'll go through it. I'll quickly touch on Mosaic Mind's last things. Like I said, any second questions, you can throw them in. Otherwise, we'll wind it down here in a sec. Is Golden Auction trying to position himself as Sotheby's? High-end, yes, but they have opened it up. They are talking about some low-end. Because Golden has taken some pot shots at eBay. And from his perspective, he doesn't want to go all the way down to low end, but he's alluded to stuff like in the $400 or $500 range and stuff like that, because he'd love to still get stuff that's a couple of $100 because there's still some value with vetted sellers, vetted buyers, I should say. And that could have some value, because if you got a card in the $500 to $1,000 range and you don't have to worry about a return, there's some value to that for you as a seller.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can execute it. That's a lot to ask, because that's a lot of cards in the current hobby potentially. So those would be some pretty big auctions. But I'm curious if he can execute. He's going to need better software though than what he's got. That's why he's alluded to maybe getting better software. And if he can do that, I think it'd be interesting. That's why I say, like, to Joe's question point a moment ago, I'm interested in listening to the golden thing, but unless he's ready to commit to, okay, the platform's ready, we'll have it, June 1st or something. I think it'll just be an interesting general conversation. Whereas I think the Tim Getch one is going to be a little bit more like, okay, tell us your life story. It was like, but I'm saying, like, I'm just saying it honestly. I think explaining what your mitigating circumstances are is going to be nice. I think you'll have a sympathetic ear to a certain degree, but but I think it's valid to say, and this is just my general feeling, as a customer, you've taken the money, you've accepted the business. So you basically are saying that you're going to be able to provide the service, or that you're going to try best to provide the service. If I'm not satisfied that you're not really providing the service, and then you're saying it's like, well, at the end of the day, I don't really have the right to complain because you've got reasons. that's not going to cut it. Or, complain, but no one cares, or we're not going to listen to you. Well, then, then as the client, again, we're a little bit beholden. The point that I was making to Jeremy at the tail end there was that I wouldn't use Comc if it didn't have stuff that I wanted on the platform. And the moment it doesn't have the stuff I don't need, I am happy to ditch them and never use them again. Happily, with joy and pleasure and a song in my heart. But the same goes with eBay, because they're not perfect either. They've got their own warts and issues. Right now, these are not the platforms we want. These are the platforms we have. So anyway, real quick here. I think if you're in the thing, I think they are going to, I think they've touched on some less than 4-figure cars, Mosaic Mine. But you know what? I'll be honest with you. If you reach out to the Golden social media, this is just my general, you can still ask them, because I know they're starting to court some of that business. I just don't know if they're ready. But I know they're definitely starting to court it. So I leave that to you to look into it. Pitchforks and torches. Sounds good. Sounds good.
What are you gonna do? You can't push anybody in their business. You got to listen to what he has to say, and then
feel bad for
make
him.
up your mind.
And feel bad for him.
No, there's no sympathy for the devil. I said there isn't. There isn't.
Yeah,
there's
I know.
excuses and there's reasons. Most excuses stink, but reasons, some are acceptable more than others.
Well, the thing
It
is,
reminds me of that old question, that old story where that guy's driving home on a bus, and he's got his 2 kids, and they're running around and doing all these different things, and they're making noise. And this lady goes up, and she's so angry. She's sitting there going, just let your kids run around. She goes, what kind of man are you? And the guy goes, well, we're just coming from the mother's funeral. I don't know what to do with the kids. So sometimes we don't know what's going on in somebody else's life, or business. So it's always good to keep an open mind. Boy, I turned into Joe there, didn't I? Yeah.
I was going to say, what the heck, Bobby? Like, what are you doing over there? Like, you got.
We need to
have an intervention for you. We need to have an intervention for you. Is what we need.
And the moral of the story was
exactly. So, Joe, I wanted to wait for you to come back because I was grabbing the last couple of comments, and then we're going to hit this button to go off. So, hang tight for 2 seconds, Joe. We'll finish this off, and then we'll hit the button. Okay. So, last comment will go here real quick. So no worries, Mosaic Mind. Thank you for popping in, though. Thank you for posing some compelling questions and some great comments. That goes for Paul. That goes for Hockey Guy. That goes for the rest of you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the comments. Wonderful. You really got active on the athlete thing, though. I was very impressed. There were a lot of things in there. Okay, so real quick, this is going to be the last word. So Paul here says it's going to be angry. I agree with him, but this will be the last word here. Think chat gets trolled tomorrow. Yes, 11 out of 10. Yes, agreed. You can bank on that. That's why I said I leave it to Jeremy if he wants to go. My suggestion is filibuster the thing then for the 2 hours and don't bother taking the QA. Just move on. Just let him give his life story. Begin where he was a child for 2 hours. Do that. Anyway, have a good night. Take it easy. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll be back on Sunday. Sunday will be open. It'll be an open link. And if anybody wants to pop in and chat about that or anything else that's going on, obviously we got in our mileage from the PSA, SGC, and Comc thing tonight. We can touch on it again on Sunday if there's a new angle that somebody hasn't touched on, or if something compelling comes out of the Saturday conversation. So we'll find out. Okay. Have yourselves a good night. Have a good Saturday on the East Coast. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.